To settle for keeping your amazing game scattered across an endless sea of notes and tools. World Anvil is the one tool to rule them all. Whether you're a game master, writer, or world builder, World Anvil is the ultimate companion to finally bring your world to life in one centralized location. Create characters, organize adventures, and build your campaign setting like a professional developer. Give World Anvil a try today using the code TPK2023 at checkout for 40% off any yearly subscription. Your world is waiting to be built with World Anvil.
Hello everyone, hola a todos. Estamos en una charla de la TPK para hablar de la ayuda de autores hispanos a, digamos, entrar en la industria del rol. Y cuento en esta charla con varios compañeros que se dedican a ello y prácticamente muchos viven de ello. Entonces, antes voy a hacer que se presenten ellos, luego ya me presentaré yo. Así que vamos a empezar por aquí abajo con Luigi. Hola Luigi.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Mi nombre es Luigi Lisa, yo soy de Perú. Yo soy comunicador, pero también soy game designer. Soy codueño de la empresa Eldritch Osiris Games, que radica en Estados Unidos. Y además soy escritor freelancer. Y director de arte.
A su lado, Antonio.
Hola, yo soy Antonio de Mico, online y demás, aunque igual más gente me conocería con Pointy Hat. Soy un poco de todo, trabajo en el mundo del videojuego como director artístico para One More Multiverse, una empresa que hace una BTT y videojuegos. También me dedico a hacer productos para juegos de rol. He hecho 2 libros, Hexbound y Dragons 2, y tengo mi propio canal de YouTube que se llama Pointy Hat, que probablemente es de donde más gente me conoce. Y ya está, yo creo que es suficiente.
Y por último, Sepi.
Hola, mi nombre es Chepi Rodríguez, originalmente Sebastián Rodríguez. Soy artista freelancer originalmente. He trabajado para Paizo, para Fantasy Flight y distintas empresas, voy a decir de entrada, a la industria. Actualmente me dedico primariamente en mi Patreon de diseño de personajes isométricos para jugar en BTT, en Foundry o Roll 20. Y eso sería todo.
Bueno, yo soy Luis Castro, tengo un canal de rol que es más los de Carisma, donde hablo básicamente, prácticamente todo de Pathfinder, y también he sacado un juego de rol llamado Crónicas del Ocaso, que es compatible con Pathfinder, y ahora estoy trabajando en un próximo Kickstarter o crowdfunding. Y bueno, que muchas gracias a todos por estar aquí. ¿Y de qué va a tratar esta charla? Pues va a ser una charla entre nosotros, tampoco hay... Cada uno vamos a dar nuestras opiniones sobre temas. Y es un poco una ayuda de aquellos creadores que quieran entrar en la industria y no sepan cómo hacerlo. Pues como contamos con... Ellos son más profesionales que yo, debo decir. Para que den un poco sus consejos y un poco cuenten la experiencia que puede ayudar. Como esta charla está siendo grabada, cuando se emita vamos a estar por el chat. Entonces, cualquier pregunta que queráis hacernos la podéis poner en el chat y contestaremos. Si estamos todos, pues cada uno da su opinión o lo que sea. Y bueno, yo voy a lanzar preguntas. Quien quiera cogerla la desarrollamos o como vais viendo. Esto es algo muy informal, ¿vale? Entonces, para empezar, ¿qué significa, digamos, ser latino o ser hispano para vosotros? Es decir, la opinión vuestra de esto, digamos, en el mundo, en la cultura general.
Ahora me gustaría empezar ahí. Originalmente yo solía pensar que ser latino, en mi opinión, es una etnia o una raza, pero la verdad es que si tú le preguntas a cada persona qué significa ser latino o hispano, no todos te van a dar la misma respuesta. En mi ciudad, por ejemplo, tenemos una diversidad étnica bastante grande. Tenemos personas descendientes de árabes, tenemos afroperuanos, tenemos Nikkei, que es descendiente de japoneses, tenemos personas con rasgos más andinos y todas se identifican como latinos muy válidamente. Entonces uno puede decir, ok, viene de un tema de nacionalidad, pero también tienes gente en Estados Unidos, nacida, crecida ya en, no sé, Nueva York, que también se identifica como latino porque son segunda o tercera generación. Entonces, con eso me he dado cuenta que es más como un background cultural. Es de dónde provienes, pero también cómo te has criado y con quiénes te has criado.
Sí, tu entorno, ¿no? Digamos.
Así es. Sí. Y por eso tenemos latinos en diferentes continentes y de diferentes colores y formas. Aunque yo sé que aquí todos nos vemos como que barbudos de pelo negro.
Sí. A ver, yo creo que en España, no sé, bueno, Antonio también es de España. Yo creo que el tema de latino, bueno, realmente la diferencia con Estados Unidos y con América en general, digamos que en España es algo, entre comillas, nuevo, me refiero. La inmigración ha sido sobre todo en los últimos años, entonces no ha habido tanta inmigración como, digamos, como de base. No hay tantas generaciones que han vivido aquí, perdón, como allí. Entonces, realmente es lo que tú dices. Yo seguramente soy considerado latino, pero luego a lo mejor, como hay otras generaciones que están viviendo en España, de venezolanos, colombianos, peruanos, ellos sí que se consideran latino y posiblemente a mí no me consideren latino. Entonces, al final es un poco en función del entorno en el que vivas, yo creo que es esa distinción, ¿no? Y también en base de a quién le preguntes. Si estás le preguntando a lo mejor a un estadounidense, yo seré latino. Si a lo mejor preguntas a uno de España si yo soy latino, te va a decir que no, ¿no? Entonces eso varía mucho, yo creo, dependiendo del entorno cultural en lo que lo preguntes. Mi opinión, no sé si Antonio, que también es español, puede...
Yo, es muy complicado. Yo creo que en todo lo que se refiere a etnia, nacionalidad, bueno, nacionalidad es menos complicado, yo creo, pero lo que diría yo es que visiones en lo que es una etnia o lo que considera, sobre todo desde un punto de vista estadounidense, que es un poco como un punto de vista en el que estamos todos obligados a trabajar. Si trabajas en Internet, tienes que entender la política racial de Estados Unidos y si no, muerte a ti y a toda tu familia y a todos tus tal. Como no entiendas los valores intrínsecos de todo tipo de políticas raciales estadounidenses, es complicadísimo trabajar en cualquier tipo de medio estadounidense, en cualquier tipo de medio internacional. Así que es o sea, es una pregunta complicada. Yo generalmente voy a una cosa súper básica, en el sentido de que una persona nacida o con una nacionalidad en todo lo que se llama América del Sur o América Central, digo latino. Una persona que no es eso, puede ser hispana, como una persona española, sabro decir. Yo, por ejemplo, no me llamo latino a mí mismo, porque me parece que es un poco raro, sabro decir, pero he conocido a muchas personas latinas, es decir, de gente que viene de América del Sur, con los ojos azules y el pelo rubio, y cuando me pasé por Estados Unidos, yo te puedo asegurar que si hay alguien que tiene un problema con latinos, con la cara que tengo yo, con la piel que tengo yo, con el pelo que tengo yo, no se va a preguntar dos veces, uy, igual viene de España ese, y con el nombre que tengo, que me llamo Antonio. Así que es un poco complicado. Yo generalmente voy a eso. Digo que tú, una persona de lengua hispana natural, es una persona hispánica. Natural quiero decir que de lengua materna hispana es una persona hispánica. Así que es más básicamente basado en la lengua. Y una persona que viene de un país de América del Sur o América Central, diría latina. Pero bueno, me parece que es complicado, es un tema complicadísimo. ¿Sabes decir? Es un tema que depende muchísimo del prisma por donde lo venga, de donde lo veas, de dónde vivas y de los círculos donde te muevas. ¿Sabes decir? Así que yo diría que es una pregunta que tiene muchas respuestas, básicamente. ¿Sabes?
Sí.
Yo en mi foro interno no me llamo latino, por ejemplo.
Yo quiero tocar el tema que tomó Luigi sobre la identidad cultural. Creo que la identidad cultural es algo que por lo menos nosotros como país hemos luchado mucho con encontrar cuál es nuestro espacio cultural. Creo que es importante el sentimiento de pertenencia que entrega las cosas. Somos seres de comunidad, de lo familiar, por tanto tener un espacio que es nuestro, que afecta a nuestra concepción de ser, el orgullo y el amor propio. Y en este amor por lo de uno, por lo nuestro, se generan bases de empresas creativas. Creo que el asunto es encontrar cuál es el crisol donde nos encontramos los latinos, porque como lo dijeron recién, yo a los españoles los considero latinos, yo a los italianos los considero latinos, porque son descendientes de la misma raíz romántica.
Sí.
Claro, de la lengua latina.
Sí,
Y de ahí
es otra
viene,
definición, hay 15.
claro, y de ahí, pero Latinoamérica por lo menos tiene esta, voy a decir, este gran problema, que nos gusta separarnos de nuestros vecinos. A los chilenos les gusta decir que nosotros no somos como los peruanos, no somos como los bolivianos. O a los argentinos no les gusta ser como los ecuatorianos. ¿No? Somos distintos, pero la verdad de las cosas es que la única manera que tenemos de tener esta comunidad bajo la misma bandera, que es bajo el prisma de decir que somos hispánicos o somos latinos, es entender que nuestra identidad cultural es similar. Venimos de lugares similares y tuvimos experiencias similares cuando éramos jóvenes. Yo me crié escuchando las traducciones de Dragon Ball en español
Yo la
hispánico.
sirenita en latino.
Y para mí,
Todo Disney en latino.
y cuando empezó empezó a aparecer este reemplazo por las traducciones que son más latinoamericanas, por ejemplo, mexicana o colombiana, se empieza a generar esta división de como no, ya, entonces los españoles ya no son latinos. Pero venimos de la misma raíz. Y creo que es importante recoger eso para que tengamos nuestra propia voz.
Yo estoy completamente de acuerdo, en el sentido de que me parece que es extremadamente importante que, que haya esa comunidad. Me parece que somos todos más fuertes cuando somos una comunidad. Yo la razón por la que no me llamo latino a mí mismo es respeto, en el sentido de que yo vengo de un país con una historia colonialista y si una persona me dice, no, yo soy latino, o sea, y he conocido a varias personas que vienen de América del Sur, por ejemplo, o que vienen de América Central, que vienen de América Latina, vamos a decir en general, y que dicen, o sea, una persona española no es latina, por eso digo, bueno, pues yo respeto esa noción y por eso lo digo, pero me parece que eso no es... lo cortés no quita lo valiente, se lo decir, y que somos todos más fuertes y podemos hacer espacios en internet, online y demás que nos sirven a todos de una manera, todos como siendo todos una comunidad junta, se lo decir. Así que yo por eso lo digo. A mí, como digo, yo he dicho antes, no me considero latino, lo digo o sea, lo hago más bien por respeto a eso, a esas personas que sienten que hay que hacer esa diferencia y entiendo de dónde viene esa lógica, sabro decir, pero me parece que eso, como dices tú, como me parece que dices muy bien, es importante seguir teniendo esa comunidad, porque es verdad que luego al final acabamos teniendo muchísimas conexiones y cosas en común cuando hablamos entre nosotros, aunque estemos como un océano de distancia, ¿sabes decir?
Habéis tocado dos cosas que me parecen súper interesantes para que hablemos de ellas. Entonces, aunque tengamos un guión hecho, vamos a ir mezclando. Entonces, hay una cosa que está muy bien hablando de esto, que es el tema de la comunidad, que yo creo que gracias al último boom digital y todo lo que ha habido, yo creo que es lo que habéis dicho. Se ha hecho más piña, se ha hecho más comunidad, y una cosa que a lo mejor antes, digamos, en la industria del rol era algo angloparlante, metamos lo que es estadounidenses con ingleses o, en general, todos de habla inglesa, porque hay países que no son de habla inglesa, pero que también, digamos, como hablan inglés, forman esa comunidad. Y ahora mismo, en los últimos años, se ha visto cómo esa comunidad hispana está creciendo. Antes a lo mejor solo estaba separada en lo que son españoles de España con de América Latina, pero ahora cada vez sí es verdad que se está uniendo más y esa comunidad que existe cada vez está siendo más grande, y que al final creo que tenemos que hacernos un hueco, que es lo que un poco de que va esta charla, es que somos una comunidad muy grande, que tengamos que dejar esas formas de diferenciarnos. Lo que habéis un poco, Sepi y Luigi, habéis dicho que un poco que por nuestro pasado a lo mejor está esa distinción entre América Latina y España, bueno, parte europea, que si dejamos a lo mejor ese lado y si creamos esta comunidad latina, al final podemos ser una comunidad muy grande, equiparable a lo mejor a la anglosajona, porque al final hay muchísima gente de habla hispana, se habla hispana, y también que es equiparable, y podemos hacernos ese hueco y no tener la necesidad que has dicho tú, Antonio, de tener que conocer toda esta mentalidad, estos ideales que tienen que ver con las nacionalidades, las etnias americanas, estadounidenses, para poder entrar en la industria del rol, sino basarnos en la que nosotros tenemos en nuestra comunidad.
Claro, me parece que desarrollar industrias hispano-latinas de juegos de rol es medio una doble tarea, porque por un lado tenemos que esforzarnos para penetrar los mercados angloparlantes, ya que nos guste o no, la mayor parte del poder en lo que es en esta industria, y tenemos que generar espacios para nuestras culturas dentro de espacios americanos. Y al mismo tiempo también está el crear nuestros propios espacios en nuestros propios países para que estas industrias también crezcan y empiecen a florecer. Entonces es una diferencia con un mercado angloparlante donde no tienes que salirte de tu propia localidad muchas veces para poder crecer en el rol, o crear tus propios proyectos, sino que todo lo puedes hacer de forma casi doméstica. Nosotros tenemos que conectarnos con gente que está en otros lugares, aprender de sus culturas, aprender sus idiomas, aprender qué es lo que a ellos les parece o no les parece, adaptarnos un poco a eso y ya con ese conocimiento traernos a nuestros espacios. Porque no sé si les pasa en España también, pero en Latinoamérica existe mucho este tema de que buscamos validación de otros países antes de entender que lo nuestro es bueno. Entonces, por ejemplo, si yo quisiera un proyecto con Ministerio de Cultura, con el municipio, si quiero, no sé, separar una biblioteca municipal en un lugar, va a pesar mucho más decir que esta es una actividad cultural que tiene validez, que tiene un currículum en otros países y que lo estamos trayendo acá, a simplemente decir esta es una iniciativa puramente peruana.
Nosotros nos quedamos en que lo español es malo.
Sí.
Básicamente. Ahí es como ahí se acaba la discusión en general.
Bueno, a
Sí.
ver, es que yo sí que es verdad que yo, por ejemplo, todo lo que he hecho siempre ha sido dentro de lo que es la comunidad española. Es decir, yo no he hablado, yo nunca me... Bueno, hispanohablante quiero decir, pero sí es verdad que cuando yo he lanzado un proyecto en crowdfunding no he utilizado Kickstarter, he utilizado una plataforma española. Y hay un problema de digamos, de comunidad en la propia España, sobre todo en lo que es la industria, el mercado del rol, ¿no? Al final es poca gente, al final es algo muy de nicho, muy pequeño, nuevo, si lo comparamos pues con Estados Unidos, bueno, entonces es novísimo. Entonces yo creo que aquí lo que pasa es un poco lo que dice Antonio, se considera que lo que se crea aquí es malo, no se puede crear nada que tenga una calidad comparable con Estados Unidos o con otros países, o Reino Unido o otros países, y eso hace que no se genere una comunidad ya dentro de España. Ya dentro de la comunidad española, la comunidad rolera es muy difícil avanzar, y yo creo que un poco por eso, siempre que, uniendo un poco con lo que dices, Luigi, creo que para poder antes sacar algo aquí en nuestro país o en nuestro origen y que sea fructífero, antes tenemos que sacar algo para un mercado más grande, que ganemos cierta relevancia. Entonces, como vale, como es bueno, esta persona está haciendo cosas de calidad, proyectos buenos, si lo saca aquí ya le puedo apoyar, porque lo ha hecho bien ahí fuera. Y tendríamos que empezar a fijarnos, oye, si lo ha hecho aquí bien, pues lo de fuera también va a estar bien.
Quiero tocar un tema del mercado, un poco hispánico, por lo menos. Yo no conozco cómo funciona el tema, por ejemplo, en España, pero sí entiendo cómo funciona en Latinoamérica. Y el problema, en mi experiencia, que más que una cuestión económica, es una cosa cultural de cómo gastar recursos en el tiempo libre. Que los estadounidenses son extremadamente buenos para invertir en lo que están haciendo, en lo que les gusta. Contienen cientos de servicios
¿Te
distintos.
refieres invertir tiempo o que
gastar parte de tus recursos.
Pero gastarlo
parte de tus recursos.
para recibir una inversión a cambio?
Para recibir algo, vale. Claro, como decir, por ejemplo, voy a poner el ejemplo de Latinoamérica con respecto a los juegos, por ejemplo, de video. En Estados Unidos, comprarte un juego ha sido una cosa cultural desde los 90, desde los 80. En mi país, por lo menos, la conversación nunca fue, pues estoy ahorrando, estoy trabajando los fines de semana para juntar dinero y poder comprarme un juego. No, es ¿dónde puedo piratear? Es no gastar parte de lo que tienes. Y esto ha ido construyéndose hasta el punto en que ahora hay gente con situación económica donde ellos serían capaces de comprar algo nuevo, pero tienen en su interior, tienen como culturalmente hablando, ellos no conciben gastar
si lo puedes
dinero en un hobby. ¿No? Si lo puedes conseguir gratis. Si le puedes copiar el libro a tu compañero que está al lado. Si hay alguien que compra, los demás todos ven desde lejos, o hay uno que está invirtiendo, entonces todos los demás nos subimos a su espalda. Y creo que esa es una distinción importantísima, porque yo lo hice mucho cuando era joven. Hasta que un día mi papá me dijo, no estás apoyando la industria que tanto te gusta. Estás abusando de la industria que te gusta.
Creo que es algo que pasa en todos los países hispanos, porque en España lo de piratear, si algo lo puedes conseguir gratis, ¿para qué vas a pagar por ello?
Claro. En el caso de Perú...
A ver, Antonio creo que ha dicho como que...
Yo lo que diría es que últimamente he visto y lo digo muy últimamente, he visto una gran... Me parece que como que estamos en el principio, y creo que lo vemos en ciertos En ciertos medios, más que otros. Por ejemplo, noto mucho en el tema del streaming y demás. Creo que estamos entrando en una época en la que hay mucha más ganas de producto hispanoparlante y de apoyar al producto hispanoparlante. En el sentido de que yo veo menos y menos la sensación con la que me he criado de que lo español es malo. Y cuando digo español, digo de España. Lo español es malo. Lo veo cada vez menos. Veo que más gente. Yo me acuerdo de decir, no me gusta la música española de España. Toda la música española de España es mala. Yo me acuerdo de tener esa sensación. ¿Sabes lo que decir? Y darme cuenta. Y ahora que tengo yo 28 años, he cambiado muchísima manera de ver y creo que los niños no crecen ya con esa sensación. Yo reconozco mucho lo que estás diciendo, Sepi, o sea, en el sentido de que digo, sí, veo lo que estás diciendo. A mí me parece que está cambiando muchísimo. Lo veo en entornos como en la música, donde, por ejemplo, ahora creo que hay sobre todo en España en todo caso, y creo que en todo el comité hispanoparlante lo veo muchísimo con apoyar a la música hispanoparlante. Y creo que eso lo hemos aprendido más de vosotros que de otra cosa, porque siempre ha habido mucho más apoyo a vuestra propia música que nosotros en nuestra propia música, y ahora estamos viendo cada día más artistas que salen de eso, pero lo veo en la música, lo veo en el streaming, lo veo en tal, y creo que es en general una ola de ese como self-hate que tenemos hacia nuestros propios productos, hacia nosotros mismos y los productos que hacemos nosotros, creo que está cambiando. Me reconozco en lo que dices, y creo que somos más o menos todos la misma quinta y tenemos experiencias similares como hemos tocado antes, pero yo sí que veo un cambio. ¿Sabes lo que decir? Últimamente. Creo que hay muchas más. Yo ahora, por ejemplo, voy a apoyar un producto hispanoparlante, más que voy a apoyar un producto en anglosajón, como quieras decirlo. ¿Sabes lo que decir? O sea, en americano, ¿sabes? Estadounidense.
Sí, a ver, yo creo que
Sí,
también.
sí, sí.
No, Didi.
Luigi quería decir algo. Luigi quería decir algo de
Sí.
Bueno, a ver, en el caso del Perú, por temas de poder adquisitivo, por temas culturales, la piratería está arraigada y sostiene gran parte de las industrias de consumo masivo y también de educación del país. O sea, o sea, tuve el privilegio de ir a una buena universidad, pero incluso en una buena universidad, más que comprar libros, fotocopiábamos los libros. Entonces, eso se arraigó tanto culturalmente que uno no esperaría que si una persona no puede comprarse un libro para educarse, mucho menos va a comprar un libro para jugar. Pero sí veo, y durante mucho tiempo fue así, conocí personas que también con poder adquisitivo seguían pirateando cosas, pero también creo que eso está cambiando de a pocos. Y creo que viene de un tema de revalorizar el esfuerzo de las personas que están detrás de los productos que uno está consumiendo. Viene un tema de hacer que las industrias de entretenimiento sean mucho más transparentes y sean mucho más, digamos, accountable en sus procesos. Y por eso es que una cosa que hace 20 años no veías era gente quejándose de cómo explotaban a los diseñadores de juegos. Por todo este tema de que tienen que desvelarse para llegar a los deadlines. Y ahora tienes gente defendiendo a los desarrolladores de empresas gigantescas. Y creo que todo eso cala en el valor percibido de los productos y cuánto estamos ya empezando a percibir que podríamos invertir en ellos. Entonces es una cosa nueva, pero es una cosa que todavía está en pañales y que viene de varias décadas de piratear porque es la única opción que teníamos.
Y esta expansión que ha habido, bueno, como hemos crecido y cada vez hay más proyectos latinos que más se van apoyando y al final digamos que es un círculo, ¿no? Que como se va apoyando más proyectos latinos, cada vez van saliendo más proyectos. ¿Creéis que este crecimiento se está viendo representado en otros productos de rol que no son ya solo hispanos? Es decir, digamos, otros productos, hablando de los grandes, pues en este caso es Pathfinder, pero por ejemplo Dungeons and Dragons u otros productos que a lo mejor están triunfando hoy en día.
Yo tengo una muy buena experiencia con respecto a ese tema. Ha ido mejorando con el pasar del tiempo, creo yo. Yo les digo como héroes que están infiltrados entre medio de la producción americana, haciendo trabajo en compañías normalmente que mantienen esta tradición de todos lo sacan de la historia europea solamente el caballero con la lanza y el dragón. Que están haciendo cambios de manera de entregar una visión distinta y un poco tomar lo que es latino, tomar lo que es hispánico y transformarlo en algo entretenido, un poco voy a mencionar a Luis Loza en Paizo, que todo el proyecto Arcadia en Pathfinder está basado en cultura mesoamericana. Pero también Magic the Gathering, con algunas de sus últimas expansiones que también sacaron algunas de las visuales de la cultura azteca y maya. Creo que está empezando dicho de manera vulgar, está empezando a ser cool tener como aspecto latino. Cosa que no había antes. Antes era una especie de broma. Si volvemos, y no mucho tiempo, si volvemos 10 años atrás, 15 años atrás, la broma era el latino es flojo, tiene un sombrero de mexicano y no hace nada. Como o drogas. Eso es todo lo que aportamos. Entonces, creo que yo estoy viendo ese cambio, por lo menos. Y hay gente que está haciendo un gran esfuerzo para traer. Yo, en lo personal, encuentro muy emocionante cuando veo un concepto y veo como la influencia inca o la influencia aymara, por ejemplo, de territorio más mío. Es emocionante, uno se siente así como, esto viene de mis raíces. Entonces es como, otra vez, el sentimiento de pertenencia, creo que...
Sí, sentirte representado. Al final no hablando solo del rol, sino en toda la comunicación audiovisual, en todos los productos, películas, series, lo que sea, cada vez hay más representación. Y al final eso atrae a más público y al final eso es mucho mejor para todos.
Bueno, eso lo vemos también en Hollywood. Ahora tenemos cada vez más actores y actrices latinos. Tenemos Jenna Ortega, Pedro Pascal.
Pedro Pascal está en todas partes, por ejemplo, sí.
Sí. Anya Taylor-Joy, que creo que es argentina.
Y entonces...
Perdón, y más directamente latino. Porque antes había, pero era muy difícil de distinguir. Era como una nota así abajo del libro, como Viggo Mortensen, de Señor de los Anillos, que es argentino.
Sí.
Pero...
No todo el mundo lo sabe.
Pero Pedro Pascal tiene la polera de Chile en todos lados. Sí.
Y cuando... Hablando un poco ya de vuestros los proyectos y una vez que os lanzasteis a empezar con los proyectos, claro, algunos o prácticamente casi todos lo habéis no sé si habéis empezado directamente destinados al público anglosajón o si habéis intentado empezar antes con el público hispano. No sé, conozco un poco vuestra experiencia actual, pero no conozco la anterior. Y ahí, ¿qué problemas encontrasteis o por qué, digamos, hicisteis en su día eso? Es decir, lanzar el proyecto para el mercado anglosajón y si hoy en día en un futuro proyecto ya eso sería vuestra segunda opción y primero, digamos, que lo lanzaríais a la comunidad hispanohablante. Cualquiera de los tres puede empezar.
Pues en mi caso, yo hacía homebrews desde que empecé a jugar. O sea, es más, yo homebrews de Pokémon desde que soy niñito. Pero cuando empecé en el rol, y durante unos cuantos años, personas que jugaban rol yo conocía con los dedos. Entonces nunca se me cruzó por la cabeza la posibilidad de ejercer eso en Perú. Eventualmente, cuando Vanessa Hoskins, no sé si lo ubican, ahora trabaja en Paizo, ella publicó un libro que se llama The Legendary Kineticist, que era una conversión de la clase Kineticist de Pathfinder 1 a Pathfinder 2. Resonó mucho conmigo porque es la clase de cosas que yo quería publicar. Entonces lo que hice fue le envié el manuscrito de una clase mía a la misma editorial, Legendary Games, y me dijeron, ya, y lo lanzaron. Sí, envié el correo y dijeron, ya. Y dije, wow, no puedo creer que hayan creído en mí tan fácilmente. Me entró todo el complejo de impostor, pero ese es otro tema. Entonces yo me fui directamente hacia un mercado inglés, angloparlante, más bien. Entonces de ahí empecé a lanzar otros homebrews, intercambiar con la comunidad y, o sea, actualmente, para ser honestos, tengo más amigos angloparlantes que juegan rol que hispanohablantes, pero, bueno, ya me voy, así que es un poco tarde. Empecé a descubrir nuevas comunidades en mi ciudad. Gente que empezó a contactarme, a preguntarme sobre cositas de rol, a invitarme a eventitos o a sus grupos de WhatsApp. Entonces sí diría que es algo que existe por lo menos en Perú, pero que ejerzan profesionalmente el tema es mucho menor, al
¿Y eso
punto de
en
no ser
inglés o en
tan
español?
visibles. Eso en español.
No,
Entonces,
no.
por eso es que yo empecé y ahorita radico más en inglés.
Ujú.
¿En tu caso, Antonio?
100% en inglés desde el principio, la verdad. Sí, cuando empecé a jugar y demás, yo también me puse a hacer homebrew muy rápidamente y también tuve la idea de hacerlo de una manera más comercial. Tengo yo algún tipo de problema mental en el que me obligo siempre a todo tipo de hobby que tenga a hacerlo lo que fuese mi trabajo, así que empecé con videojuegos y luego ya cuando me puse con juegos de rol dije, ¿cómo puedo monetizar todos mis hobbies? Y así que pasé eso rápidamente y la verdad es que me funcionó bien, pero todo fue en inglés y yo creo que vine de esa... no lo he intentado, nunca en español. Yo creo que mi tema siempre ha sido más llevar mi propia cultura a un público de habla inglesa que de hablar a mi propia cultura. Y no estoy diciendo que sea una cosa positiva o negativa. Hablando en plata, a mi parecer, o sea, estoy diciendo a mi parecer por ser simpático, pero hay más audiencia en una audiencia, en la audiencia, vamos a decir, de habla inglesa, simplemente porque es una audiencia internacional, en el sentido de que, por ejemplo, aquí todo el mundo ejerce, o sea, todo el mundo hace cosas para la audiencia inglesa y ninguno de nosotros es estadounidense o inglés. Y pues, por ese caso, como esa es la manera de acceder a una audiencia internacional, por eso la elegí, porque hay más audiencia, hay más posibilidades de tal. ¿Que me hace gracia? Pues no particularmente. A mí me encantaría poder trabajar particularmente con una audiencia en general latina hispanoparlante. ¿Lo haré en algún día? Sí, si algún día me transformo en pulpo y puedo hacer 8 cosas a la vez, me encantaría hacerlo. Me encantaría poder hacerlo. De momento, ahora mismo no están las cartas, pero que se pudiese hacer, sí. Con lo que me contacto ahora mismo es, por ejemplo, llevar más de mi cultura y de las cosas que me parecen importantes a ese espacio internacional y particularmente eh, anglosajón, ¿sabes? Así que yo voy más para ese lado, creo. Pero me encantaría hacer algo más con gente como estamos haciendo hoy. Me encantaría hablar más con la cultura hispanoparlante en lo que respecta a este hobby.
Yo en lo personal comencé, como le había dicho antes, yo nunca he trabajado con, con, con gente hispánica o con gente latina. Las veces que he tenido que lidiar con proyectos menores, voy a decir, han sido pésimas experiencias. Entonces, y fue hace mucho tiempo, tengo que decir que las cosas han cambiado un poco, pero por lo menos en mi país, imposible. Lo que yo hago es todavía visto como un hobby, como una... La respuesta que yo recibo de los fans de mi propio país, incluso mis amigos, es tibia, es de interesante lo que haces. Estoy feliz por ti, pero jamás pasa por el colectivo decir, oh, yo apoyo esto, yo te apoyaría si tú sacas un libro. No. En cambio, los estadounidenses en el mercado estadounidense, es lo que decía Luigi, yo en este momento tengo más gente que conozco que juega rol, más gente americana que gente chilena. Gente chilena son mis amigos y nada más. Y yo estoy intentando convertir, y creo que eso estoy intentando convertir mi contenido a pasarme un poco al español. No porque sienta que hay un incentivo monetario, porque creo que no lo hay. Eh, pero creo que es bonito, creo que es algo que me gustaría tener. Me gustaría tener una parte que recogiera algo para mis compatriotas o para la gente, para la comunidad hispanohablante. Pero tiene que ser secundario en este momento, porque de lo contrario es completamente insostenible.
Sí, me pasa exactamente igual. Me encantaría hacerlo, pero ahora, ¿sabes? No tiene
Claro.
sentido económicamente. Me encanta. O sea, si se hace por amor al arte, ¿sabes?
Sí, es decir,
En todo caso, en mi caso.
¿Y tú, Luis?
yo lo lancé, es decir, yo el juego que hice lo lancé en España, en español. Y si es verdad que yo pensaba que iba a tener, a ver, como empecé con el canal y saqué el juego básicamente porque la audiencia me lo propuso, digamos de alguna manera. Una vez que salió, yo sí es verdad que esperé mucho más apoyo del que tuve. Entonces se consiguió, pero se consiguió muy, muy, muy rozando el límite. ¿Qué pasa? Que monetariamente ha sido una pérdida. Bueno, han sido muchas pérdidas. Muchísimo dinero perdido. ¿Estoy contento con el trabajo? Sí. Pero no puedes vivir de esto. Bueno, eso, en mi caso no se puede vivir de eso. Y por lo menos que si haces un proyecto para que sea rentable o al menos no tengas pérdidas, a día de hoy es verdad que tienes que lanzarlo hacia un mercado angloparlante. Por eso lo que estoy haciendo ahora sí que está destinado a eso. Sí es verdad que mi idea a lo mejor es intentar también sacar una versión en digital en español, que por lo menos no es... El costo de hacerlo es muchísimo menor siendo digital, y al final todo el coste de ilustraciones y demás ya estaría hecho. Pero sí es verdad que si quieres, desgraciadamente, porque realmente me duele tener que decir que si realmente quieres sacar un producto que sea rentable o que no te genere pérdidas, tiene que ser de momento un mercado angloparlante.
Sí. Algo que resonó un poquito con lo que cada uno ha dicho, pero creo que sobre todo con lo de Sheppy acerca de lo tibio que es el apoyo que te dan tus círculos cercanos o en tu mercado local, es que a nosotros no nos crían pensando en la posibilidad que podríamos ser game designers o personas trabajando en arte y entretenimiento. Nosotros crecemos pensando que vamos a ser abogados, doctores, tal vez astronautas si quieres soñar, pero nunca un game designer. Entonces, por lo menos en mi caso, cuando la gente me felicita o me dice sí, me da like o me dice me gusta mucho lo que haces, probablemente nadie está pensando en querer involucrarse en lo que yo estoy haciendo. Porque nadie ni siquiera sueña con la posibilidad de meterse en una industria como esta.
Porque es un
Todo
hobby.
esto está...
Es decir, se ve como un
Exacto.
hobby realmente. Entonces no...
Como hobby.
Y es un poco... Sí es verdad que está cambiando, como dijo Antonio antes, que ahora se apoya más al streamer, se empieza a apoyar el Patreon o simplemente en Twitch y en YouTube, simplemente por crear vídeos y generar contenido, hay gente que te dona dinero. Nada comparable con el mercado anglosajón, sin duda.
Claro.
Pero sí es verdad que poquito a poco se va cambiando, pero porque es las nuevas generaciones, ¿no? Es un poco lo que estás diciendo ahora mismo, Luigi. No se considera un trabajo, tú no puedes vivir de tu hobby. ¿Por qué? Porque no puedes disfrutar del trabajo. Es decir, algo que trabajar y disfrutar de lo que haces es algo como que no se puede hacer, ¿no? Si estás disfrutando, ¿por qué tengo que pagar
Claro.
porque estés disfrutando por hacerlo, ¿no?
¿Por qué no lo haces gratis?
Exacto. Si te
Sí.
gusta, ¿por qué no lo haces gratis? ¿No?
Pero también creo que algo, muy importante de esto es que el trabajo que estamos haciendo nosotros acá puede servir como ejemplo o ayuda para que otras personas se inspiren también a querer involucrarse con esto. Yo, por ejemplo, con la editorial de Treasure Service Games, hace poco lanzamos un Kickstarter que salió bien, llamado Monstrous Beasts, que es un libro Pathfinder todo acerca de criaturas, monstruos, cómo domarlos, personas que interactúan con ellos, etc. Y conseguí que contratáramos a un ilustrador peruano para que haga una buena parte del arte del libro. Y me contaba este ilustrador acerca de cómo es un sueño frustrado suyo trabajar en industrias de juegos y que nunca en la vida se le había podido cruzar a hacer estas cosas y que él solamente ilustraba para cosas como publicidades, o cosa más, organizacional. Y el muchacho es buenísimo en lo que hace, pero creo que ese es el primer el primer geek formal que tiene para una industria de juegos. Entonces, si nosotros como que encontramos alianzas y ayudamos a otras personas a crecer, más gente después se va a hacer como un dominó para que se inspiren a involucrarse con esas industrias y así crecer ellos y nosotros también. Y es mucho más fácil vender nuestras cosas.
Paizo, por ejemplo, sí es verdad que está contando con muchos autores, bueno, ilustradores no lo sé, pero sé que autores, latinos y, bueno, está Luis Loza, que no es autor también, pero sí es verdad que cuenta con muchos. ¿Vosotros creéis que en estos últimos años, con el teletrabajo y con la posibilidad de no tener que ir personalmente a las oficinas, a las editoriales, está ayudando a que más creadores, escritores, es decir, creadores como personas que generan algo, puedan entrar, digamos, en editoriales grandes, véase Wizards, véase Paizo, véase Frialigan? ¿Crees que ha ayudado esto?
sin la posibilidad de entregar mi contenido a través del internet y alcanzar gente en redes sociales y cosas así, estaría trabajando de arquitecto en una oficina de la municipalidad. Esto todo es posible gracias a eso. De lo contrario, estaría simplemente, no me habría dedicado nunca a esto. A mí como un poco tomando en cuenta eso de que te empujan a que esto es un hobby solamente, incluso la gente más cercana a ti. A mí hasta 5 años atrás me seguían empujando que esto era un hobby. Yo la única razón por la cual me dediqué a ser ilustrador, que fue la mejor decisión de mi vida, fue porque un americano se contactó conmigo en DeviantArt y me dijo, oye, ¿te puedo pagar por lo que estás haciendo? Y para mí fue increíble, fue como, ¿pagar? ¿Puedo ganar dinero con esto? Y ahí comenzó todo. De lo contrario sería imposible.
Yo creo que también, a ver, en el sentido de que sí, evidentemente ha habido yo soy una persona que trabaja para una compañía americana, así que evidentemente sí, pero y he trabajado muchas cosas de freelance. Lo que diré, voy a ser un poco más negativo, porque sí, evidentemente nos ha abierto muchas puertas y todo muy bien y demás, pero lo que yo he notado mucho es que nos ha abierto muchas puertas a trabajos precarios, nos ha abierto muchas puertas al freelance, nos ha abierto muchas puertas a tal, pero el decision making, la gente que se le invita a eventos, los grandes puestos no se nos abren. Esos no están abiertos a nosotros. Eso es mucho más, ¿sabes? Y luego, en lo que respecta a y yo soy mucho de hacer mi propio tema y crear mi propia empresa y crear mi propio contenido y hacerme mi propio dinero. Así que yo ahora mismo estoy trabajando como salariado, pero cuando creé mi primer libro lo hice por Kickstarter yo solito y tal, ¿sabes? Así que mi problema no es tanto eso. Lo que yo reprocharía, así abiertamente, ahora que estamos entre solo nosotros cuatro y no nos está viendo nadie, lo que reprocharía yo a la comunidad en general, especialmente a la parte estadounidense, es un aislamiento muy, muy, muy fuerte en todo lo que se lleve a networking. Yo tengo la sensación, como creador de contenido que se mueve mucho por redes sociales, que mucho de mi trabajo y mucho de mi dinero viene de redes sociales, en la parte de YouTube ahora, pero en la parte e incluso de antes, es que eh, yo no he tenido ningún problema en crear una audiencia, pero tengo muchísimos problemas en integrar a una comunidad de otros creadores. ¿Sabes lo que decir? No siento que a
Que
distancia.
tienes un techo, ¿no? Hay
Sí,
como-
completamente. O sea, ahora, por ejemplo, con mi agente, lo primero que estamos hablando es cómo vamos a Gen Con. Porque tenemos que ir a Gen Con porque es que, o sea, es imposible hacerse, o sea, que no, pero y hablando en plata, o sea, creadores de esta comunidad no están abiertos a hablarte si no te han visto antes en persona. Que me parece maravilloso, que es verdad que a todos nos gusta mucho abrazarnos y demás, pero que, o sea, que para mí abrazarme me cuesta igual 1.000 y pico pavos porque es un billete de avión de 12 horas, ¿sabes lo que decir? Y a ti te cuesta 600 y 3 horas de billete de avión, ¿sabes? Y yo 1.000 y pico pavos si me pongo un año antes a buscar ese billete de avión. O sea que me parece muy bonito y todo, y que nos gusta mucho, y que salir al bar y demás, pero estaría guay abrir esa parte de comunidad, abrir esa parte esa parte de la comunidad a todo el mundo, ¿sabes? Yo lo que siento muchísimo es que yo ahora, y la gente me pregunta, y digo, ay, ¿te has hecho muchos amigos youtubers? No, ni uno, ni uno. Y he estado en comentarios y tal, y podría decir que sí, que hemos hablado con 4, o sea, que he hablado con 2 o 3, ¿sabes lo decir? Pero sigue habiendo esa parte de, sí, necesito un dibujito tuyo. Te envío 2 emails, te pago, ¿sabes decir? Menos lo que le pagaría a una persona estadounidense, porque te voy a pagar menos, porque el dinero es menos, y hasta luego. ¿Sabes decir? Luego, invitarte a lo que sea, invitarte al Discord, invitarte a tal, eso les interesa menos. Así que, bien, ¿sabes decir? Está bien que empecemos a vernos, que ese mundo esté más abierto, que les interese contratarnos y demás, y ver el talento que hay fuera de sus bordes, porque hay mucho y muy bueno. Lo que estaría bien es que estemos más metidos en la parte de comunidad. Y hablo desde una parte de vista empresarial, ¿sabes decir? No conozco a ningún designer, por ejemplo, yo conozco más a Dragones y Mazmorras, y estoy dispuesto a completamente equivocarme. Igual, simplemente es que no le conozco. Pero el trabajo de game designer lo puede hacer cualquiera desde o sea, desde esa distancia. ¿Sabes decir? todavía no conozco a nadie que haga ese trabajo de game designer. O sea, conozco a freelancer, conozco a gente que hace editing a distancia, ¿sabes lo decir? Pero alguien que diga, no, yo soy parte de la plantilla, pero vivo en Honolulu o vivo en lo que sea,
Sí, que
eso no
que
pasa.
tienes que estar viviendo
Sí.
allí con ellos.
Pero hacerte un dibujo y pagarte la mitad que estos, eso sí que les interesa. ¿Sabes lo decir? O editar sí que les interesa. Lo que estaría bien es que nos empiecen a meternos en la conversación en sí y en las partes más importantes. Esa es la parte negativa. Evidentemente, me parece que estamos a un primer paso, pero no me parece que estemos jugando a un even playing field, como dicen ellos, ¿sabes?
Claro.
Puedo hacer
Algo bueno de
una
Pathfinder
pequeña,
es que... Sí,
puedo
sí,
hacer
adelante.
una pequeña acotación.
nadie puede hacer
con lo
nada.
que dijo Antonio. Nadie puede hacer acotación. Que
Sí,
la razón por la cual existe eso es muy cierto lo que dijo Antonio. No contratan a la gente latina para hacer ilustraciones porque son más talentosos que los americanos. Los contratan porque es más baratos.
Ujú.
Pueden pagarles sueldos de hambre y aquí uno está feliz. Está como...
Ah.
Bueno, eso. Perdón, Luis.
Sí. A ver. Pathfinder por lo menos diría que la comunidad es un poco más sana que eso. Pero también porque son muchos creadores pequeños y Paizo. Y Paizo también es una empresa bastante sana, a diferencia de otros juegos como por ejemplo Dungeons Dragons, donde hay muchas más editoriales grandes, además de Wizards of the Coast. Y mucha más gente aspirando para trabajar para empresas como esas. Pero lo que sí es una conversación que tuve con un socio hace poco. Para personas como nosotros, ser del promedio es un privilegio. Yo soy fan de autoexplotarme, pero también me he dado cuenta que tengo que autoexplotarme para ser mejor que muchos otros escritores. No es que lo sea actualmente, pero tengo que apuntar a eso para que me tomen en cuenta por sobre otras personas, porque a mí no me van a ver en Gamecom pronto. Porque si quieren versatilidad en voces, yo tengo que luchar para que no se me salga el dejo en un idioma que no es el mío. Porque contratarme oficialmente en empresas es más papeleo que contratar a una persona que está cerca tuyo. Porque yo no tengo la facilidad de mudarme al estado de Washington, como lo tendría otra persona. Entonces sí, o sea, es más esfuerzo. Y en eso consisten las brechas de privilegio. Tienes que trabajar el doble para alcanzar lo mismo.
Sí, eso lo sabemos todo, sí, completamente. Pero por eso digo que sí, nos ha abierto muchas puertas, sí. Ahora está bien que abran las puertas importantes.
Que continúen a lo importante, sí.
Ujú.
Así es. Bueno, como ya nos va quedando poquito tiempo.
Nos echan, chicos.
Nos echan.
quieren.
Sí quería comentar para alguien. Es decir, dentro de. Hay un poco ambas opiniones positivas y negativas, porque tampoco vamos a ser los más positivos del mundo, porque luego te llevas sorpresas. Pero si alguien que nos está escuchando, nos está viendo ahora, quisiera empezar un proyecto, en base a vuestra experiencia personal y a lo que habéis visto, ¿qué medios y qué ayudas le diríais que qué procesos podrían llevar para ser exitosos? Aparte,
bueno, mucho depende de...
por ejemplo, aparte de las plataformas de crowdfunding, que sí es verdad que han ayudado mucho, aunque con sus claroscuros, porque al final, antes en un inicio era bastante bueno la idea, porque era una ayuda. Ahora sí es verdad que es más el interés de vender mucho por allí, porque al final se llevan un gran porcentaje, entonces es más una plataforma de ventas más que de ayudas. Pero sí es verdad que a día de hoy es una forma de financiar sin arriesgarse muchísimo. Te arriesgas un poco, pero no muchísimo, ¿no? Entonces, partiendo de esa base.
Creo que mucho depende de cuál es tu definición de éxito ahí. O sea, si estás buscando lanzar un proyecto que se vea bonito y que personas que te importan lo disfruten, es una cosa. Otra cosa es que decidas abandonar tu carrera actual y mudarte completamente a la industria de juegos. Es algo diferente. Un tercer caso es moverte a la industria de juegos y ganar tanto como podrías haber ganado en tu carrera actual. Esa es otra cosa. De buenas a primeras no te vas a volver millonario con esto. Definitivamente, nadie lo es. A menos que seas CEO de una super empresa que crezca bastante, pero eso va a ser de acá a varios años. Pero lo que sí te puedo decir es que primero aprendas de otras culturas y aprendas de otros idiomas, que yo sé que suena un poco privilegiado, pero tienes que aprender a hablar inglés.
Sí. Sí.
Lo segundo es hazte alianzas. Mucha gente cree que empezando a escribir solo va poder florecer con eso, en realidad lanzar un buen producto en muchas de sus formas incluye una serie de disciplinas que solamente un escritor, que normalmente es por ahí donde quiere empezar, o un ilustrador, solito no va a poder cubrir. Necesitas conocer gente que te dé feedback, conocer gente que te dé consejos, con los cuales cooperar, hacer alianzas, que te ayuden con, ya sea escritura, ilustración, edición, venta, management, lo que sea, porque una sola persona no puede cubrir un proyecto completo. Tienes que conocer gente y en mi caso es gracias a la gente que he conocido que llegó al punto en el que estoy ahorita y que voy a poder seguir creciendo en lo que estoy haciendo. Bueno, esos son mis consejitos.
Sepi.
Yo la verdad es que siento que estoy apenas sujetándome a mi trabajo, así que no me siento muy capacitado para dar consejos. Pero en mi línea de trabajo, mi recomendación es lo que recomiendan todos, hacer tu oficio todos los días, suena como mal consejo decir autoexplotarse, pero hay que poner el extra, porque tú estás lejos, estás ahí con barrera de lenguaje, tienes que saber inglés, es absolutamente fundamental, y hacer amigos, esto parte con amistad, esto parte con un par de comentarios, con hacerte amigos de un par de trabajadores de allá, subes uno más, conoces a otro más por contactos, siempre tener una buena relación con todos los contactos que tengas. Aunque el trabajo haya sido malo, aunque el trabajo haya sido, siempre sé cordial y trata de expandir la gente que te conoce con la gente con la que te llevas bien. De esa manera las puertas se te van a abrir con el pasar del tiempo. Y eso es todo lo que tengo que decir.
Luis.
Yo. Me das de vuelta.
Reversal.
Pues un poco, si es verdad que lo que habéis dicho, si es verdad que entiendo que hay gente que se puede frustrar por el tema de no conseguir hacer contactos. Entonces tampoco hay que a lo mejor tirar hacia arriba, empezar dentro del círculo más cercano y ir haciendo poco a poco. Y si haces material, al principio a lo mejor no tienes que monetizarlo, tienes simplemente que sacarlo de forma gratuita. Eso significa que no tiene que estar de una calidad excepcional, pero sí por lo menos para que la gente a lo mejor te vaya conociendo. Y luego, una cosa muy importante que has dicho, Sepi, es siempre ser cordial. Es decir, yo, por ejemplo, siempre que he trabajado con gente, lo fundamental es siempre tener una buena relación con ellos. Es decir, no me gusta tener una relación profesional seca, que es muchas veces un poco lo que dice Antonio. Te escriben 2 emails, quiero esto, me lo das, te pago, fin. A mí me gusta tener un poco más de relación. Al final son proyectos personales, entonces quieres cierta que se involucren de cierta manera. Si no funciona por ninguna de las dos partes, pues bueno, pero sí me gusta eso siempre. Y que haya un buen trato entre todo el mundo, porque al final nunca sabes en un futuro si esa otra persona con la que has trabajado te la vas a volver a encontrar, que seguramente en esta industria va a pasar, porque es una industria bastante pequeña dentro de lo que es.
Tengo un tip más. Porque esta es una industria de arte y entretenimiento, así que vas a tener que lidiar con muchos egos, vas a tener que aprender a, digamos, tratar con diferentes tipos de personas, con sus diferentes sensibilidades, incluyendo con tu propio ego. Y tienes que aprender a ser humilde, a aceptar feedback, a siempre querer ser mejor. Y a ti, persona que estás viendo y que estás aspirando a entrar al mundo de rol, te aviso desde ahora que tu primer proyecto va a ser malísimo. Lo primero que escribas va a apestar completamente y ¿sabes qué? Eso está bien. Porque un año después, si sigues trabajando así duro para mejorar, vas a ver eso y decir, wow, qué mal que lo hice, pero eso es una muestra que has mejorado. Y eso va a ser una muestra de que lo siguiente que escribas va a ser mucho mejor y con mucho más orgullo lo puedes mostrar a otras personas. Así que sí, cuida esto, vas a tratar con muchos egos, aprende ya con eso, pero también chequea tu propio ego, porque aquí ningún artista es perfecto.
¿Y Antonio?
Yo diría, qué complicado. Lo que no se ha dicho, porque lo han dicho todos muy bien, es complicado, porque todo el mundo, de acuerdo con todo lo que ha dicho todo el mundo, lo que diría es, haz la paz contigo mismo, de que vas a tener que ser 10 veces mejor que los demás para llegar a lo que estás haciendo. Y cuanto antes aceptes eso, pues es lo que toca. Y ya está, es lo que toca. Y si quieres meterte en el tema, pues ahora, ya está. ¿Sabes lo que deciros? Acepta que va a ser el caso. Mi otra cosa sería, no, y lo veo muchísimo, esto de nadie me da una oportunidad, estoy aquí, nadie me da una oportunidad. Pues, Ana, pues date tú tu propia oportunidad. Empieza a hacer tu propia cosa. Yo mi primera cosa como medio profesional en el juego de rol fue hacer mi propio Kickstarter. No hagas eso cuando, o sea, ten cuidado con eso, porque lo que veo es que muchísima gente, o sea, en plan, me contacta, quiero hacer mi propio Kickstarter, tengo 20 followers en Twitter y no ha funcionado, y no entiendo por qué. Digo, pues fíjate, no sé, no tengo ningún, ¿sabes? Así que no sé, ¿sabes? Hazlo con cabeza.
Ser un poco
Sí,
realista.
Hay que ser realista.
sí, hazlo con cabeza, empieza a crear una audiencia, pero te puedes dar tú mismo tu propia oportunidad. A mí te puedo asegurar que para que nadie me ha dado una oportunidad. O sea, en el sentido de que nunca ha sido un momento de, cree en mí, y, o sea, y si te pasa, bien por ti, y qué suerte, y me alegro un montón. Pero en mi experiencia siempre ha venido de probar antes que puedes hacer el trabajo y 10 veces más que el trabajo para que te dejen hacer el trabajo. ¿Sabes lo que decir? Así que date tus propias oportunidades, lánzate tus propias cosas, pero sé consciente de que va a costar y eso. Así que si hay pasión, si hay ganas, ¿se puede llegar? Sí, perfectamente. Pero se llega con esfuerzo, se llega con ganas y se llega con mucha envidia de los demás. O sea, que si dices, pero aquí está este pavo que hace tal y le ha salido muy bien con solo eso. Digo, pues mira qué pena, ayudar a Jerusalén, ayudar a la llorería. Eso se lo cuentas a los amigos con las cañas y tú sigues y ya está. Así que no sé, no creo que dé muchas ganas lo que estoy diciendo, pero lo que diría es que es eso, que te puedes dar tus propias oportunidades, sí, que va a costar un montón, pero se puede hacer eso mismo. Así que no esperes a que te llame una empresa americana a contarte, digo, bueno, pues creo en tu visión, chaval, y aquí tienes todo el dinero del mundo para hacer tu propio juego, no va a pasar. Así que date tus propias oportunidades, crea una audiencia. Hoy en día crear en sin redes sociales me parece una imposibilidad, así que toca lo que toca y adelante, a tope.
Bájate Discord y es como dicen, la suerte solo llega a los que están listos para tomarla. Y para estar listos tienes que haber trabajado mucho antes.
Exacto. Bueno, se nos acaba el tiempo ya. Ya ha pasado volando. Hay cosas que, bueno, podríamos haber dicho más, pero bueno, para un futuro. Así que antes de decir adiós, que decir cada uno dónde os pueden encontrar, en redes o donde queráis decir. Menos vuestro domicilio, por favor. Donde queráis. Así que vamos, como en el orden en el que he presentado, Luigi, puedes empezar tú.
A ver, si hablas inglés me puedes encontrar en Twitter como @LuigiLisa. Ahí publico a veces mi proceso de diseño, publico, no sé, artes que me gustaron, las retuiteo. Siempre amenazo que voy a empezar a lanzar tearstraps, pero hasta ahora no lo cumplo. A ver si eventualmente lo hago. Y en Instagram, ya si no hablas inglés, solamente quieres saber mi vida diaria, pues me encuentras como @enteflotante. Y esos son mis dos redes principales. Y a ver si me acosas por ahí por Discord, seguro me encuentras en los servidores de Pathfinder Infinite, o uno de esos.
Antonio.
A mí me puedes encontrar en el parking, en las rendijas entre el frigorífico y la pared, con las migas en el suelo. Si no, puedes meterte en YouTube y poner Pointy Hat, y igual salgo yo. Pointy
Bueno,
Hat es sombrero
tú no
puntiagudo.
sale tu...
Sale un monstruo.
gorrito.
Es mi verdadera forma. Es un ente flotante, alguien podría decir. Pero sí, me puedes encontrar por Pointy Hat, si no me puedes llamar por mi nombre de artista. Como tengo un nombre muy largo, como tenemos todas las personas que estén mirando este chat, todos tenemos los nombres muy largos y les cuesta mucho pronunciarlo. Me puedes encontrar por Antonio de Mico en Twitter, Anto de Mico en Twitter, en todos los sitios. Así que muy fácil. Anto de Mico menos en YouTube, que es Pointy Hat.
Sepi.
Para mí, página principal es en Patreon, Chepi TS Rodríguez. Si quieres ver lo que hago, subo hartas cosas a Instagram en Chepi TS Rodríguez o Isometric Art. Y en Twitter estoy como TS Rodríguez 14.
Luego de todas formas las pondré, por si acaso.
Claro, porque lo más probable es que lo dije pésimo. Pero subo cosas casi diariamente de arte y cosas por el estilo. Así
Y un nivelazo.
Increíble, sí.
Yes, muchas gracias.
Bueno, y a mí en YouTube me pueden encontrar con +2 de Carisma. donde hago vídeos eso de contenido y demás. Y en Twitter como Tarot, aunque la gente dice Tarhot, pero la H no se pronuncia en español, pero bueno. Y ahí digo mis cosas. Cada vez más de rol. Sí, es la gente...
No era
¿Quién
Tarhot.
decía Tarhot?
Tarhot todo el
Yo
mundo,
decía
pero es Tarot. Pero
Yo
bueno,
decía Tarhot.
Fatal el branding. Fatal.
fatal. O sea, a ver,
Fatal
realmente
branding.
tendría que ser Tarot por un protagonista de una novela, pero ya estaba cogido, así que metí la H. Pero bueno. Y bueno, hasta aquí la charla. Muchísimas gracias por haber estado... Bueno, a los tres. Y a los que la vean en un futuro. Muchas gracias. Estaremos aquí en el chat para cualquier pregunta que queráis hacernos. Y nada, y os dejamos. Hasta un futuro. Adiós.
Hasta luego.
Whoa! What's all this? I was thinking I could play as an Eldamon trainer. It's one of the new classes from Roll for Combat's Battlezoo Eldamon book for Pathfinder in 5e. What the heck is an Eldamon? They're ancient elemental creatures. Like this cutie. This is Squirrel Ash, a fire Eldamon. There are over 160 different kinds.
No way. I've already got the adventure and all the encounters prepped. I'm not changing all that to add these things in.
You don't have to. The book has an easy random generation system, plus guidelines for how to integrate them into any setting, whether you want to tie them into the story or be completely hands-off.
Okay, but doing all that just for your class is ridiculous. What about the rest of the party?
They can befriend Eldamon too, and even duel each other for fun, but only the Eldamon trainer and elemental avatar classes can use Eldamon powers in combat.
Yeah, no. I'm not running PvP Eldamon battles on top of regular combat.
Oh, no, we can duel without you. You can take a break, get some food, kick back.
You said it's on Kickstarter? Hang on, I'm pledging right now.
Next up on Third Party Con, Roll for Combat goes over leveling up your crafting with the Battlezoo Bestiary monster part system.
Roll for Combat!
Hi everyone, welcome to our stream about the monster parts crafting system. So recently crafting has come into the zeitgeist due to the fact that Pathfinder 2nd Edition Treasure Vault came out with an alternate crafting system, which is still a crafting system that works for campaigns that have the expected amount of downtime in Pathfinder 2nd Edition. And some people were saying that they were hoping for a crafting system that would work with very low downtime or even no downtime at all. And so that went sort of, there were some streams about it. I think NoNat did a stream about it, and Rules Lawyer did a stream about it. And then the Pathfinder 2e subreddit had a lot of threads about it. So we decided that this would be a good time to make a video to talk about the monster parts crafting system from Battlezoo Bestiary and Battlezoo Bestiary Strange and Unusual, because that system has been out for over a year now, and it works with no downtime at all if you want it to. So it's exactly the kind of crafting system that you might be looking for if you want to really craft things, customize what you're building, and do it without downtime, as opposed to the sort of downtime-based version where you can also make money off of it.
So one thing I wanted to mention right up on front is that this system has been battle tested. We've been using it in several of our games. Podcast people have been using it, like 25 North. Other people have given us feedback. And I have to say that when I first approached Mark about this system, which is basically Monster Hunter, where I said, hey, could we take monsters, kill them, or get parts donated from monsters, and then use those parts to create weapons and armor and gear and magic potions and pretty much anything you want. And not only did he say yes, but we figured out multiple variants so you can use it in your game the way you want. We figured out a way that'll work with any monster. That's right. You have a homebrew monster, it works. Unlike other systems, some of them are out there where you actually have to hunt a specific monster and then make specific gear from that monster. No, you can hunt anything, any monster, including your own, and then you can make anything. On top of that, not only can you make anything, but we have expanded the system and have added thousands of new possibilities to make your gear so custom that no one will have the same gear. Basically, think of it as character building, but for your gear. So, this sounds...
it's like leveling up for your gear.
Yes.
Because you put in monster parts, and if you think of the monster parts as kind of like the XP for your gear, when you hit enough monster parts, it levels up and gains potentially new abilities at certain levels.
So let's quickly talk about the monster parts system. Dun, dun, dun. So the monster parts system is a system that you can find in Battlezoo Bestiary and the new upcoming Battlezoo Bestiary Strange and Unusual. You can get that at battlezoo.com. It is for both Pathfinder and 5e, and we are going to explain both systems in this video. We're going to actually show you how it works for 5e, and we're going to show you how it works for Pathfinder. They are similar, but yet different. And the cool thing about it is that so many people are using this system that if you have any questions, you can just go to the Roll for Combat Discord channel. Someone actually yesterday had a whole list of questions, and one of our best helpers came along and answered them right away. So you have plenty of opportunity to ask questions and get things verified and clarified, both by myself or Mark or one of the people who have been using the system. Now, one of the big things when it comes to crafting systems is people worry about how hard they are to use. Let me show you how easy the monster part system is. Here it is. Here's the quick start guide for PCs. It's just 4 steps. What are the steps, Mark?
Sure, let's go into the steps. And I'm going to be honest with everyone who is watching this. It is definitely somewhat harder than not having a crafting system to use this crafting system. Because, of course, it is. You're keeping track of monster parts. It's more complicated than just being like throw in the gold and now you have bought the item. But it's not as complicated as you might think, like Steven said, because it has these 4 simple steps. Step 1, slay monsters. Okay, so this part you already know. You don't even have to kill the monsters. If you befriend monsters, they can gift you parts that are infused with even more power than you would get from just killing the monsters. And you can do the same thing that way. Step 1 is just what you would have done anyway if you aren't using the monster part system. Then step 2 is gather ingredients. This is the first part where we kind of change what you're doing. And for gather ingredients, you just kind of spend some time after an encounter. It's not very much time. And you get some monster parts. These monster parts can be used in the later 2 steps. And basically, I've done the math many times, as Steven alluded to earlier on. So that no matter how much you want monster parts to be part of your game, whether you want it to be the entire item economy or just a tiny thing that people use a little bit, I have done multiple revamps of the entire economy that give you tables that will cover you no matter what you want to do for gathering. So gathering is you kind of get the value. We mentioned earlier that monster parts are kind of like the XP your item is used to level up. So you get the value that you can use toward the XP. Then there is step 3, which is refine the item. Refining an item is basically leveling up your item by putting monster parts into it. Now, why is this a light or a low or no downtime version of crafting? It's because you are generally assumed to be doing this just as you're adventuring. So basically during your daily preparations the next day after you get the parts, you get the benefit for refining. So like at the end of the day, or even on the spot, you kind of put the items into your weapon. You put the monster parts into your weapon or armor. And then the next day during your daily preparations, the effects are just there. You don't need to spend 4 days of downtime or 6 days of downtime or any amount of downtime to do that. Now, as you level up and refine your item, it gains more abilities and its item level goes up. But that's not all, because if that was the case, then we wouldn't have thousands of permutations like Steven said that we did. We would just be like, oh, well, we've got level 1 to 20 for swords and that's it. That's where imbuing items comes in. Imbuing items, think of that if you're familiar with Pathfinder 2nd Edition, is like the rune system, except for more customizable. And so once you've leveled up an item, you can also imbue the item up to the same level that the item's level has been refined to. So you can imbue fire into your weapon, and let's say your weapon is level 8 because you refined it, you can imbue fire from all the way up to level 8 to any amount based on how many fire parts you put into the item. That'll give extra special properties. And when you combine all of those special abilities, that's where you get what Steven was saying with thousands of different possibilities, because you could imbue fire might, which is like extra fire damage, and fire magic, which is fire spells, and then electricity technique, which is like weird special electricity effects. And so when you combine how many of those there are, and you just kind of multiply by the fact that you can eventually get up to 3 imbued properties, just like eventually you can get up to 3 runes on a weapon or armor, then you can see that there wind up being thousands of possible combinations.
So real quick, I'm going to go through this even faster than Mark. He gave us the long explanation. First step, you slay the monsters, or you get parts from them. Step 2, you literally gather the ingredients. You literally just say, I'm doing it, and then you're going to get a certain amount of monster parts, and they're going to be worth certain amounts of gold. You need certain amounts of monster parts to make certain types of gear. Then step 3, here's the biggest one, refining an item, which is basically crafting. Let me tell you how easy it is. This is how we do it in our games. You say, you know what, Steve? I want to make a +2 longsword. I say, okay. You refine the item, you make it, you go to sleep, you wake up, you have a +1 longsword. That's it. That is how the crafting works. You don't have to wait 4 days. You don't have to make rolls. You don't have to do anything. You basically are just using your monster parts and you get the item. Now let's say you say, hey, Steve, I want to go to sleep and I want to make a +1 flaming longsword with fire might damage. I say, okay, you go to sleep. You wake up the next morning. You have a +1 flaming might longsword. That's it. That's how fast crafting is. And trust me, it works great. But you're saying to me, hey, I'm the GM. How does the system work for me? Well, guess what? We got a quick start crafting guide for GMs. And I'm going to go through this real quick so we don't run out of time. First, we have step 1, is that you choose the variant. Mark came up with multiple variants, whether you want light, medium, or full, which is basically, do you just want to have a little bit of monster parts in your game? Imagine you're a GM and you really don't want monster parts, but 1 or 2 of your players do. So you can have a light variant where you could just have some monster parts in your game, but you could pretty much just use what a pre-written adventure has, and it doesn't require that much, work from you. You have a hybrid, which is the most popular one, which is where you can keep magic items like potions or specific magic items like boots abounding, things like that. But when it comes to weapons, armor, gear, that is all being crafted by you. So it's a combination of found magic items and potions that you still find in the world, and then crafting your own gear. The last one is the full variant, where you can just do anything, and every single thing is crafted by you. And that is probably the most complex option. Next, you determine monster parts as treasure. And the monster parts is pretty much the variant we talked about, which is how are you going to be making monsters and how much treasure you're going to get from each one. We'll go through that in more detail. Step 3, communicate with your players. Everyone agrees how this is going to work out and how you're going to be using your monster parts. And then step 4, play the game. That's how easy it is. It's a very, very simple system. So let's go through these variants we talked about. So there are 3 variants for Pathfinder 2nd Edition, the light, hybrid, and full. I actually explained those already. And then there's 2 5e variants called Commerce and Dabbler. Do you want to quickly explain those,
Sure.
Mark?
So Dabbler is kind of like the light variant for PF2, where you are only doing a little bit of monster parts, so you get less value out of it. Commerce is one where you're allowed to use a monster parts as like a commodity with buying and selling, which normally in PF2 just entirely, unless you're just trading with someone. And in 5e by default, you don't use them as an economy for like gold pieces. So that's what the commerce variant is.
So let's get to the very first step, is gathering ingredients. So gathering ingredients is, well, you fight a monster, and then depending on what the monster was made out of, you will get various ingredients. Now, what happens is that after you defeat a monster, you will get certain types of ingredients. Some examples are, if the monster is made out of, I don't know, like very strong gelatinous armor, then you can probably get ingredients to make medium or heavy armor. However, if you have something that you have a monster that's sort of, I don't know, doesn't really have like a hide, it really has maybe like fur, then you can get ingredients to make light or medium armor instead, or maybe just light armor. So the monster does determine the type of parts you can create. Now, it's not that restrictive. We have even a variant called the wild variant, where you could just use any monster parts and just make wild, crazy items. But it does become a little bit more realistic in the fact that, like, if the monster has bludgeoning attacks, then you can only make bludgeoning weapons. If the monster has piercing attacks, then you can really only use its part to make piercing weapons. Now, very important, this is completely optional. We have all the rules and how to use the monster parts, and if you want to get this detailed and sort of even come up with ways for people to look for specific monsters to get specific parts to make specific weapons, you can do that in our game. And in your game, we explain it in the rules and in Battlezoo Bestiary exactly how this works, and we give a list of every single monster in the Battlezoo Bestiary and what parts come from each monster. But you don't have to do this. It's your game. You can just say, you just get parts, and I just want to make this simple, and then you just use them as is. So that's something to keep in mind. Now, what do you do with these parts once you get them? Well, this is the tables. Now, don't worry, you don't need to read these. I just put them up as an example to show you the 3 different variants. We have a light variant, a hybrid, and then a full, and then we have it both by party treasure by level, which is a little bit more accurate, and Mark likes it that way, or you have monster parts gained per monster. And you don't have to look at it that closely, but basically, every single time you defeat a monster, you will get a certain amount of monster parts based on the creature. So for example, if you're using the hybrid variant and you're using just the monster parts gained per monster and you defeat a level 1 monster, you will get 7 gold pieces worth of monster parts. If you defeat a level 5 monster, you get, it's hard for me to read, 40, I believe, gold pieces.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yes, and so forth.
Honestly, Steven's right that that the one that is more accurate is the by level, but I am delighted to tell you that the one that's per monster is much easier to use and is pretty close, unless you just are drastically doing a game where you only fight monsters that are way above your level and solos, or you're only fighting hordes of really low level monsters. It'll probably average out to about right in Pathfinder 2nd. If you're in 5e, we'll get to that, but there is no way to do it per monster because of the way 5e builds encounters, which is a little sad, but it is awesome that it is going to be very close if you do it per monster there.
So I will say there is a little bit of paperwork involved in the sense that no more than you keeping track of gold. And what I like to do is I just usually have a little spreadsheet and I just keep track of the monsters and then just keep track of what you gathered from it. And that's it. And you can then worry about exactly, if you're going to use a very detail oriented, you can then ask the GM, like, what did we get from this monster? You don't have to do rolls. You don't have to do anything crazy. They'll just tell you, oh, you have ingredients for light armor and heavy armor. And because it was a fire demon, you can now make weapons and armor with fire on it, or just weapons with fire on it. And you also have piercing and slashing. And that's it. I'm just making that up off the top of my head.
So if you're worried about having a spreadsheet with 100 different types of monster parts, you don't have to worry about that.
Right.
That's actually part of the reason why it gets applied right away and the effect comes the next day with no downtime, is to encourage you to not have to do bookkeeping. You could just put them in immediately, and they're very heavy. So you probably should. And so, because unless you have like tons of portable holes and bags of holding just to carry these monster parts, you're just heavily encouraged to apply them right away. And this is mostly because it makes it so that it's simpler to use and you don't have bookkeeping and analysis paralysis where you have like a giant list of thousands of different monsters you've gathered and all the possible things they can be used for. So once you know, like Steven said, oh, I want to put this into my +2 sword, then that's it. You don't have to do anything else.
So, by the way, that's the way you can do it, is that we designed the system so that you can literally kill a monster. I'm using the word kill. You don't always have to kill them. I'm going to say kill. You kill a monster and you say, you know what? I'm going to use the piercing bones that I just found, and I'm going to apply that to my weapon right now. And you say, okay, and that's it. You just do it. And then your monster, the gold pieces are basically experience points for your weapons and gear. Now, this is why I say when you start using the system, I haven't seen players' faces light up like this. The last time I saw this was when they first started to play the Dungeons and Dragons or Pathfinder, because it's like, oh my god, I can level up my weapons and gear and I put experience points into them. It's like a whole new world has opened up. It's like, oh my god, it's so much fun, because then now you're leveling up and keeping experience points for your weapons. Now again, it sounds like, oh my god, it's so much work. It's not that much work, because most people, they don't have 20 weapons and 20 pieces of gear. They have 1 or 2 weapons and 1 or 2 pieces of gear. And you know, we have people that are up to level 14 and they still only have like 5 pieces of gear that they're using. So this is not that complex. It's not, oh my god, I have to keep track of this. It's not hard, trust me. So it is so much fun to actually add gear to your weapon and see it get more powerful and start leveling up, because
you get
gear
really invested into it and the story of the item, because now this is not just some sword you found. It's like the sword made of a Tyrannosaurus's tooth.
Yes. So
you can just really picture it.
Yeah. Now
and it's a T-Rex you fought, and you'll remember that battle when you use your sword.
And we have a whole section on how to even name your weapons and gear. So it's like, how do you name your gear as you start defeating monsters? And we have a whole section on that. Now,
so this is the 5e table.
This is the 5e
Steven
table.
has shifted over to. As I mentioned, you can't do it per creature, unfortunately, because in the way the CR system works in 5e, there is not a scaling way that this would work out, because the value of the items you're supposed to find at, like, say, level 16 are about 100 times as much as at level 5 or 6. But an encounter might be 3 of the monster that you fought at level 5 or 6. And obviously, 3 and 100 are very far off. So the only way to do it in 5e is per encounter or per level, because if you try to do it per monster, you can have it, like I just showed, be off by like times 30 of the value that you would expect. And that's okay. It's actually not too hard to do it per encounter. Just like very easy to do it per monster. And so it works out either way.
So as Mark said, because the economy is a little weird in 5e, this took a little bit of work, but this does work. And from what I've been hearing from people using it is that they're very happy with it, that it matches up. And again, you can play this however you want. If you just want to say, my gear, I'm level 6, and I just want to make level 6 gear, so be it. The system is very flexible, and it's really just designed, as long as your gear doesn't go above you in power, the system will work. And we have lots of variants within the book about the system so that you can just use it in your game however you want. Really, what we want is we just want you to use monster parts to create your gear and have a lot of cool flavor for your gear. So that's really the main part and the main takeaway. So next, we have refining. So refining is, well, what we just talked about, actually gathering the parts and putting it onto your gear.
That's the leveling up part.
That's the leveling part. So let's talk about that. I'm going to show you some tables. So on the left side, we have 2 tables, or actually 4 tables for Pathfinder 2nd Edition. And then on the right side, we have the same table for 5e, because it works a little different. So on the left side, you'll see we have 2 charts. We have refinement costs for weapons and armor, and then we refinement costs for shields, perception items, and skill items. So right now, the monster part system allows you to build, I mean, you can build anything, but we have actually specific rules for weapons, armor, shields, which has their own rules, perception items. That's right, perception items have their own rules. And yeah, that's probably, by the way, the very first thing everyone builds in Pathfinder 2nd Edition is an item that gives you +1 to your perception. Right away. That's the first thing everyone builds. And then, of course, skill items, which is what allows you to, you know, go up in your skills. Now, if you're wondering, is this breaking Pathfinder 2nd Edition? The answer is no, because we're using the exact same tables and the exact same math and the exact same progression system that's already in Pathfinder. It's no different. You're not getting anything earlier in our system that you would have gotten if you're using the core Pathfinder 2nd Edition rules.
But there's more granularity.
A lot more granularity.
So you can get more effects at different levels along the way.
Right. You can start getting things, I think at level 1. You can get I think you can get a perception.
Well, you can't get a +1 bonus for anything at level 1, but you can make the item level 1, which will have some small amounts of benefit for you.
Right. But
the reason why if you're wondering why are the 5e tables like only have 4 lines and the ones in PF2 have a lot of lines, it's because there's not that many breakpoints where anything actually improves in the 5e version, whereas in PF2 raising the level of an item automatically raises its DCs and its effectiveness in certain ways, how hard it is to counteract it. So it actually matters even if you don't get like a new plus that you leveled up the item, because the DCs of its spells go up when you do that.
So yeah, in fact, it's level 3 is when you can first get a +1 perception to...
Or level 2 for a +1 weapon.
Or level 2 for a +1 weapon. So how does this work? Well, you can see the chart is how much does it cost to level up your gear. As you can see, weapons and armor have a slightly higher cost than shields, perception items, and skill items. Again, this is using the same math as what's in Pathfinder 2nd Edition.
That's right. The reason why, in short, is that shields and perception items and skill items, when you add all of their bells and whistles to them, which we would have as imbued properties, are supposed to cost as much as an item of their level. Whereas weapons and armor cost as much as an item of the max item of their level on their own. And if you add runes to it, they cost more. And so that's why, that's exactly the same reason why this happens here.
Now, as you can see, how does this work? Well, I'm going to use the weapon. So when the weapon becomes level 2, you automatically get a +1 to your attack rolls, and you get the ability to then imbue the item and give it cool powers, which we're going to talk about in a second. When it gets to level 4, you automatically get striking added to your weapon. So it's really no different than the runic system, but instead of paying money for runes, you're actually putting money into the weapon and actually leveling it up. And then it automatically will get the +1 to attack or the +1 striking and so forth. And as you can see, it uses the same exact table. At 10th level, you get +2 to your rolls, and you get a second rune or second imbuement. At 12, you get greater striking. At level 16, you get +3, and you can then imbue a third property into your weapon. And then finally, at level 19, you get major striking. So you, by leveling up your weapon, instead of going out and saying, okay, I got my cool weapon. Okay, I go buy a +1 rune, and I add it to my weapon. Cool. Here, you're like, I'm just adding cool stuff to my weapon, and now I built it and made so many cool things that it's now +1.
And you don't have to spend your downtime. You don't have to have downtime.
Nope.
It just
happens
for the next day.
Yep. I like to do it at night. Actually, it's been kind of a ritual with our games, is that it actually also helps a lot, because often when we have these, like, okay, I just sleep and I recharge. And then usually what ends up happening is the only people that have something to do are the spellcasters, because they got to figure out what they're doing the next day with their spells. Well, guess what? The people who have a lot of gears, those are usually the melee people. And now they have something to do as well. So meanwhile, while the spellcasters, and plus they get stuff too, spellcasters are figuring out their spells, the fighters are figuring out how they're going to be adding to their armor and their gear, and what properties they're going to give their gear, what new cool properties. So everyone has something to do before they go to sleep at night, and I find it's just a lot more fun and satisfying, because now there's no downtime in the actual game for anyone. It's really, really fun. Now, how does it work for 5e? Because it's a slightly different system, but pretty much the same.
It's pretty darn similar. The difference is that they don't have item levels. They just have common, uncommon, rare, very rare, legendary. So it's the same thing, but there are fewer breakpoints, basically. You still put in the parts, it still kind of levels up the item.
Now, a lot of people use automatic progression. So how would the system work if you're using automatic?
We have a sidebar for that. We have a sidebar for everything, because like I wrote a lot of those variants, like automatic progression. I thought about that. So you can... we just have a sidebar explaining it. I think you can decide what you're going to do. You can just have the refining happen automatically, and you just put in the imbued properties or whatever you want. You can combine automatic progression with monster parts to if you didn't want it to be automatic, but you just don't like that it's items and not in a person, to like imbue the monster parts or eat them yourself, and then that causes you to gain the automatic progression. We even published something similar to that, where a dragon can make a horde out of parts or just items like art objects of a certain value to gain monster part system or automatic bonus progression abilities.
Okay. So now, after you have your gear leveled up, imbuing. Now this is where things get crazy, because now you can start adding. Oh boy, there's a lot of cool things you can start adding to your gear.
Oh yes.
Oh yes. Now I won't show all the tables because there's pages and pages and pages of tables, but once you have a gear leveled up to a certain item, so in this case a sword, +1 sword, you can now add an imbuement property. Now, imbuement properties are very similar to runes that you have in Pathfinder 2nd Edition. You could add things like frost or electricity damage or fire and so forth. But we have way more options. I think the fire rune, you only get like 2. I think it's like 2 or 3. It's like level 8.
What? The fire rune, you mean in Pathfinder 2nd Edition? There's
right.
Flaming and Greater Flaming.
Yep,
so
that's it.
There's basically 2 breakpoints.
That's it.
We have more like 8 for Flaming Might, which is the most similar to Fire Bite, the most similar to Flaming, and then we have Fire Technique and Fire Magic, so it's roughly like 12 times as much stuff for fire.
I just counted. I think we have 25 options.
Oh, I was close when I said 24.
For fire, just
12 and a half times as many.
Just fire, 25 options. So you can use the runic property and get 2, or use ours and get 25. And you can mix and match. So you can go crazy. And
you can be like Fire Might, but electric technique and cold magic, or you can go all 3 fire, which you can't really do in Pathfinder 2 basic rune system. You couldn't be like, I want 3 flaming runes. But here you could go Fire Might, Fire Technique, and Fire Magic to make like the meteor sword of all the fire that you can possibly have.
So this is the cost, and it works exactly the same way. So imbuement's a little bit trickier, is that you actually have to fight and kill monsters that have imbuement properties. For example, fire requires you to kill a monster that has the fire trait or an attack or a spell that deals fire damage. So as long as you defeat a monster that has fire in it of some sort, you can then apply fire to your weapon, and obviously electricity and so forth. Now, again, if you don't want to do this, and if it's too much bookkeeping, you don't need to do this. This is for people who really like to have, very realistic, immersive experience, and we have all the rules and how this works. You don't have to do it, okay? This is totally up to you. But you do have to invest into your item and pay a cost in monster parts to actually then get that imbuement activated. The cool thing is that if you want to actually add Fire Might, which doesn't start to level 4, you can start right away. So you can start putting fire onto your sword at level 1, level 2, and level 3. And your sword is fiery and on fire. It just doesn't do anything special yet. But then level 4, it activates. And now suddenly you have Fire Might damage, which we'll get into a second, and now it works, and you actually start using it. So
it's a very small amount of damage at level 4, as you might expect, since in Pathfinder 2nd Edition Basic, to get the 1d6 fire damage, you normally need a level 8 rune.
But the point is that you don't need to wait. You don't have to wait to start imbuing. You can start imbuing and adding things to your weapons and gear right away. And the reason for that is that no downtime. This way you don't have to sit here and holding all your weapons and figuring it out. You just use it. You can just literally, I defeated a fire demon. All right, I literally take the gear and imbue it into my sword right then and there. And then voila, and just keep track of it. And again, it works very similar for 5e, except there's 6 different imbuements that you can put on your gear. It's a little different in that system. So let's look at an example. I keep saying fire, and the reason is because, ta-da, we're looking at fire. So here is a fire imbuement. We got a lot of these tables in Battlezoo Bestiary, and a lot of people I see are asking, are there new tables and new imbuements and new rules for Battlezoo Bestiary Strange and Unusual? And the answer is yes. We have a lot of new rules. We have new imbuements, and I believe we have stabs now, right, Mark? That you have...
We've well, you gave it away, but yes, well, we might as well give it away. There's one new refinement path for staves, and then there are several new imbued properties that can let you do things. So, actually, you know what? We might as well we might as well give away a little bit, right? So we told people that we have staves. Let me tell you, if you're watching this and you're like, "Oh, fire," well, I already know that because I already have this. So we told people we were going to add for every Eldamon element that currently exists an imbued property, and so we did. The ones that are missing, just in case you're like, wait, which ones aren't in the first book, are air, darkness, earth, I think are the ones that are missing, and water. Yeah. So, but then we also added a few more fun ones. Oh yeah, light also wasn't in the first one. We added
wood, water, and wood.
Oh, wood was the other one that wasn't in. So those are the ones we added to hit the elements. We have elongating, so it can become super extra ridiculously long. And we have throwing, which people had wanted something like returning, but let's just say that it starts out kind of like returning, but then it quickly escalates to adding to your range increments and having the weapon like bounce off of enemies instead of coming back to you, so that you don't have to worry about cover and distance, and having it like spin and make splash shockwaves, and having an activation once per day where it will just hit everybody that's near you, and all sorts of situations. So there's a lot of fun things that we're gonna have for Strange and Unusual to expand the system.
And I really want to emphasize this. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. This system works with anything, okay? You can use our monsters from the RPG Superstar and Battlezoo Bestiary, but you can use your own it doesn't matter. It works with any monster, anything, okay? It just works. And you can figure out, because as you can see here, each part, whenever you're doing imbuement, and even when you're making items, has what type of parts do you need. So if you look here in the stat block, you can see that it's fire, it's evocation, it's fire, it's magical. It works only on weapons. And then the parts, that has to come from a monster that has a fire trait and an attacker spell. That's it.
Or an attacker spell that deals fire damage.
That deals fire damage. That's it. You can figure that out. You don't need us to tell you how that works, okay? And if you do, well, there's a lot of people who will help you at the Roll for Combat Discord. So you can have your own homebrewed monsters, and it's like, if it has fire, it works.
So if you want to make an elemental trash fire, like in Strange Battlezoo Bestiary, Strange and Unusual, that's a new monster that is a living trash fire, then you can. Yeah. And in fact, it will automatically be capable of giving parts for your fire item, and now you've imbued your sword with a trash fire.
Yep.
I'm not sure if that's a good idea, but you can, and it sort of automatically works.
Now, again, in our book, we actually do break out every monster with the parts just to make it a little easier for you. And actually, in the Jewel of Indigo Isles Adventure Path, which comes out any day now, it's fully done, believe it or not. I'm just doing a final last pass, and that will finally be out. But that is actually built for the monster part system, and every single creature has monster parts. And if you're not using the monster part system, we have a treasure mapping that will allow you to just use standard Pathfinder or 5e treasure drops, and then just use it that way. So we have both options built into our own products. But again, can't emphasize this enough. This works with any system. It'll work with any monster. So let's just break this out. The first thing you're going to notice is that there's 3 paths. So you can decide, do I want to go magic? Do I want to go might, or I want to go technique? Now, not every item has all 3 paths, but most do. And you can guess what each of these does just by reading it. I've left this up on the screen for a while so people can get an idea how this works. Magic gives you magical properties. And no, you don't need to actually you don't need to have the ability to cast these spells to use these spells. Okay, that's the cool thing. Suddenly you can be a fighter that can cast fireball and because it comes out of your weapon. if you want, you could also go down might. Might is going to look pretty familiar because it's the same as the runic properties, only it's a little bit more granular. And then finally...
It goes up to 11.
It goes up to 11. And then we have technique. Now, technique mostly deals with persistent damage or additional damage.
Or like weird debuffs.
Yeah, weird debuffs.
Both.
Or both. We basically went the traditional triad of magic, fighter, thief. So if you want to think of it that way, these are the 3 different options. Now, how it works? Well, you can see it's very simple. Fusing magic when you get to the 2nd level. Well, now you can cast Produce Flame as a cantrip. That's it. Now you can cast Produce Flame.
Your weapon does it even.
Yeah, you don't even do it, you do it. And that's kind of cool. You just hold it up. It's like, I cast Produce Flame. And then you have a cantrip coming out. How useful is that if you're a fighter? And suddenly you have a ranged attack, and it doesn't have to be a bow or something. A bow or something. 4th level, you can cast Burning Hands. At 6th level, it's Burning Hands up to 2nd level. 8th level, you get Flaming Sphere and Fireball once per day. How about that? But you can no longer cast Burning Hands. At 10th level, you get Strikes with the weapon. Now, deal fire damage as well. So you get a little bit of both. Eventually, you get Fireball, and it goes all the way up to 20th, where you get Meteor Swarm once per day.
Yes, that's why I called the one that has all 3 of these on the same weapon, the Meteor Blade.
How does that work, Mark? If you wanted to have might and technique and magic,
you can.
Can you?
Yes.
Yes.
You are allowed to.
You can go crazy.
But you need to have 3 imbued slots, which means it needs to be a pretty high level weapon.
19.
But you could. You could have 16. Like a weapon that's so full of monster parts that it's a 20th level weapon with 20th in all 3 imbued properties. And if you did, it would have all those spells. All the additional fire damage would be cumulative. So that means that you would add like what is it? 1d6 plus 1d8 plus 1 additional fire damage. You'd have a huge amount of additional persistent fire damage. On a crit, you would get an even huger amount of persistent fire damage that also is all cumulative. And foes that are adjacent to the foe could be set on fire.
And as you can see
you're level
here,
20, and so you just spread a fire with the level 20 ability. It's basically like a living inferno if you have all of them.
So as you can see here with the might, level 8, I think, is exactly the same as what you would get if you had the level 8 fire rune.
Correct.
It's exactly the same. There's no difference. But what is nice here, and if you want, by the way, you could just use these as runes if you really wanted to. If you just said, you know what, I just want to use the system, I like this imbuement property, it uses the same math, and you can just say, I'm just going to use an imbuement system and just make new runes. You can do that too. Again, there's lots of ways to use the system. Now it starts at level 4. Now you only do 1 additional fire damage, but that actually can help out more than you think, because if something is weak to fire, suddenly
like a troll, you're going to want that 1 additional.
Oh, that 1 fire damage suddenly is very, very good on your weapon. And then obviously it goes up to 1d4, then 1d6, and so forth. So it works just like the fire rune, only in this case it's way more granular. And then finally technique, persistent damage, and then lots of weird stuff. It just does a lot of weird stuff. And now as for how many different types of properties we have, I'm just going to read them off because I didn't have time to put them all in. We have, and this is for Pathfinder, we have acid, we have bane, we have chaotic, charisma is for your items, cold, constitution, dexterity, electricity, energy resistant, evil, fire, force, fortification, good, intelligence, lawful, mental, negative, poison, positive, sensory, sonic, spell, strength, sturdy, wild, winged, wisdom. That is a lot. And all of those have various options depending on the level. So you can see this is quite a system. And you can mix and match it. So if you wanted to have magic poison with mental technique and negative might, you can. You could just get all of that on your 1 weapon. So that is pretty crazy. Now 5e, how does it work for 5e? It's very similar. We actually have a nice little chart here that shows you all the different variants.
That's right. You can get a little bit fewer imbued properties because a 5e, the baseline of how many things will be on your 5e weapon is lower than the baseline in Pathfinder 2nd for what you would expect to get on your weapon. But also some of the properties can do some pretty wild things in 5e, so it works out pretty well for both systems.
Yeah, they have things like hand wraps and focus items. So this is built specifically for 5e in mind.
Now, 5e normally doesn't have hand wraps, and so monks can have serious issues in 5e normally. And this system will help you if you're a monk and you want to not have serious issues.
That's right. It works on armors, bracers, focus, and shields. I believe, right, we added hand wraps because when we did testing, is that we felt like some people were left out, like the monks. And we were like, hey, let's figure out what can we add to our system that fills holes in 5e. So not only can you use this cool system, but suddenly classes that were not getting cool magic items now can get cool magic items. So that's something else that we added to the 5e atmosphere. So let's get into exactly how it works. Here is what the table looks like for 5e. It's a little different. We have the different paths, but in this case, you actually have the imbuements, and there's always 6 imbuements, and the imbuements occur at different levels. So it's not exactly the same as Pathfinder, because Pathfinder, you actually get imbuements per level. Here, you actually get imbuement levels, and then as you go up in the imbuement level, you get this new abilities. So this is how fire would work for 5e. As you can see, it's a lot larger. It's a lot longer in some of the cases. For example,
mainly the technique is longer.
Yeah,
the
technique.
might and magic, if anything, are shorter. But the technique has to have super long descriptions in 5e because of just sort of the way that default text works in 5e for doing special abilities.
Yep. So we still have about 10 minutes left. So if anyone has some general questions, and those of you who are watching this at Third Party Con, we have been streaming this live to our audience at rollforcombat.com. So I just wanted to see if anyone has specific questions about the system that we can answer. Now is the time to ask those questions. And the final thing I'll probably say is, where can you get all of this? Well, ta-da! You can get this in Battlezoo Bestiary, and that's out now. The Battlezoo Bestiary has been out for over a year. You get this at battlezoo.com. And people are asking, is this out for VTTs? Yes, it is out for Roll20. You can get it for Roll20. You can get it for Foundry. And we have one of the books out for Fantasy Ground, and I believe the other one is being worked on still. As for Battlezoo Bestiary Strange and Unusual, that's the new book that's coming out hopefully in March for Pathfinder 2nd edition, and then shortly after, probably April for 5e. So the Battlezoo Bestiary Strange and Unusual will have new monsters. It'll have the expanded rules we just talked about for monster parts. And I didn't even get into it, but we even have new archetypes and subclasses that use the monster parts system, including the Monster Mage and the Vestige Hunter. Do you want to talk about them and then talk a little bit about Zan, Mark, since you wrote them?
I mean, sure. They are not really super connected to needing to use the monster part system, but they have the same kind of theme to it for a character who wants to collect things from monsters. So the Monster Mage is kind of like Final Fantasy Blue Mage in that you learn your spells from monsters. So if you beat a monster that had Fireball, now you can take a token from it, then gain Fireball. It doesn't make you lose any monster parts for the monster part system, so it synergizes. The Vestige Hunter takes vestiges or echoes of the sort of epic battles they have with their opposition and transforms them into these vestiges they use in their gear, or potentially you can reflavor it to like into your body, so that they have like a shield with a dragon's head on it that can breathe fire, or like they gain a vestige that lets them like grab someone and constrict them. Yeah, because tentacle from the Kraken they defeated constricts their opponent.
If you look real closely at the cover for Battlezoo Bestiary, the woman in blue, that's That's Zara, and she is the monster mage, and she's using monster parts to cast some lightning. But off in the back, you see Kruger, and Kruger has a shield, and on his shield is the head of a red dragon that is breathing fire, and then he's also using the wings from, I think, a drake that he's using to fly. So he literally takes monster parts and then crafts it onto his gear to, well, use them in his own way. And then we have the brand new ancestry for Strange and Unusual, where, well, it's a little bit of both, where you actually become a monster if you want.
Yep. So Zan is the iconic for it. That's why Steven said talk about Zan. It's the aberrant soul, where aberration power is sort of inside of you, and you're slowly transforming into an aberration, and you gain special abilities based on that. But at what cost?
At what cost? Well, you start becoming part monster, so maybe you get a little too part monster. I don't know. Anyhow, we do have a couple of very quick questions. We said, do you have to constantly get more and more parts to keep your weapon up to your level, or is it automatic?
You do have to keep getting more parts to level it up. Think of the parts as like the XP for your items.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can decide which items to apply it to. Now, that being said, we obviously, and the Pathfinder economy and the 5e economy, even more than that, we do not assume that you have enough parts to get all of the items you've ever owned up to your level, including with all the maximum imbued properties, because Pathfinder 2 doesn't drop enough money to have a 20th level weapon with 3 20th level runes. Not that there even are 3 20th level runes in Pathfinder 2, but and then a 20th level armor with 3 20th level runes and a 20th level skill item with a 20th level property, and et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't drop enough money for that per character. So the expectation is not that all of your items will be always to the maximum they could possibly be, but instead that you will use the parts, and sort of that's the customization. One of the parts Steven was talking about, you decide where your priorities lie, and that's the ones you want to upgrade first. And so you probably won't end the game with a 20th level weapon with 3 20th level runes, a 20th level armor with 3 20th level runes. In fact, if you do, then your weapon and armor are definitely stronger than a Pathfinder 2nd edition characters would be, just because there aren't 3 20th level runes to put into them. But you also spent way more money than they did, so they probably have a lot of other items that you don't have.
We have another question, is that if you had fire and ice, are you limited to 3 categories, or would you cap at 6 categories? Seems OP.
You're limited to 3 total categories, and
Right.
you can decide whether they're within the same property or different paths, or whether they go to another. So you could do all 3 fire, you could do 1 fire, 1 ice, 1 lightning.
Right.
You could do 1 fire, 1 elongating, so that you could just shoot out a flamethrower or spear of fire at people. Like, you can put in any combination that you want, both within and without the same property.
Yeah, again, it's using the exact same rules.
So
as
there's
Pathfinder.
Another question asking, can you switch paths on the imbued items if you don't like
that's a good
the one that you're on? So yes, you can transfer your current imbued property to another item. In fact, if you're like, hey, I have an axe, but I'd rather have a spear, you can move it over. And similarly, if you wanted to, you could move the one you currently have away, and then start another path on your weapon if you really wanted to. Obviously, you would lose progress if you transferred away the one that you were currently doing and then put in something new.
Someone did ask, when's Strange and Unusual coming out? You can get it at battlezoo.com. The PDF is expected to come out for Pathfinder in March, and the PDF to come out for 5e hopefully in April. It's in layout right now, and really it's mostly done. We're just having it go through layout.
All of the design and development is done, so it needs to be laid out, copy fit, and some sidebars. That's just what we've got. That's not an insignificant amount of work, but it's also not very much compared to the total amount.
Well, put it this way, compared to what we had to do, this is something
compared to what we had to do,
it's like 10%, 5% left. So, and this is the last part anyhow, but this is also the most straightforward part. But as I said, it's actually being laid out. I believe almost all the monsters are laid out, and yeah, we're still on target for March. And then after that, we always release our books as PDFs immediately. As soon as they're ready, we release them, and then we ship them over to China for printing. And then it usually takes about 2 to 3 months for it to get here after they start the process. But I've already talked to them, and they're all ready to go. So it should be literally as quickly as the book comes out that they'll start printing it and start doing the process right away. Just so in case anyone's curious, it takes about 4 to 6 weeks to print and proof the book, and then it takes about 4 to 6 weeks for it to get here. And most of logistics have been cleared up, so anything coming from China should be here pretty quick. We have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions. Let's see. Do you need to be a specific level to have a specific amount of damage on your sword? Again, way too much like a video game. That is up to you. The way it works and the way Pathfinder is balanced is that you can't get gear higher than your level. That's just part of the game. So if you're playing Pathfinder, you're already doing that. Now, you don't have to do that. It's your game.
You could take off the limit if you want. It's super easy. All it takes is to say, we're removing that limit.
Yeah.
You could just refine to any level you want. And if you do that, then you're set. By default, we put it so that the refinement level is based on your own level, because that's easier and it's more likely to keep things in line. And it's not like coming out of nowhere when it like the story reason is you're refining this item and imbuing it with a combination of the monster parts and part of yourself. So if you're level 10, then you can imbue and refine it up to level 10. So like there's a narrative explanation for this, but you can remove it if you want. Equally fine.
Anyhow, we are pretty much out of time. So yes. I just wanted to once again thank everyone for listening to our rant of how Monster Part System works. Again, you could start using this right away. And if you have any questions, you could always ask us. And this will even work. People have talked to us about using this in other games like Starfinder and such. The system itself will work. It requires some tweaking, but it could work in other systems, believe it or not. It's a pretty robust system, and the math does hold up. But as of right now, it's pretty much drag and drop if you want to use it for your Pathfinder 2nd Edition or 5e games. And we expect to continue to expand and support this system over time more and more. We'll talk about that more later. But if we ever do Battlezoo Bestiary 3, I wonder if we will. We'll have.
Hey, they don't have numbers, Steven.
They don't have numbers. Themes. That's true. But a third one, let's say a third one, you can probably expect some more strange or unusual imbuements and refinements and monster parts. Anyhow, with that, have a good con, and we'll see and talk to you guys later. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, this is James Beck from Eldritch Osiris Games. Eldritch Osiris Games is built on the foundation of giving voice to creative authors who don't normally have a roadmap into the publishing industry. We push for as a diverse set of voices in the company as we can, regardless of a person's identity. Part of the foundation is equality, with every person in the staff having an equal say on all important decisions the company makes. Being one of the first TTRPG co-ops, we are here to set an example that a workers' equality is not only possible, but instead become the industry standard. Basically, we're a group of nerdy friends who want to publish work for people to enjoy.
Next up on Third Party Con, the cast of Pod Against the Machine plays Hopefinder with Jason Bulmahn.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Third Party Con. Hi there, I am Jason Bulmahn. I'm the Director of Game Design at Paizo, but you might not know that I'm also a third-party publisher with a small imprint I call Minotaur Games. Today, I am excited to play Hopefinder, with a talented cast of folks. I'm glad that you have decided to join me. Hopefinder is a hack of Pathfinder 2e. It turns Pathfinder 2nd edition from a high spell-slinging, sword-swinging fantasy game into a modern zombie survival apocalypse game. And it's available right now on Kickstarter to fund a print edition. I want to talk a little bit about the history of the game before we get going here. This is a game that I released in October as a PDF, and I'm excited to be putting it out there right now as a crowdfunder to support a print edition over on Kickstarter. I'll make sure that we get a link up here for folks to check it out. So, I think we should probably get started. I want to tell you a little bit about the world of Hopefinder before we get going. In the fall of 2022, the world came to an end. It all started in a farm in rural Wisconsin, when a parasite that would later come to be known as the Z Plague, technically called Xynacol amoebic encephalitis, spread from a herd of pigs into the local populace. Within days, it had spread around the world. One of the farmers from that particular farm got on a plane and traveled to Seattle to visit some friends and family. And with him, he brought the infection, spreading it throughout the airports and finally into Seattle itself. Within a week, the parasite was around the world. Within a month, 1 billion were dead. And it was worse than that, because the parasite didn't just kill. It caused you to raise up and seek the flesh of the living. That's right, it's a zombie apocalypse. The year now is 2032. It is 10 years later. All of the world governments have fallen. 99% of the population are dead. Most of them have risen up as the undead. And our story begins in Seattle, in a small enclave called the Free Ballard Community. And before we get started here, I want to go ahead and bring our crew in. So, hey there, gentlemen. Welcome, welcome.
Hello.
So before we get to introductions, I do just want to set the scene for the start of our little adventure here. You are all in the Smoke Stop. It is the only really popular bar and watering hole in Free Ballard. And it is late December 2032. It's getting cold. There's a bit of snow on the ground, but not too much, which is pretty typical for Seattle this time of year. The four of you are hanging out in the bar. Carrie is behind the bar serving up drinks. This time of year, she only really has one liquor on tap, and it's called Peppermint Rotgut this time of year. And you're pretty sure it's just a kind of moonshine that she makes with really old candy canes. It's sickeningly sweet, but it does get the job done. The four of you are hanging out here in the bar. Across from you is Dan the Man Thorpe. He is the perennial barfly, knows everything, and he is currently tossing back a drink. There's an old jukebox in the corner playing some Nirvana, because it is stuck in, early 20-somethings Seattle music, so it's all Pearl Jam and Nirvana. That's all that's in there. But it is playing low in the background. And the four of you are enjoying a beverage, of course, of your choice. And that is where we're going to begin. That is how I'm setting the scene. There are, strung about the bar, there's a handful of really old Christmas lights, most of which are burned out, but there's just enough of them that it does lend a kind of festive spirit to the air. So I'm going to toss it around the table here and let folks introduce themselves and their character and just say what you're doing here in the Smoke Stop right now. Zach, we'll start with you.
Yep. Well, strung about Zach the player, to borrow a turn of phrase, or some mostly burned out Christmas lights that I have now. But I am on the podcast with these fine other folks here. I play a rat on it and a human in real life and a human in this game. Swizzling his pepperminty swill with a half-dissolved candy cane, stands a sallow-featured, green-eyed, unkempt black hair, sort of tired-looking gentleman who is just stooped over his drink.
All right. All right. So you're hanging out at the bar, just kind of drinking quietly. Sounds good. Sam?
So I'm Sam, normally the GM on Pot Against the Machine, but here I am going to be a player that gets killed. And today I'm playing a youngish, skinny kind of kid with patchy stubble beard that, if you look closely, it's been artificially thickened with some sort of brown coloring. He's maybe about 5'7", 140 pounds. And he's wearing just layer after layer of clothing, and he has a cup of this peppermint rock gut that is definitely mostly water, and it's still like every time he takes a sip, it's just like that's Romero.
It being the holidays, Carrie served you up a little nip, but just a little, and it is really watered down, so it's mostly more like a peppermint water for you, but you know, you get in the spirit.
And it's still rough.
Hero?
I am Jero. On the regular podcast, I play a grumpy old man Kelid and the world's oldest teenager. And on this, I'm playing Martin Halloway. He is a very large and imposing man, about 6'7", just shy of 300 pounds. Older man, almost 60, but not quite. Long, straggly hair, black starting to gray. Short, relatively well-trimmed beard. And he's just kind of sitting, glowering over a glass of the peppermint rock gut. And you see like 3 empty glasses sitting behind it. And he's just kind of staring into it with kind of a hard look on his face.
Fair enough. So we've got a pretty motley crew of hard-faced survivors and one kid. Jeff, why don't you round us out?
Sure. Yes, hello, I'm Jeff. I play Asher on Pot Against the Machine, who's probably human and definitely a gunslinger. And today I'm playing Chris Bridges. He's a string bean. He's 6 foot tall, but skinny as a rail. But unlike these other folk at the table or at the bar rather, who seem to be having, an awful time, you wouldn't necessarily know that it's a zombie apocalypse. Based on Chris, he seems like he's just having a great day, drinking just the smallest amount of peppermint rock gut. But yeah, he's just trying to, cheer up the lads and like, come on, it's Christmas time, etc. 'Tis the season to kill zombies. Fa la 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 la. And yeah, that's Chris.
All right. So the 4 of you are, in here kind of hanging out, and you know each other, right? The Free Ballard commune is not incredibly large. There are several hundred people living here, but frankly, several hundred people, you get to know almost everybody pretty quickly. Dan is here as well, and he gets up at one point in time and wanders over to the machine, and he's like, "Why the long faces?" And then starts playing some more Christmas music. There is one CD of Christmas music on here, but it's not very good. It's mostly covers. So he starts playing that, and he comes back and sits down, and he's sitting next to the bell in the bar. And as he sits back down, he orders another round, and at that moment, the door opens, and there's a bit of a brisk, cold air that comes blowing in. And in walks a very tall man, big bushy red beard, broad-shouldered. He's wearing what looks to be like a fireman's jacket, but it's padded out. It's been patched like a dozen times, and he's got. You can even see as he walks in, he goes up to the lockers. There's some lockers in the front. Carrie runs a fine drinking establishment, but no guns allowed. The guns have to go in the lockers. If people get in a fight, she doesn't want anybody getting shot. So the man walks up to the locker, opens it up, and puts an absolutely massive hand cannon in there. It is a gigantic gun. And he puts that in there, closes it, takes the key, and you all immediately recognize this man. He's known throughout the Free Ballard commune. His name, you don't know his real name. Everybody just calls him Big Swede. And he walks up to the bar and he's like, "Ah, Carrie, give me some of that peppermint rot gut. I'm in a fighting mood." And Carrie's like, "Sure thing." And she goes back to the still and gets him a shot of the liquor, which he downs. And he kind of looks around the place and he sees the four of you kind of on the other side of the bar. And he comes on over and he's like, "Hey, how are things doing, gentlemen? How's the rot gut treating you tonight?"
Oh, a little non-dairy creamer and you're in the spirit. How are you?
Oh, you're risking the non-dairy creamer. Wow, you're braver than I. They haven't made that stuff in a decade. But I'm doing great. Things are going pretty well. We got that hole patched up in the wall on the south side. So things are back to normal around here. It's getting close to Christmas, though. I know you don't got a calendar, but take my word on it. We're almost to Christmas. And I was wondering if I couldn't talk to the four of you. I'm glad I found you here. I've been looking for a handful of folks to help out with a little something. I checked the rosters, and you're all about due for a trip. And here in Free Ballard, the way it kind of works is most people stay inside the walls of the commune as long as possible. But people have to go out on occasion, and if you're able-bodied and capable, you kind of get put in a rotation. And you're as long as you haven't gone out in the past month, you're kind of eligible. And they can kind of, the commune will send out groups of people to accomplish certain things. It's kind of sharing the risk and sharing the reward. So when he says you're eligible, that's what he means. So he looks at you and he goes, "Yeah, we got a bit of a problem. And four of you might just be the ones to help out."
Sorry.
No, go ahead. He says, "Listen, it's coming up on Christmas, and I mean, the past couple of years have been okay, but frankly, handing around the same comic books and dolls and blocks and stuff just kind of ain't cutting it anymore. Kids don't got a lot to look forward to this year, and this year's been rough. When we ran out of fuel and things went dark there through the summer. It's been a long year, and we're thinking maybe the kids could use something a little special. And normally we wouldn't risk lives for something like this, but frankly, morale's pretty low. So this is getting kind of important. Wondering if you might help us out here." And this is Big Swede's approach. He always asks, but the answer cannot be no. So I was wondering if you wouldn't mind helping out. What do you think?
Romero will throw back what's left of his glass of mostly water and then cough like a lot. Like
give
it
me
was totally.
You know what? Go ahead and give me a fortitude save as you try and down the rest of this peppermint rot gut. Romero is. How old are you, Romero? How old do you look?
I'm 20. Probably
20?
look about 16, but
yeah, all right.
I rolled a natural 18 on that one.
An 18,
so.
All right. Yeah, you down it like a champ. You're puffed up and ready to go.
And he's just like, "Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go. You guys ready?"
I think Martin will kind of look over at Romero and say, "Well, this definitely seems to be a good cause. Are we entirely sure that this is the best makeup for this group for it? How old are you?"
"I'm old enough. That's all you need to know."
Big Swede pats you on the back and he's like, "That's the spirit. And besides, you got GD here with you. GD's going to take care of you real well. I'm not worried about it at all. Right, GD?" Kind of slaps you on the back.
And he just kind of stares at him and then looks back over at Romero and rolls his eyes a little, but he nods.
Danny, Chris, you in?
I mean, All the way. All the way. All the way. He starts jittering just a little bit. The milky rat gut spilling a bit out of the side of the glass.
Yeah, you don't want to waste any of that.
Of course I'm ready. Gotta bring joy to the kids.
Good. I knew I could count on the four of you. So we got a little mission we want to send you on. I was talking to Ma Ballard, and we chatted with Dan, and Dan just nods from across the bar, and we were pretty sure that the Pinecrest Mall, although it was used as kind of a bunker by folks in the early days, after it fell, it's been pretty much left alone since then. We can't be sure on that. Folks might have raided it a bit, but it's a big place. And frankly, with all the stores and stuff in there, there's got to be some stuff for the kids in there. So we're thinking, go up to the Pinecrest Mall, grab as many gifts, toys that you can, and bring them back. That's it. If you find anything else useful along the way, I mean, obviously grab it. Whatever can help the community will be great. But really, this is for the kids, so we want toys. Any toys you can find would be great. Now, there's a bunch of, I don't know if any of you ever were there back before the fall, but there's a bunch of kind of large stores on the outside. There's a Home and Castle, there's a Bullseye, and a Hellstrom. Those were kind of the anchor stores. The Bullseye might have some toys in it. It's probably got a toy department. I don't think Hellstrom does. Home and Castle would be great to hit because it's filled with tools and stuff. So if you got time, that wouldn't be a bad place to hit. But I think there might have been a toy store in the mall as well, and that's the thing you really got to go and find. I don't remember where, though. It's been a decade. So, that's kind of what we were hoping you'd do. Obviously, enjoy your evening. We'll send you out tomorrow. But as with all of our missions, try and make it back in a day. Don't stay out overnight if you don't have to. All right.
And so we're going to be bringing back pretty much as we can carry of the toys so that everybody, because like you said, been passing around the same thing for the last few years. We should probably try to grab enough to make a couple years worth work out of this, right?
I mean, the more you can get, the better. And frankly, if you find a good, stash of toys and stuff, we can always send some folks back to get more later. But, this will also serve as giving us a chance to know what's actually in that mall. Like I said, they kind of used it as a bunker. Some folks tried to fortify it in the early days, but I think it fell shortly before Christmas. So I'm going to guess that it's still pretty well stocked. But I'm not going to lie. Doesn't come without risk. We don't really know what's in there. And, there's definitely going to be some Z's in there.
Any idea?
No big deal.
Yeah, I knew you could handle it, Romero. I'm counting on it. GD, you were saying?
Well, I was just thinking, I'm sure Romero here can handle himself, but we have any idea how many people had been trying to hole up in there? Like, what are we looking at? Like a full horde of Z's, or just maybe a dozen or so wandering around the entire place?
Dan pipes up and he's like, yeah, back in the day, boy, there were a bunch of people who went there to try to stay safe, but I think it might have been a few hundred, but they can't all still be there. I mean, if that place fell, they probably wandered off years ago. And then he shoots back more liquor, and then he rings the bell, and Carrie goes and pours another round for everybody.
Yeah, I'm sure they ran out of Cinnabons a long time ago. There's no reason for them to stick around.
Yeah, Big Swede looks at you and he goes, "That's the attitude to take. I'm sure those any zombies left in there were driven out long ago. Once the pretzel stand ran empty, I'm sure they wandered off."
I mean, they want to eat flesh, right? And there's been no people there, so why would they stay?
I mean, you and I both know that sometimes a horde will just stay motionless for months, if not years. So We can't really know, but it's been a long time, and there haven't been any people there in a while. So, well, all right. So you're in. Obviously, you'll get your day's food and water ration tomorrow. You can pick that up before you go. But other than that, you should be good. You should be set.
I appreciate you thinking of us, Big Sweets. Sorry, Big Sweet.
I am pretty sweet. I saw that. All right. Well, GD, you make sure to bring him home safe. He kind of slaps you on the back again.
Yeah, don't you worry. We got Crypt Keeper here. We're good.
He'll nod, kind of more serious than the people around him are.
With that, Big Sweet goes to the other side of the bar, sits down next to Dan, and the two of them have a conversation over a few more drinks as the evening winds on. So, we are going to jump to the next day, and so a few things about Hopefinder as we get started. You'll notice, for those of you watching, that we didn't really talk about what class everyone is. That is because Hopefinder is a classless game. There are no character classes in Hopefinder. Everybody is their own kind of blend of survivor. They get to pick from a wide option of feats. And as we continue playing, you'll see how advancement works and how the characters kind of grow through their experiences and through their backstories. One thing that we are going to do, though, is we're going to figure out everyone's starting challenges. This is an aspect of the game that kind of determines, what kind of state you are in the beginning. Because, frankly, no one in this world starts off perfect. You all have damage and your gear isn't in perfect shape. And we're going to go ahead and figure out what state you're in here at the start of play. So I'm going to go around the horn, and we'll start with you, Zach. And I just want everyone to roll a d20 and tell me what you get. So, Zach, why don't you go ahead?
All right, spinning the old digital D20. Well, I got a 19.
19? Okay. That's not 19. Too bad. That means you are doing mostly okay. You start with 1 bruise. So go ahead and mark a bruise. You've got a bruise from something. You've been healing up, but you got a bruise. And
Too much creme de cane.
That's right.
Straight down. Yeah.
And then let's go ahead here and let me get to your gear. You are also starting with a ding. And I'm going to go ahead and roll a d10 for your gear. And I got a, let's see, that's a 2. So your tool belt is taking a ding.
Oh, no.
Which actually is half of its break value. So your tool belt is a little messed up. Fortunately, you don't have to make any checks with the tool belt. But if it takes one more ding, it'll be broken and you won't have a tool belt anymore. Which is no good because the tool belt lets you have more readied items. So right now you only got a crowbar on there, so it's not a big deal. You could always just move that to your readied items if you had to. But right now, that's what you got going on. All right. Sam, why don't you roll for Romero and see what kind of condition Romero's in?
All right. I got a natural 20.
Natural 20, you're all good.
Nice.
You're fine. That's the only result in which you're all good. You start off in great shape. All of your gear's in good shape. You just had it all repaired and fixed up, and you yourself are not hungry or bruised or anything like that. Now, folks at home might be asking, what's a ding? What's a bruise? Dings are damage to your equipment. Every piece of equipment has a break value. If you have enough dings equal to half the break value, it's broken. If you have enough dings equal to its total break value, it's destroyed. Bruises work like kind of long-term damage. It's harder to get rid of bruises. You have to kind of do specialized things like take aspirin or get cold packs to kind of get rid of bruises. And bruises eventually can accumulate to the point where you're starting to take penalties and are even knocked unconscious. It takes a lot to get there, but if you go a long period of time without treating them, you can end up in a bad space. So just so folks know, that's what that is. Jiro, why don't we roll for Martin and see how Martin's doing?
Yep. Bit lower than the last two. That is a 13 on the die.
A 13 means that you're a bit worn. You need to do some maintenance. So you're going to start off with a D6 dings to your equipment. I'm going to go down here and get to your equipment chart. You don't have a lot of equipment, so we'll see how this goes.
No.
You're only getting
They've
2
spent
dings.
a large percentage of my barter score on armor, so I don't have too much of other stuff.
That's fair. You are wearing biker gear, which is pretty good armor. So I'm going to go ahead and roll. You have 2 dings. The first one is going to be to your biker gear. And the second one is also going to be to your biker gear. So your biker gear is a little dinged up right now. You've got 2 dings to your biker gear. Now, if you do find some leather parts, either some leather armor or something else made of leather that you can take apart, you could get some parts and then you could use that to patch up your dings. But right now, you're starting with 2 dings. All right, that is that. Now let's go to Jeff. Why don't we roll and see what condition Chris is in?
Well, let's see. With a 5 on the die, I'm gonna guess he dies, and I'll be right back with a new character.
Not quite that bad, but you're having a real rough morning. So you're starting off with a D4 bruises.
Oh,
3.
I imagine he's kind of. He said 3. That's awful.
3.
I'm picturing that he's just a little bit less of a lightweight than Doc Brown in Back to the Future Part 3.
Yeah.
Where he drank just that one sip, and the next day he's just like, I don't even know what happened to me.
I'm gonna wager you wake up like you slept half out of the bed, and yeah, you're just sore all over, and you've got 3 bruises. You may have fallen down the stairs.
Oh no!
And
he's feeling a little bit of that cane pain. That's how it goes.
And you also. You also are going to have 2 dings to your equipment. Go ahead and roll where those are going to land. You don't have a lot of gear at all.
No.
So, let's see. Your pistol is taking a ding. And your bulletproof vest takes a ding.
Okay.
Not too bad. If your pistol takes... let's see. What's your pistol? Got a break of 4? Yeah, you can still take 1 ding before it's broken. So it's not too bad.
Yay. This is, for any of you watching who have not listened to Potty and the Machine, I roll low. So this is on brand for me.
This is par for the course. All right. Okay. So we've figured out your starting condition. That's how all of you are. Another thing that we track in Hopefinder is your hydration and your food. Now, the upside is you're being sent on a mission. They always make sure that folks getting sent on a mission are given to their full day's food. So for right now, you don't have to worry about it. If you eat all that, and I'm assuming you stay fully hydrated throughout the day and fully fed throughout the day, if you stay overnight, you may have to find food. Otherwise, you'll start running out of food and water, which, depending on how long you're out, may start causing problems. But for right now, you've got food and water. We probably won't track it, but we'll keep an eye on it should you get stuck or need to stay somewhere or something like that. All right. So it's the next morning. You're all up early. Well, all of you except Chris. The 3 of you gathered down on the street of Ballard, and this is called Ballard Ave, which is right near where the smoke stop is, kind of towards the north gate in Ballard. And I'll probably show the folks at home the map of Seattle just to kind of give them a sense of where this is. The Free Ballard kind of community is on the north side of the city, located in the Ballard neighborhood, which happens to be, funny enough, kind of right where I live. So, yeah, you're right where you know. And that's the fun part about Hopefinder, is setting it where you live. So it's early in the morning. You've all gathered. Chris, I'm going to assume you're a little late.
Yeah, which is not like him at all. He's usually, right on time. But he comes in and his bulletproof vest is kind of like caught, and he's trying to pull it down and straighten it. He's like, "Sorry, I'm late. Just a bit of a rough night, but ready to, bring cheer to the little ones."
He kind of looks like death warmed over. You all recognize this. He does not look good. He doesn't look like he was in a fight or anything, but he definitely looks like he did not sleep well.
Yeah, I can see the peppermint pain all over your face there, buddy.
Martin, who today is yesterday I mentioned he was wearing like blue jeans and kind of like a ratty t-shirt. Today he's decked out in like motorcycle gear with, I imagine, like the knees and the elbows are torn out. That's what the dings are. He's got a sledgehammer and a shovel kind of crisscrossed across his back, and he looks over at Chris. Are you sure you're good for today? Not to be too unkind about it, but you look awful.
Yeah, you want to talk, Grandpa? But yeah, I'm fine. Sure, didn't sleep, as great as I would have liked. But sometimes when you're excited about a mission, it just keeps you up at night.
So, Big Swede is waiting for all of you at the North Gate. If you do not have a backpack, he has one for you. Because they want you to bring back a bunch of toys and stuff. So they're providing you with a backpack to be able to do.
Nice.
So if you don't have a backpack, go ahead and add that to your readied item list. One of the things that the Hopefinder character sheets do is it provides kind of a breakdown of where your stuff is stored. Ready items versus stowed items. Stowed items take longer to get out, but they're protected from harm. And when anything on you takes a ding, it generally hits your readied items first. Unless it falls kind of off the chart, then it might hit your stowed item. So that's kind of how it works. Generally speaking, your armor has to get destroyed before your stuff in your backpack starts taking damage. So you're all given a backpack, and in the backpack are a couple bottles of water and a sealed mason jar filled with stew. Best not to question where the meat came from, but there is stew. Ballard hasn't had a rat problem recently.
Is this, yeah, I was going to say, is this Ratatouille? This is fantastic.
Listen, the rats around here are very well fed, so, they're of the highest quality. You see any cows around here?
Take a little sniff of the stew tube and stow it in the back of the backpack.
So you do have plenty of room in the pack, right? The pack has 20 spots in it. Generally speaking, that means it can hold 20 things. So make sure to, in the backpack, note that there are 2 bottles of water and a stew. That should take up 2 of your spots. So there we go. All right, Big Swede is at the North Gate for you. The North Gate has kind of a big sliding door that usually takes 2 or maybe even 3 people to open. Big Swede can open it himself. He's a giant dude. He's almost as tall as Martin, but he's very broad. The stories say that he used to be a fisherman, like who would go on like the Alaskan trawlers, and what happened to be in Seattle when everything went south, and just kind of stayed because there is like a big harbor right nearby where some of the Alaskan fishing used to come and stay. Now it's just a bunch of rusted hulks half sunk in the bay. Big Swede goes up to the door and he says, "All right, well," kind of looks down at his watch. About 8 in the morning, you should be able to hike up to the mall and be there by noon. If you leave by sundown, you can probably get back before midnight. That'll be a little risky, but the area around here has been pretty quiet. Our scouts haven't really seen any wandering hordes lately, so, use your best judgment, though. If you're not back by morning, we will send somebody out to see if we can find you. Good luck. And with that, pulls open the door, which on rusty, creaking wheels, the door slides open. And there, beyond, are the streets of Ballard, beyond the kind of safety of the Free Ballard settlement. You've been given a basic map to kind of lead you up there. It's not hard to get there from here. You pretty much walk east from here until you hit the I-5, the ruins of the I-5 freeway, and then you kind of walk along the freeway heading north. You really can't get lost because the mall is right off the freeway to the north of you.
So I guess then there's no chance of a survival roll shaving any time off our trip.
actually, in fact, there is a chance of a survival roll shaving some time off your trip, because there are a handful of different ways you might take. Especially considering this area, some of the roads are kind of impassable, right? When everything went south, during the fall, some of the major roads became so clogged with cars and debris that they're kind of impassable, and you have to kind of wind your way through back alleys and stuff to get through. It's mostly residential, but even then, some places tried to wall up and use cars and stuff as barriers. So, like, the area out here is kind of a disaster zone. It also doesn't help that nature has started to reclaim some areas, right? The streets have slowly been overgrown, and in some places thickets have started. Well, there are a lot of blackberry bushes in Seattle, and in some cases those things will just grow wild if allowed to. So there are areas that are just like, oh no, don't go that way. You'll end up having to double back because it's all blackberry bushes, and you don't want to cut through them. That's way too much effort. So, in that, Chris can go ahead and make a survival check if you want.
So yeah, he'll take a look at that map and say, I wonder if maybe we couldn't get there in 3.5 or something.
All right.
That is a total of a 17.
17's pretty good. You know that the best way to get there is going to be to actually go a little bit north from where you currently are. You're going to want to go north up to 65th Street. And you'll take 65th east, as opposed to just kind of going straight east out of Ballard, kind of along Market Ave. If you take 65th, you'll kind of run into the zoo, and the road along the zoo is mostly open. Whereas if you kind of just go dead east, you're going to run into a whole bunch of cars and traffic, and not that there's real traffic, but a whole bunch of obstacles.
Sweet.
So that will definitely shave at least maybe as much as half an hour off you.
That he feels better relaying that, knowing that he was a little bit late this morning.
You save a little bit of time.
He can make
All
up
right.
for that a little
Made up
bit.
for the lateness.
All right.
Yeah.
So the group of you shoulder your packs and head out. You make your way north a bit, and mind you, it's like 10 blocks north. Get to 65th, so that's not much of a walk. And then once you're up to 65th, you just kind of start heading east. You continue making your way east and eventually cut your way through some residential districts until after it's been about an hour and a half now, you make your way to the I-5 freeway. Now, this is not a raised freeway. This is a surface level freeway. But as you kind of approach it, there's like large embankments coming down from the neighborhoods to this freeway, which is a little recessed. It is completely choked with cars from top to bottom. Even on the embankments, there are cars. And in the side streets running along it. However, despite all of this, it's still kind of the quickest way just to go north. Because there is kind of paths along the embankment where the cars couldn't get, and those are convenient walking. So, you can kind of easily make your way north from here. You don't really need to dodge anymore. There's a couple spots where you have to kind of clamber over some cars and stuff. As you get closer to your final destination, you reach the point where the light rail lines kind of come up, and there's a point here where they have entirely collapsed, the old light rail lines. And you find yourself at a spot where you have to kind of scamper over some embankments and some cars here to kind of get through. Now, there's a couple ways you can do this. You can do this via athletics. You can carefully climb over things. You can do it via acrobatics by kind of nimbly just jumping around doing things. Or if you've got some other brilliant idea, like if one of you has rope or something like that, you might be able to help others get across. But in any case, you're going to need to make some checks to get over this. If you fail, you're probably not going to die or anything, but you might get a bruise or two. So that's where we're at. How do you want to approach this challenge as you kind of make your way over this pile of rubble?
I think Martin will kind of look around the rest of the group and says, is everybody okay just climbing over this, or what are we doing? Any of you think to bring, say, rope or anything? I didn't myself, but anyone else have anything?
Looking back, rope would have been a good choice, but I think I'm good with just climbing, personally.
Same. I'm happy to go first.
All right. Well, it sounds like folks are just going to scamper on up and over it. So we'll start with you, Danny, because you said that you were going to go ahead and go first. If I had that right. Was that you, Danny?
Yep.
All right.
That is correct.
Just double checking here. All right. So, Danny, why don't you go and give me either an acrobatics or an athletics skill check, your choice.
Ooh, Google was not as kind. I rolled a 7 for a 12 on my acrobatics.
A 12. Okay, so that is going to be a failure. So you're going to take 1 bruise as you kind of scamper up and over this thing. And on the other side, you almost made it, but then you kind of slid down and landed hard on one of your arms. So you end up with a bruise. So go ahead and mark yourself with 1 bruise for that. Not too bad.
That is not a load-bearing Mazda Miata, by the way. It's a ragtop all the way through.
Yeah, at this point in time, there isn't much left of it, and your elbow just went through what was left of the windshield. All right, who's going next?
I think Martin will go up next.
All right.
He'll say, did anybody hear that? Let me go check on him. And he will climb over with athletics. That is a 16 on the die for a 21.
You make it over easily.
And yeah, he just like hand over hand, just brute strengths his way over and checks on Danny on the other side and probably grumbles at him for falling and hurting himself.
Sure. Yeah, you're able to easily kind of scamper up and over to the other side. Here and there, the footing was a little unclear, but, with your build and your athleticism, you were able to eat. And yeah, you're able to join Danny. He's not too rough for wear, but he did clearly take a bit of a... Who's next?
I could just scamper on over.
All right.
Just like playing basketball or something.
Sure.
Roll
Yeah, just like that.
Acrobatics.
All right.
That's kind of middling, a 16 total.
A 16 is enough to avoid any serious harm. You're able to kind of scamper up and over, and although you lose your footing a bit in one spot, you recover nicely and make your way over without taking any harm. No problem. So that just leaves Romero.
All right, and with all the exuberance of youth, he's going to try to scramble on up over these cars with acrobatics. Oh, 17.
No problem at all. You've all managed to make it over without too much trouble. Only Danny took a bit of a bruise, but Romero, you're able to easily kind of climb from car to car and kind of hop from here and there and land the other side with a small amount of panache, just a little.
Enough to enter panache, so I can use my...
No. You're not a swashbuckler. All right. Wrong game. All right. So, you've made it over the kind of pile of rubble. And on the other side, you are now looking toward the Pinecrest Mall. Crossing this hill of debris and rubble, the mall is now visible to you off in the distance. You're probably still a block or two away from the large parking lots that surround it. The parking lots are choked full of cars, and trucks and stuff. Just like a standard mall. It's got kind of cars and trucks all around it, and large parking lots. There looks like there was a parking structure on one side, but sometime in the past 10 years it collapsed, and is just a giant pile of rubble, with broken bits of metal and cars sticking out of it. So that's definitely a no-go. But looking at it just from a distance, you're kind of approaching from the south. You can see what looks to be like a large kind of department store anchoring the south side. It looks like there might be another one to the north side. It does not look like there is one to the west side. The west side looks like it has the main entrance. which is enters from the large parking lots pointing at the freeway. So the mall kind of runs north-south most.
And do we see the marquee on the southern department store, like which one that is?
It looks like the southern department store is called Hallstrom. It's a little hard to see from this distance, mainly because none of you have had good vision care in a decade. But you think that's what it says. The sign isn't lit up or anything. There's no power here, obviously. The power went dark a decade ago. There's power in Free Ballard sometimes. But here there's so you can just approach the place. I kind of want to know what you want to do at this point. Do you want to just walk straight up to it? Do you want to circle around it and kind of get a lay of the land? You can kind of approach this however you want. That's one of the lovely joys of Hopefinder is the adventures are pretty freeform, and frankly, how you want to approach it is up to you.
I think Dardown, Danny Pauly, is going to pull out his pocket pistol and check the clip, put it back in his hand. Everyone ready to shop till we drop?
Looks like the that closest entrance is the one of the three that Big Swede said would be the least useful to us. I wonder if we should circle around to one of the other ones. Also, might want to just do a full circle of the building before we go in, make sure there's not any, gangs or anything hanging out here still. I know he said they're gone, but you can never be too careful.
Yeah, I hear the raiders went from Oakland to Las Vegas, so should be pretty clear. But might as well. Let's don't burn too much daylight.
All right. Well, you can easily walk around the place in about a half an hour, which, still puts you at about noon. So you walk around the place and you're easily able to kind of tell that there's a very large anchor store on the north side of the mall. That is Home and Castle. Home and Castle is a sort of cross between a home decorating place where you're going to go and find pillows and sheets, and but it also has part of it is also construction and renovation. So there's going to be timber and tools and that sort of stuff there as well. They're kind of kept separate, but they're all in the same store. That's Home and Castle. And then when you circle all the way around and you get to the the east side of the building looking west, you see the Bullseye department store. And that is kind of your discount shopping place. It's mostly clothes. They might have some food. They probably have a toy section. But it's not going to be an extensive one. It's going to be small for your kind of department store kind of toy section. Different than kind of a full-blown toy store. So that is a possibility as well. It also now that you've circled all the way around, you can tell that the mall is 2 stories in the center. The satellite stores, the big box stores on the outside are probably 1 story, but the middle of the mall is definitely 2 stories tall. It looks like the second story has a movie theater in it. Because on the outside there's something that says pick 3 and has a little film reel. You do know that back in the Free Ballard settlement, they're desperate for new movies because they managed to recently get the Majestic movie theater back up and running, but the only films they have are what was out in October 2022, which, let me tell you, it's not a good list of movies. All right, so yeah. Nothing really good there.
So if we can find some digital film reels from that could be something to bring back too.
That would be a really big deal. And also it looks like the second floor has a food court.
Oh, which that could have non-perishables in it or something.
It might. It might also have a bunch of food that went bad 10 years ago. Who knows? Anybody want some decade-old clam chowder? I don't think you do.
So want those little samples from the Chinese food place that all still
Vanessa's clam chowder gets better with age.
Yeah, it does. It's a fine aged clam chowder. All right. Can I also get Can I get everybody to roll me a perception check?
That'll be a 14.
14, all right.
That is a 19 with a 14 off the die.
All right.
Mine is also a 19.
All right.
Coming in hot with a dirty 20.
All right. So every one of you who succeeded revealed one of the ways in. So there are a couple different ways in. You have discovered 3 of them in your search. And you discovered that there is apparently... So it looks like, as you make your way around, there are several entrances to the mall. Unsurprisingly, there's a lot of doors going in. But it looks like all of the major doors leading into the central part of the mall are barricaded and blocked. In some cases by stuff on the inside, in other cases by, like, cars and vans being pulled up to the front to serve as a barricade. In some cases, they even knock them on their side to serve as a wall. So it's clear that whoever tried to hold up here did their best. But that said, not everything held. So on the very north end of the mall at Home and Castle, there is the main entrance to Home and Castle on the north side is completely blown open. It looks like somebody drove a truck through it at some point in time. And probably more recently, like someone drove a truck through it in the past couple years, not 10 years ago. So this might have been the raiders breaking into the place by ramming a car through a barricade. So that looks open. On the east side of the mall, south of the bullseye, it does look like there is an opening. One of the openings into the mall itself looks like it's been broken open. And last but not least, you managed to spot on the west side of the mall, there is what looks to be like a service door. You're not sure where it goes. It doesn't look like it goes directly into the mall. It probably goes maybe into service crawlways or backways or offices. You can't really tell. It goes somewhere, but there is a door that's like gently swinging open, kind of on the west side of the mall. So that's what you see. You have also, by the way, you did also spot a couple crawlers in the parking lot, but they're crawlers, so you don't even really have to deal with them if you don't want. They don't move fast enough to catch you. They're really only dangerous when you're cornered.
Entrance were they closer to?
They're actually just kind of in the... You actually just spotted them in the parking lot. There's some on the west side. There's some on the east side. There's not many. Maybe you spotted half a dozen total. But they're crawlers. Again, unless you decide to sit still and have a picnic, they're not going to catch you.
See, this is what happens when you pave paradise. Anyway, I saw a little door, kind of, I'm not sure where it goes, but it's kind of swinging open a little bit, and seems like the less obvious one. You know, it's not quite big. Someone drove a car through, or maybe broke it open. But raiders could be an interesting way to go in. Do a little exploring of the offices, get some more staples. You know, Marballard's always wanting more staples.
So I will say this, that entrance is kind of furthest away from all of the big box stores, right? Because it's on the west side, whereas the big boxes are on the north, the south, and the east. So that's, I don't know if that changes your consideration or anything, but I'm just telling you that's kind of the south.
So that may be the safest way in, but once we're in, it's the longest distance to try to get to anywhere. It may be obvious, but I think just going into Home and Castle seems like it would maybe make the most sense. We can check if there's anything that hasn't been looted out of there yet, supplies, things to help fortify up the settlement more, and then we can move further in.
I mean, I don't hate that idea, but at the same time, you know, just to play devil's advocate about the west entrance, we have to find that toy store, and you know, I'm looking for something too. So we don't really know where everything is inside the mall. I didn't spend a lot of time here, as you can tell. I'm not really from here, but what do you think? Two 10-year-olds in a trench coat. He looks over at Romero Valentine. You said you're 20, right? That's how that works. It's like
two 10-year-olds in a trench coat. Yeah, I'm here for business.
We were more of a crosstown mall kind of family, so I don't know if I've ever actually been here, but maybe we split the difference, go in by Bullseye, and they might have some of the toys. They might have if they got a sporting goods section, maybe they got guns and ammo, that kind of thing. Though I guess if Raiders have been here, that's probably all long gone.
So we got a lot of differing opinions. There's talk about going in near the home and castle. There's talk about the door that is south of Bullseye. It's not in Bullseye. It's to the south of Bullseye. That looks like it goes into the mall itself. And then there's this strange access door that who knows where it goes. That's kind of your options before you. You're kind of sitting here talking about it, but daylight is burning. So which way are you going to go?
And you were pretty clear at the outset when confronted with something like this. We should all take individual routes because you want to balance all four of these, right?
Yeah.
Everyone split the party as much as possible.
Everyone knows that in the zombie apocalypse, the smartest move is to go in as many different directions as possible. Yes, absolutely. Yes, that is definitely the thing you should do. Because we're an hour into the stream now, and it'll make sure that this wraps up nice and tidy.
Well, we'll all be dead within the next hour.
Yeah. Exactly. So
Anyway.
it'll be fine. We'll have to play for time. So where do you want to go?
Don't feel too strongly. Maybe we could flip a coin. Flip a coin a few times. I don't know. Anybody have a 6-sided cubicle object we could roll and determine?
I'm just trying to think, like, I as a player, I really like the idea of that like little door that goes off to somewhere mysterious. I just feel like Martin wouldn't think that was a good idea. So I'm kind of split even within myself on this one.
The upside is if you do go home and castle, there you might be able to find tools and stuff to help you, right?
Yeah.
There's a good chance it's been picked over, but maybe they didn't get everything.
Just nothing
You
but
know, I think Martin
screwdrivers.
is I think Martin is actually just going to kind of square his shoulders and start walking towards home and castle and just assume that everybody's going to follow him.
Well,
we all salute.
Single tear as he walks away.
Yeah, no, let's go. It's good enough for me.
All right. So you begin making your way north to the home and castle. You kind of cut through the corner of the parking lot and kind of come at it from the north side. Soon you are approaching the kind of cavernous opening where there used to probably be like, 4 double doors next to each other. This car smashed through it, blew the whole thing in, and now it's just kind of an open, cavernous hole. It is pretty dark in there, but it's daytime outside, so plenty of light is spilling in from the outside. But it is pretty dark. Do any of you have any light sources? Did any of you get a flashlight or anything like that?
Oh, I've got a flashlight.
Don't think so.
It's hard to carry a flashlight and a rifle at the same time, but
all right.
Stow the rifle on his back and take out the flashlight, I think.
Does the jar of stew glow and give off any illumination?
No,
but strangely enough, the water does.
Well, if you got water from down near the stadiums here in Seattle, they did nuke them during the fall. They dropped a tactical nuke on zombies that they had corralled inside one of the football stadiums. The south part of Seattle got pretty messed up by that. But you're far enough north that you get water out of the Puget Sound, so it's fine. It's not glowing. It's okay. So that said, fortunately, looks like Romero does have a flashlight, so you break out the flashlight, and you're able to kind of light your way as you enter the mall. The first thing you kind of see is one of these box kind of kiosk things. Not that there's people in it, but just like a box tower that has the map of the mall on it. And normally these things have the mall, and then below it they've got another glass pane that has the store directory. Unfortunately, the store directory here has been shattered, and is in a million pieces on the floor beneath it. But you are able to see the mall itself. So this is the Pinecrest Mall. You're looking at the map, and you are up here near Home and Castle. So I'm going to go ahead and put a token down for you. There it is. That's going to be your survivor token here for the game. And you are at the north end here, right near the Home and Castle. You've just come in through kind of the north entrance. This is exactly as the map appears. So you can see that Home and Castle is here. Hellstrom is here. Bullseye is here. North here is to the left. So it's not a great map for knowing north and south. It's a mall map. So that is north. North is towards Home and Castle. Hellstrom is to the south. So looking at this map now, you now realize that the door that you saw that was open leads to an area called Admin. That's where that door is. If you see that little door to the north, on the north side of the Admin, that's the door that you saw that was open. Then in addition, the other door that's open is down near whatever S is, between S and 7. That's the other entrance. All right, so you've entered the mall at the north end. You're looking out in kind of to the darkened Home and Castle department store. The place that you're at, you can kind of go to one side, which is tools and lumber and all that sort of stuff, and then the other side, which is like home improvement. It's stuff like toilet seat covers and towels and stuff like that. So that's kind of what you see. But even from here, you can tell this place has been pretty ransacked, and your flashlight shows you that a lot of the shelves are pretty bare. Like you do see like, oh, there's a rack full of screw bits, which is useful if you have a, powered, drill or something, right? But you don't. So you do see stuff like that. But you can enter and start looking around. You don't see any threats immediately.
I think as Romero is about to kind of start walking in, I imagine with his light, Martin kind of throws a hand in front of him to stop him, and he'll kind of step forward and turn around and look at everybody and say, now, I know some of you have been in dangerous situations like this before, but we don't know what we're going to run into in here. If there's still anybody left alive, or worse, if there's people in here who aren't alive anymore. And I just want to offer a couple of tips as far as dealing with them. I know some of you might know that I was in what you might call show business before everything went down. And, well, my bit of my gimmick when I was a wrestler was they called me the walking corpse. When people they'd hit me with everything they had and I wouldn't go down. And you see, the real trick to that is you don't actually get hit. I still remember my last match about 2 years before everything went down. It was me against CJ Elegance. Good kid.
So are we doing your flashback? Is that what's happening?
Yeah,
that is fantastic. Okay, so for everybody watching this, this is a narrative construct that happens in Hopefinder. Flashbacks are moments where we go back in time, talking about the character's history and past. So, Gerald, why don't we set this up like a scene? So. Yeah. This is in the middle of some sort of wrestling arena, right? So there's crowds cheering. Yes. There's people screaming.
There's
and for a moment,
there's
that's
a lot
where we
of
are.
people. and you see throughout the crowd, there's a bunch of people that are holding up big signs that say "Thank you, Taker," or no, there are a bunch of people holding up big signs that say "Thank you, Digger," and I'm standing in this arena, and everybody is chanting, and across from me is standing CJ Elegance, who is I say up and comer, but been in the business about a decade, about a foot shorter than me, but much more acrobatic, very flashy wrestler, and wearing a lot of tassels,
This is
bright
the type,
colors.
Yeah, he's obviously covered in a suit that has like sequins and tassels, and came in probably being carried on a chair by like 4 servants who carried him up to the ring, and he kind of daintily climbed up over the ropes to be in the ring in front of you, and generally speaking got booed.
Yep. Yeah. Everybody is kind of just, they don't care about him. They're all paying attention to me, and I'm just standing there, have my head down, have this big long coat on, and you just hear like the sound of a gong, and I suddenly look up, and CJ, for what it's worth, he really kind of puts on the show. He takes a step back like he's frightened a little bit, but then he kind of grits his teeth and he runs in and goes for a clothesline. And from what the audience sees, he hits me on with like dead across the shoulders, but he bounces back and I just stand there. And what the audience doesn't see is him give this little nod right before he does it, and me adjusting my footing and just taking the hit in a way that it's not going to knock me down and that he's not going to be hurt either. And we continue to go on like this. I grab him at one point and choke slam him, but I let go early enough that he's able to kind of bounce against the bottom himself. And just the whole thing, in the business, we call it the dance. And you just do it so that it looks like you're beating the tar out of each other. But at the end of it, while you both might be exhausted, you're not really hurt. And that's kind of the thing. Like, even in a real fight against something like these zombies or something, you got to make it, you take the hit in a way that you don't really take the hit. And we come to the end of the match, and CJ goes off the top rope and goes to try to get me in the chest with his boot, like just like a flying drop kick. And I go back a step, which for the real reason I do it is so I'm not getting hit, but I time it just right so that to the audience it looks like maybe he really did stagger me and I'm going to go down. But then he hits the ground and I'm still standing, and I go in for the pin and everyone is just cheering. And then I imagine like we cut back from that to me telling this story and that's basically how you do it. You have to roll with the punches. You take the hit in a way that you're not really taking the hit. And you'd be surprised what you can make it through.
So, flashbacks in the game serve as a way to kind of illuminate the characters' backstories. They all have rich backstories, but we don't necessarily just reveal them as part of the character introduction. Instead, they get revealed through these flashbacks. So, here we just learned that Martin used to be a pro wrestler called Gravedigger, and he has a lot of skills at being a pro wrestler. Now, what this also does during Hopefinder is it unlocks a flashback feat. These advanced feats, you get one per session because you get one flashback each session. So, Martin here is going to be gaining a new feat. Jiro, what feat do you get?
So he is gaining the feat Agile.
All right.
Which allows him, if he takes the dodge action during combat, which is a reaction that you can take in response to somebody trying to hit you.
Yeah.
He gains a bonus to his armor class. And on top of that, if the bonus isn't enough and he still gets hit, until the end of the turn of the thing that hits him, he gets a +1 to his AC.
Yeah, so normally in Hopefinder, all characters can take the dodge reaction if you're attacked by a melee attack, and you can see the attacker. You can attempt to dodge as a reaction and give yourself a +2 bonus against the triggering attack. Martin is agile, particularly agile from his days in wrestling, and learned how to more effectively dodge the attack, and he gets a +3 instead, and if it still hits, he gets the +1 until the end of this creature's turn. So it's really pretty handy.
Yep. So if they swing again, then he gets that extra little +1 for their next iterative hits.
Exactly. So Martin has talked to all of you about his flashback. Generally speaking, every character is going to get a flashback. We're going to probably play this session over 2 breaks, so we'll see how many flashbacks we get to here today, but the other ones will happen in the second part. But there is that one. So you're still standing at the entrance to this home and castle. And basically, I'm kind of curious, what do you do? Are you just trying to push your way through? Do you want to explore a bit and maybe take a look around? What are you thinking about?
Chris, I was gonna say Chris has the scrounger background, and so he's kind of in his element a little bit, hoping to find something useful that maybe got overlooked. And the fact that we have one flashlight among us is awesome, but ideally he would try and spend us a little bit of time to see if maybe we can't get another light source or 2 that was left maybe behind the counter or something, just to have a backup in case Romero's breaks or something.
All right.
Yeah.
So sounds like you're looking to search. Is everybody kind of joining in on that, taking a look around?
Sounds
Yeah.
reasonable.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right.
Yeah.
So the group of you starts looking around here, and we'll go ahead and bring back up this, and we'll go ahead and just move your token over here. You're kind of going into the store proper and taking a look around here in the mall. You start kind of scavenging around the place. You can, let's see, you can make, I want to say perception checks would probably be good. Let's see some perception checks as you kind of make your way around and are taking a look throughout the place, trying to see what you can see.
Just a 13 here.
2 for a 7.
All right.
17 for a dirty 20.
Ooh. Thank you. Yeah, only a 15 total for Chris.
So sorry, Danny got a 17, is that correct?
No, Martin.
Oh, it was Martin. Okay, sorry, I got turned around. All right, so Martin got a 17 and Chris got a 15, did you say? Okay.
Yeah.
So you start casting around, and Chris, you manage to find a flashlight that is indeed behind one of the desks. Now, it doesn't look like it's in very good shape, and in fact, the batteries for it don't appear to work particularly well. It does still emit some light, but it is, a useful tool. This is a flashlight. It doesn't have a ding or anything. Its batteries are just a little unreliable. So, as long as you get it on, it works just fine. But you did manage to find a flashlight.
Awesome.
Martin is wandering around and taking a look down one of the aisles. You notice that at the end of the aisle that you're at, there is a case, but it has metal. It has like a metal door on it, so it's got kind of like metal bars, and it looks like someone has tried to pry it open in the past, but has failed to do so. And inside, you can clearly make out an electric chainsaw.
Ooh. I think he's going to kind of call everybody over to gather around him, and he'll say, does anybody have like a crowbar or something?
Yeah, right here. And he pulls it off of his sad-looking broken tool belt Brothers.
Yeah.
Beat up
Creamy.
tool belt.
Martin has a sledgehammer, but that seems like a little bit of overkill for that. Like that seems more like for breaking down a door than trying to pry open a case.
So, you call everyone over and you're about to break out your crowbar to try and get this door open. But you did call everyone over. And once everyone arrives,
he did raise his voice.
Once everyone arrives, everybody's sitting there and you're talking and he's like, "Yeah, I got a crowbar." And that is when all of you notice that the sound of people walking didn't end when you all got there. It continued. And just 2 aisles down from you, come walking out of the aisle, are a pair of shambling corpses. So, we are about to enter combat. So the way this is going to work, everybody, is combat in Hopefinder works just like it does in really every other RPG. What's going to happen here is I am going to keep a running kind of combat total here in my notes program. So the first thing we're going to do is have everyone bounce perception for initiative. There's no surprise here. This zombie was too noisy. As a matter of fact, this is a shambler, so it kind of groans and shuffles as it walks and really has almost no chance of surprising anyone. It's a little too noisy of a zombie to just sneak up on anybody. Some, that's not true, but these ones, no chance. So I'm going to ask everyone to go ahead and roll perception for initiative. I'm going to go ahead and do that for the zombies as well. We are not going to use a battle map or grid or anything like that for this. We're going to keep it all kind of theater of the mind. And as such, these zombies are near, but not close to you. Close is for melee. Near, they're about 20 to 30 feet away. They're a move action away. And there are a pair of these shamblers that have come walking around the end of the hall and are making their way toward you. So I'm going to just go around the horn and ask everyone to tell me what their initiative scores are, and I will go ahead and record them. So, Danny, what does Danny have?
13 for an 18.
Okay. 18 for Danny. Romero, what does Romero have?
17.
Very good. What does Martin have? Good
Martin
old GD.
Has a 22.
22 for GD. That's very good. And what does
19
Chris?
on the die.
What does Chris have?
Oh, you beat my 21, sir.
21. Well, you're all going to beat these poor, hapless shamblers who are slowly making their way around the end of the hallway here. They are coming towards you, but Gravedigger, good old Martin Holloway, just finishing up his story, coming from the top ropes, gets to go first.
He is going to... first, he's going to say, "We don't know how many more are here. No guns." And then he is going to, I'm assuming, as with Pathfinder, he can draw his weapon as he's striding. So
no, actually, that is a separate action. You get 3 actions, okay. But if you want to draw a weapon,
in that case, his first action then is going to be to draw his sledgehammer from his back, which is in the kind of quick equip thing as a weapon.
Yep.
Then he is going to stride up to the closest of the shamblers.
Yep.
And then for his final action, he is going to take a single swing at them with his sledgehammer.
All right.
Which unfortunately is a martial weapon, so he doesn't get quite as good of a bonus, but...
So, Martin unsheaths this giant sledgehammer, which has clearly seen work in the past. It's the head of it's pretty dirty, and goes marching up to these pair of shamblers. They're kind of staggered, one's a few feet in front of the other, but that's fine. You make your way up to the first one, and go ahead and swing. Go ahead and make an attack.
That is a 17, and I only get a +2 for this because I don't have martial proficiency, but that is a 19 on the die.
So 19 total.
Yes, or 19 total, I mean, sorry.
Right. So you bring the sledgehammer down, it slams into the zombie. That is a hit. It's not a critical hit, but it is a hit, so go ahead and roll damage.
It is a 2d6. That is 7 points of bludgeoning damage against this zombie.
All right, so zombie number 1 is going to take 7 points of damage. So yeah, you bring the hammer down on this thing, and the hammer slams into its shoulder, and it hits with kind of a sickening crunch. You're pretty sure some of its old rotten bones have broken, but that was not enough to take it out. Shamblers are a little tough. So that is the end of Martin's turn. Next up, Chris. It is your turn to act. What do you got for me, Chris?
Yeah, Chris, you said the Shamblers are 2 aisles away. Are these aisles in good enough shape as to obstruct vision, providing cover? Can he shoot from where he's at within 30 feet range of his pistol?
So think of these aisles as, they're about 5 or 6 feet tall shelving units that generally speaking have stuff piled even on top. So if you're down an aisle, you cannot shoot into the next aisle. But you're at the end of the aisles, and they're kind of coming around the end of the aisles at you. So think of yourself kind of at the back wall of the store. So that's kind of the situation. You could move to the edge of the aisle and shoot around the corner.
Okay. Yeah, he's going to do that. Martin said no guns, and Chris is going to flatly ignore that.
Oh, good.
He has a -1 strength peek behind the curtain, so he's not getting anywhere near those things, hopefully.
Sure.
And because he has a holster, that lets him draw his pistol as a free action.
There you go.
So he can stride around to the corner, quickly draw his revolver, and instead of firing twice, he's going to use the aim action for his second action to try and make this one count and see if we can't take down the one that's already injured.
So Hopefinder does have an action in it called aim. In aim, you basically spend an action to just line up your shot, and it gives you a +1 bonus on your next. So you go ahead and aim, and with your third action, you squeeze off a shot.
Pretty good, but the same total, so 19 total. I know that's not a crit, but that should be
But it is a hit. Are you firing at the same one that Gravedigger is working on?
Yes, so I was hoping to remove a combatant from the battlefield.
Sure, absolutely. So go ahead and roll damage with your revolver.
Yeah, it's a D10 piercing.
All right.
Only 3. I hope Martin did a real good number on him.
The sledgehammer is a very effective tool at crushing zombies. Bullets, they can be a bit hit or miss. If you get a crit, they are fantastic. But if you miss, it's more like, or just get a score a regular hit, it tends to be more of a flesh wound. Yeah, especially when it comes to zombies. So this hit is going to stagger it. It's going to knock it back a bit. But frankly, shooting a zombie in the chest is not that effective. But it still did some damage. The zombie is still up and moving. That is the end of Chris's turn. Next up, we have Danny Pauly.
Danny Pauly, pardon me. Danny Pauly is also going to ignore his gigantic friend's advice and take 1 action to draw, 1 action to aim, and 1 action to shoot.
All right.
So I'm going to roll here, a +1 circumstance. Ooh, but that is not going to help an 8 off the die, is it? So that is a 9 + 5. Yeah, that's 14 in total as he shoots off his pocket pistol.
14 is still going to hit, though, because these Shamblers are notoriously slow and not very quick on their feet. So they don't dodge attacks. They just pretty much take them. They allow their hit points to dodge attacks, which is why they can be kind of tough, just because they got a fair number of hit points. So that is going to hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh, looks like a little bit of my castmates' luck are rubbing off here. I rolled a 6 on the D6, so that is 6 points of damage there.
So this zombie is looking really badly beat up at this point in time. That shot blows off part of its cheek, and it like you were this close to having that go center line and maybe take out the brainstem, which would have knocked it out. But in this case, you just messed it up real bad. It does look very badly hurt, but it is still standing. So that was all of Danny's turn. He drew, he aimed, he fired. That's a pretty typical turn. And lastly, we got Romero. You all beat the zombies. The zombies are going super slow. So you all beat the zombies. Romero, it is over to you.
All right. Well, Romero, I think, is of the opinion that when Gravedigger says no guns, it means no guns. So he's going to run up, and he's still got the flashlight in one hand. On the other hand, he's wearing a pair of brass knuckles. And
Nice.
he's going to try to just punch this zombie right in the face.
Just going to cold cock the zombie. That'll do it.
4 on the die for a total of 10.
So you swing as hard as you can, but your overexuberance just comes up a bit short. However, because you are wearing the brass knuckles, you do still have 1 action left.
All right. So he's going to take another strike, try to make up for
Sure.
that absolute failure.
Missed with the first, try with the second.
Yeah, it's even worse. It's an 8 total. This
So
is
Romero,
exactly what I would expect.
Romero comes up and in his bravest move attempts to punch the zombie, but does not manage to connect both times. You do actually kind of hit the zombie. It just didn't appear to do anything. It was kind of like punching it in the shoulder, and it doesn't seem to care about that at all. So that is the end of your turn. Next up, the Shamblers go. We've got a Shambler that is in close contact with both Martin and Romero. It is going to attempt to attack Martin. Martin was the first person who came up to it. So the first thing it's going to do is attack with its fist. So let me go ahead and make this attack roll against Martin. Okay, I'm going to wager that an 8 does not hit.
It does not. Question though, do I have to state that I'm doing my reaction before you give the? I'm assuming I'd have to state it before you gave the. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was slow on the draw on that one, but I'm
no worries.
Okay with that since it was a miss anyway.
Yeah. So that one's going to be a miss. It does try and attack you again if you want to use your reaction now.
Yeah, if it does try to do it again, I am going to use my dodge reaction.
All right. So that's going to give you a +3 to your AC.
Yes.
Oh, it may make the difference. We'll see. I rolled really well, but that is going to be an 18. I rolled a 19 on the die.
That is just barely over it because my taking the reaction brought it up to a 17, so that is a hit.
So you try and roll back with the punch just like you were taught all those years ago, and you were this close, but somehow it did manage to connect with you. So that is going to deal a little bit of damage to you. We'll see. So it's 4 points of damage. So in Hopefinder, armor doesn't give you a huge bonus to your AC, but it does give you resistance to damage. So what's the resistance? What's your resistance value for the armor you are wearing?
My resistance value is a 3, and it resists bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing.
Okay, so I just dealt 4 bludgeoning to you, which means you're going to take 1 point of damage, and that's also going to ding your armor because your armor failed to protect you from the attack. So mark a ding on your armor and take 1 point of damage. Now, for those of you at home, it's like, wow, that means that you're not going to take a lot of damage quickly. Yeah, but Hopefinder characters don't have a lot of hit points. So damage is something you generally want to avoid when you have single-digit hit points. So that was the first zombie's turn. The second zombie shambles up to Romero. Now, it was close to you, but it was not right next to you, so it is going to spend one of its actions to move. And then with its second action, it's just going to swing a fist at you, Romero. Here it comes.
I'm going to use the dodge reaction with no special bonus. But...
Okay, so that's going to give you a +2. I rolled terribly. I only got a 7. That's definitely going to miss. The zombie comes up to you and awkwardly swings at you. Now, that said, there's one more zombie. So let's see. Chris, you went down the aisle to kind of hide and shoot around the corner, correct?
I would say strategically place himself, but yes.
Absolutely. Down the aisle that you went down, there is a crawler. And it was attracted by the sound of your gunshot, and it spends its first action crawling up to you. It only gets, let's see, it is going to only get 2 actions per round. It's slow. Not all zombies are slow, but this one is. So it's going to take its first action to crawl up at you, and the second action it's going to attempt to grab hold of you, hit you with its fist to grab hold of you.
Dodge.
All right. Ooh, I'm not sure the dodge is going to make a difference. I got a total of 21 because I rolled very well.
Yeah, no. Dodge brings it up to a 19, which felt pretty confident.
So it is going to hit you, but let's see if it manages to do any damage. Doesn't do a lot of damage. It's a pretty weak creature. Pretty weak zombie. It's only going to do 2.
Okay. The bulletproof vest that Chris is wearing has resistance 5.
Wow.
So if he didn't wake up with 3 bruises, he'd be feeling a-okay. But now I'll be up to 4 bruises.
Correct. So when armor totally prevents you from taking any damage, you instead take a bruise. So in this case, Chris takes a bruise from the hit. The zombie does not otherwise harm you. And that is the end of the zombie's turn. So that was the one crawler and the 2 shamblers have both gone. That's where we're at. The party is in a life or death struggle against a couple pretty average zombies, but we'll see how it goes. We're going to start back at the top of the order with Gravedigger. The zombie in front of you looks very badly hurt. The other one is now also in melee range. So you and Romero are in melee with both of these 2 shamblers. And we have Chris is back there in melee with a crawler, and Danny's kind of off to the side.
I think Martin is going to try to finish this one off, and then if he's still got actions after, he'll start working on the one that's menacing Romero. So he is going to take a swing at the one in front of him.
All right.
I wish I rolled this good on the pod. That is a 19 on the die for a 21.
A 21 is a very solid hit. Not quite a crit, very close to a crit, but not quite. So go ahead and roll damage on that. This shambler is in pretty bad shape as it is. Let's see what happens when it takes another hit from this sledgehammer.
I hope it's in really bad shape, because that's 2 1s on my 2d6.
Oh, no.
With my strength modifier, that is minimum 4 damage.
So you come swinging in with the sledgehammer, and it clips the zombie's shoulder. And for a moment, you thought, "Oh no, this isn't going to do it." But the sledgehammer clips its shoulder and hits it right in the neck, and you just hear a kind of solid crack. And with that, the zombie collapses to the ground and stops moving. You have dispatched one of the shamblers. It goes down in a sack of rotten flesh. That was only your first action, though.
Yep. So for his second action, he's going to turn his attention to the one that Romero tried to punch at.
All right.
And take a swing at it. That is going to be a bit lower. That is only going to be a 12 to hit.
A 12 does still hit. These things do not have a good armor class. So that is going to hit. Go ahead and give me damage as you bring the sledgehammer around and slam it into the second zombie.
Okay, that is a much better damage roll that time. That is almost max. That is 13 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh. Your sledgehammer slams into this thing so hard that one of its arms just shatters. The rotten meat just kind of comes undone. This zombie looks horribly hurt by that. It is still up. It does still have one arm that it can make an attack with. But, you know, it's not going to be a concert pianist anytime soon. Because one of its arms is now mangled beyond recognition. You do still have one action left, but with that multiple attack penalty, you're going to be looking at a pretty hard hit. I do want to say that even though we're doing kind of theater of the mind here, you could also spend an action to put it in a flanking position so that Romero has an easier time to hit.
You know, I think that is actually what he's going to do then, is he's just going to kind of move around to the other side of it because I'd have to roll pretty high on that last one to actually hit.
All right.
So,
all right. So, with practice grace for such a big guy, you actually are very kind of nimble.
Yeah, he's fairly like light on his feet for his size.
Yeah. You kind of move around to the back side of the thing. It doesn't even really pay attention to you. It's too busy. Like, doesn't even really pay attention to its shattered arm. It's still just reaching out towards Romero with its gnarled fingers. And that is the end of Gravedigger's turn, Martin's turn. Next up, Chris, you've got a crawler that's come out of nowhere on you.
Yeah, as a free action, he'll say, "Got a crawler that's come out of nowhere on me," and then I don't. Does firing in melee still provoke attacks of opportunity in Hopefinder?
No, that's only
Not
in
that's yeah.
So
okay.
in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, creatures only get attack of opportunity if they say they get attack of opportunity. Not everybody has it. That is the same in Hopefinder because, again, Hopefinder is a hack of Pathfinder 2nd Edition, so it uses all the P2 rules except for where it says it's different. So in this case, that is kind of the standard. Now, you're going to wager that a crawler is not a highly trained combat machine and probably doesn't have attack of opportunity. But
Fair.
You don't know.
Okay, well, I guess I'll find out. Chris will spend his first action again to aim, really hoping to get a crit on this one, and will pull the trigger right in this crawler's face.
All right.
And that's a natural 20.
Oh!
So, yeah, with the aim, that brings it up to a 27.
So that is a critical hit with a piercing attack. Now, in Hopefinder, all attacks, critical hits are especially deadly. And generally speaking, most guns have the deadly trait. I'm assuming
This
your
one
gun
does.
does have the deadly trait. Okay, so the deadly trait means that it deals triple damage on a critical hit. And if you exceed the target's AC by 20, not 10, but by 20, it's an auto kill. They just go down. But I'm going to wager this isn't by 20. What's your total bonus come out to?
That only came out to a 27, so...
You're not far
Not
off, but it's not going to be enough. So, but you are going to get triple damage, which is probably going to result in the same thing anyway. You would also get the piercing critical effect, which is crits from piercing weapons cause the target to be sickened until the target receives some healing. Zombies are immune to sicken, so it does, the piercing hits on zombies aren't special. But you're still getting triple damage. So go ahead and roll damage and then multiply it by 3.
Then that becomes 9. Only roll a
9.
3 again on a d10.
9 is still pretty decent damage against a crawler. It looks really badly hurt by that. It is still moving, but you put a bullet right in the back of its spine and like parts of it are now no longer functioning. You do still have 1 action left.
Yeah, and seeing as how easy this thing was to hit, why not just shoot again? No
Shoot
aim,
again?
but we'll see what happens.
All right.
Yeah, I spoke too soon. That was a 2 off the dice for a 3 with that multiple attack penalty.
So
Not quite.
you fire wildly a second time, desperate to put the crawler down, but the bullet just hits the floor right next to it and does not hit. The thing is still alive, but only just. Let's go on now to Danny. Danny, you've got a crawler off to your left in the aisle that is menacing Chris, and you've still got a shambler that's up in front of you attacking Romero. And all you can smell is rot and terrible rotten flesh as it pours down upon you from both sides. What do you do?
Sniffs the air and he's like, Homan Castle never changes. And then just walks on over to his friend Chris, seeing that Romero and Martin seem to have that in hand. And just sort of boondock saints behind Chris with the extended and shoots down at the crawler. Let's see how this looks for me here. Okay, that's an 11 off the die. So I didn't intentionally aim with my highest. So that's a 16 to hit.
16 does hit. So go ahead and roll damage on that. The bullet sinks into zombie flesh. Let's see how well it does.
All right, and that is a 4 off the die.
4, you put it right in the back of the crawler's head. It slams its head down on the ground, and it stops moving. The crawler is dead. So you managed to kill the crawler. All right.
Yeah. I guess since I'm kind of far away, free action, looks at Chris for a moment and says, clean up aisle 3. The end of Danny's turn.
All right, so Danny starts cracking wise. The zombies are dead. You know what? Thanks to your cracking wise, I'm going to go ahead and give everyone an extra point of hope. So instead of your starting amount of hope, which you should have had 3, by the way, you now have a 4th point of hope. Everybody should know that hope works like hero points in Hopefinder, but you can spend it in a couple different ways. One, you can use it to re-roll a roll that's failed. That's the obvious way. Another way you can use it, though, is to turn a critical hit from a bad guy into a normal hit. Super valuable use of hope in Hopefinder. And the final thing you can do with it is if you find yourself unconscious, you can spend a point of hope to skip making your dying check that round. You don't stabilize, you just get to skip making the check. That's all it does for you while you're dying. So it's not quite as good while you're dying, but you can use it in other ways. Another important aspect of hope is, should you find yourself infected with the Z-Plague, the Z-Plague drains your hope 1 point per day until you're out. And if you run out of hope, that's how you succumb to the zombie parasite and turn into a zombie. Or at least progress to the next stage, which is incurable, and you're on the quick slide to being a zombie. So, we don't have to worry about that right now, but because of your wisecracking, I'm going to award everyone in the group a point of hope. I appreciate that. So everybody has 4 right now. Might prove useful here in the ongoing. Don't forget that you have those, and if you really want to hit on a thing or you think it's critical, don't forget to use them. All right. That was the end of Danny's turn. We're up to Romero. Romero, you know that the zombie goes next. Make it count. What do you got for me?
All right, he's standing in front of a zombie and has the guy who's at least a foot taller than him and probably more than twice his weight on the other side of the zombie. He clearly embarrassed himself last time out, but he's just going to wind up with that set of brass knuckles and try to punch this thing's head off like it's Don Flamenco and Punch Out. All right, that is with the flanking a total of a 21.
21 is going to hit your with the flank. Your brass knuckles managed to find home. Again, not quite a crit, just shy of being a crit. But that is going to be a hit. So go ahead and give me some damage with those brass knuckles.
3 damage on the brass knuckles.
3 damage to the shambler. That is gonna knock its head back a bit, but that is not enough to kill it. It is still up. It looks pretty badly beat after it took that sledgehammer hit and the punch, but it's still up.
Going to swing again with a multi-attack penalty. No, that's not going to hit that time. Actually, I'll spend a hope to re-roll since we just...
All right. Yeah, there we go.
That.
Handy reminder that always comes into, well, yeah, we might as well spend a hope.
Yeah. 22 this time.
22. There we go. That is going to hit.
That's after the -5.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
That is a very high roll.
He's a finesse guy. That's a finesse weapon.
Oh yeah, that's a nice one about the knuckles.
Yeah, you can use them as a finesse weapon. So that is a critical hit. Now this is a critical hit with a bludgeoning weapon, and it doesn't have the deadly trait, so it's only going to do double damage. So go ahead and deal double damage. Bludgeoning attacks deal a bruise on a critical hit, but zombies don't care about bruises. So
well, that's a total of 6 then, doubling
6
the D4.
So you reel back and slam your fist into this zombie's face, and just its jaw just rips right off. And the thing sputters for a moment before collapsing to the ground in a pile of rotten meat. That is the end of combat. You have killed all 3 of these zombies. Not too worse for wear. You took a couple minor scrapes and a bruise, but other than that, not too bad. Your first encounter with zombies here in the mall went just fine. After dealing with the second shambler, you kind of stop, take stock of the situation, and realize that was it. You don't hear any other footfalls growing closer. Everything appears to be okay. So that's where we're at.
Danny's gonna take stock of everybody else in the group and probably settle his sunken eyes on Chris and go, "Oof, you don't look so good. You should sit down." Martin, do you still want this? He holds out the crowbar as he's sort of examining his patient.
Well, now that we know for sure there's Z's in here, well, we can always take it back to the camp. But it might not be the best thing to use while we're still in here. But yeah, let's see if we can pry that bad boy open.
All right. So you're going to have to break open this case. It is pretty solid, but you can basically try and bash it open. So the way that kind of works here in Hopefinder is that there is a function of the athletics skill that is batter. And basically what you're doing is you're trying to batter open a thing and deal dings to it. So the way this works, a crowbar is particularly a good tool for battering things open. That's why you take it as a piece of item. Very useful item to have. So who is going to make an athletics check against this? And why don't you go ahead and roll? Whoever that is.
I think I got a +5, so I'm assuming I probably have the highest athletics.
Probably, yeah.
Who are we gonna have pry it open? The ex-wrestler.
Yeah. So I think he'll kind of hold his hand out, and Danny will slap the crowbar into his hand, and he'll wedge it in there. And well, a 13 is no longer the lowest roll I've had on this die. That was a natural 1.
Oh no!
So that is a is a 6, which I don't know if batter, because it isn't technically an attack.
Oh, it actually is
fall
an
under
attack.
the cat. Is it considered an attack roll? Oh, so that does fall under critical fail territory then.
So when you critically fail with an attack roll with a tool or a weapon, the tool or weapon takes a ding. So whoever's crowbar that is just took a ding. I don't think that's enough to make it not functional. I'm sure it has what, 4?
4. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
I think 4, yeah.
So okay, it's only gonna take 1. So as long as you don't critically fail again, it's gonna be fine. But it's taking a ding.
He wedges it in there, and he goes, and it actually bends the crowbar a little bit.
Yeah, this, as it turns out, this thing's actually really, really tough, but you can try again.
Yeah, so he gets it at a different angle. There we go. That is a 16 on the die that time for a 21.
21 is pretty good. That is going to do 2 dings to the cabinet. That causes the cabinet to be broken, but it's not destroyed. So this cabinet has 4 dings as a kind of object. It has 4. Its break value is 4. So 2 is going to be enough to pry it open to the point where you can get at some of the stuff that's in there. And reaching around inside there, you can tell that below. So the top of the thing has kind of these iron bars, which is where you can see the chainsaw. But the bottom part of it has some stuff in it too. And looking around in there, you can feel around, and you find a small box of ammunition. There is a box of pistol ammo down in here.
Nice.
It looks like this is also where they kept the ammo and supplies. It's not labeled as such, but this is where they keep those things. So you do find a small box of pistol ammo. So that's 10 pistol bullets that you can pass around.
That back to Chris.
And in addition, it also looks like there's batteries down in here. It looks like there is one large battery that you can't get out unless you destroy the case. And there are 2 small batteries, which would allow you to fix the one in the flashlight, the flashlight you found. Those you can
Yeah,
take.
so he'll hand those back to Romero then.
All right.
And then I think he's going to try one more time to see if he can knock this thing the rest of the way open.
Okay.
That is a... That is an 11. So that is a 16.
So a 16 is not quite enough to get this cabinet to crack open. You're going to need to either try again or give up. That wasn't enough.
Oh, Drew, are you taking a +2 from the crowbar for this?
Oh, I was not taking a +2 from the crowbar.
So
I
the +2
completely
is,
forgot about that. So.
The +2 is certainly going to help, but it's not going to help you here. It's not quite enough.
It wouldn't be enough to get it to 2 dings. That would have brought it to 17.
Yeah.
Or no, 18. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
not quite hitting
more.
the DC.
That's a 15 on the die, so that's a 22.
And with that,
I imagine that'll finish it. Yeah.
The case pops open. You manage to crack open the last bit on the door. This reveals that, lo and behold, you now have a chainsaw. The chainsaw is a terrifying martial melee weapon. It is very, very dangerous. This thing does require fuel. This is an electric chainsaw, though, so it runs off large batteries. There is a large battery in here. But I'm going to tell you right now, just looking at it, this battery is pretty old and probably doesn't have most of its charge left. So you don't know how exactly long it's going to last, but if you decide to fire up the chainsaw, you will have a chainsaw for at least a little bit.
And now, was that second battery we found down the bottom like another one of that size battery?
So the battery the chainsaw that was on display had no battery in it.
So that's the battery we're talking about. Okay.
The battery down below is what you
Gotcha.
need. Yeah. And in addition to that, you find a down below there is also a machinery kit. This is a bunch of machinery tools. It's kind of a heavy thing, so I don't know if anybody wants to carry it. It does have a bulk of 2. All right. So you've managed to loot the home and castle. Now you could spend more time in here looting for more stuff, but you're on a mission. So up to you. Where do you go next?
Probably go to head out to the mall proper after
All
this.
right.
Yeah, head out into the atrium.
All right, so let's go ahead and bring back up the map here. Let's go ahead and make the token appear. There it is. So you make your way now towards the mall entrance proper. You make your way through the rest of home and castle, and soon find yourself at the entrance to the mall proper, the interior of the mall. And you're looking in, and looking into this mall, you can see that there is light here because it looks like the interior of the mall has skylights. And it looks like over the years, most of those skylights have broken. And you can tell this because rainwater has poured in, and the inside of the mall almost looks kind of like a terrarium in places. Where the skylights have broken open, moss and in some cases small plants have started growing in the center of the aisles. You are on the bottom floor of the mall. There are 2 floors. You're right near an escalator that probably hasn't moved in a decade, that goes up between the floors. And that is the area where there's kind of an opening that you can see up, and you can see the skylight. And beneath it, there's also kind of a recessed area that looks like it used to be like a child's playland kind of thing. You get here, and there looks like there was kind of a crude barricade put here at the entrance to home and castle, but it looked like it was overran forever ago, and it's just destroyed. You are looking into the place proper now. Off to the left, you see a place called Spikes. That looks like the type of place that sells gag gifts and like adult edgy clothing. Off to your right, there's a place called My Precious, which looks like a jewelry store of some sort. Further in, you see a place on the right called Endgoal Sports, which looks like a sporting supply place. Off to the left, a little further in, you see something that looks called Candle Hell, and looks like it's a place that sells candles and perfumes and stuff. No sign of that toy store yet, but far off in the distance, towards the center of the mall. So if you look kind of towards the middle there, where there is that kind of octagon and the Santa hat, you can see from here that there is this crooked Christmas tree. Doesn't look like it was real, but it's been here for 10 years. And it's crooked because the guide wires that were holding it up snapped long ago, and it's just kind of leaning over, framing this kind of rotten, ruined Christmas village. You just see this kind of gross mold and mildew covered Santa's village kind of thing. And as you look at it, you're kind of looking into this mall, and it's kind of dark. All the stores are dark and closed off because none of them have windows. So who knows what's lurking in. And somewhere far off in the mall, you hear and that is where we are going to end the first part of our playthrough of Hopefinder. Gentlemen, I want to thank you for playing in this fun-filled event. This has been a blast. I hope you have had a good time as well. For those of you watching at home, we will be airing part 2. I believe that'll be dropping both as a podcast on the Pod Against the Machine, and I will be dropping the video of it on my YouTube channel. So if you want to catch part 2 of this exciting Pinecrest Mall exploration here playing Hopefinder, we hope you tune into that. And for all of you watching here at Third Party Con, I want to thank you for your support of third-party publishers. It means the world to us. At Paizo, we really value our third-party publishers. They are part of the lifeblood of our games, and we do greatly appreciate them. Before I go, I want to toss it around the horn and let everybody say where they can find out more about you and your podcast, and then you can toss it back to me and I'll close it out.
Well, I'm part of Pod Against the Machine. I don't use much, if any, social media, but I'm also the least funny one. So you're not missing out on much. But yeah, you can always listen to us. We have new episodes every Wednesday. And we also like to play some games that are not Pathfinder 1E. And thank you so much, Jason. This has been so great. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Echoing Zach, you can also find me on Pod Against the Machine, weirdly enough. You can find us at podagainstthemachine.com, where we have the slowest website in the history of the world, but there is some good stuff on there. We also periodically do stuff that we're calling the Story Machine, where we have little like audio fiction things in addition to actual play. And you can find us on Twitter and most other things at Pod versus Machine, where we tweet and do the social media stuff badly.
Fantastic.
And as I said at the beginning, I'm Jero. Again, listen to me on the pod. I also ran our second McFib, which was a Call of Cthulhu that we will hopefully finish up at some point eventually. And I occasionally stream video games on the Pod's Twitch channel, which is Pod versus Machine, same as our Twitter handle and most of our other social media. Jeff?
Yeah, weirdly enough, also you can find me on Pod Against the Machine. I ran our Pathfinder 2nd Edition one-shot, Sundered Waves, written by our fabulous narrator here. So if you want to hear us just really do badly at the rules of Pathfinder 2e, check out that 4-part one-shot. And yeah, we're on Twitter. You can find me on Mastodon at dice.camp, at Ready to Action. And yeah, thanks for running this for us, Jason.
You are more than welcome. I want to thank you all for playing. I am Jason Bulmahn. I'm the director of game design at Paizo and the publisher at Minotaur Games. If you are interested in learning more about Hopefinder, you can find it on Kickstarter right now. Just go to Kickstarter and search for Hopefinder. We'll make sure to get a link associated with this as well. If you're excited about the Pinecrest Mall Holiday Horror, releasing this as a flyer mini adventure is a stretch goal as part of the campaign. We hope we get there. You can take your characters, your survivors, on this adventure too. Thank you for watching, everybody, and we will see you next time.
Third Party Con is sponsored in part by Pathfinder Infinite, part of the Drive-Thru RPG network. Whether it's adventures, settings, monsters, classes, or anything else that builds on the core game, Pathfinder Infinite allows talented creators like you to share your content and make money while you're at it. You can use the Pathfinder Lost Omens campaign setting and more as a launch pad for your own creations. Get recognized by the community, and you might even earn an invitation into the Infinite Masters Elite Creator Program. For more information, visit roll20.io/TPK. That's roll20.io/TPK. Next up on Third Party Con, a live recording of Oberon's Forge Press doing character creation using Pathfinder Infinite products.
Oh gosh, I forgot to change it.
It's fine.
By the way.
Oh, are we live?
I
see my
believe we
picture.
are.
Hello,
We might
everyone. Well, I'm waving at the screen, so I'm going to assume we are live. Okay, thank you for tuning in. Welcome to another session for TPK Con. We are a bunch of Infinite creators, and we are going to show off Infinite products by making characters on the fly based on what you select. So I hope you are all ready to just pick random things and see us do them on the fly. Ought to be fun. So let's start with Archon. Can you introduce yourself?
Hi everyone, my name is Archon. I am the person who doesn't have a camera for this game. I mostly do character classes, as well as some other character options throughout Pathfinder Infinite 2nd Edition.
Okay. Hello everyone. I'm John Holmes. Some people know me as the Parlor Poet. I do a variety of bits and pieces on Pathfinder Infinite, including the Galarian Unseen line. So I do classes, relics, maybe a bit of ancestries in the future. We'll see. And I swear that I am a professional and I will do this without any mistakes.
Hi, I'm Tony from Team Plus, one of the co-founders. I write a lot of different stuff. I used to write for Legendary Games, where I worked on 3 of their classes, one of them solo. Now I write primarily class expansions and lore book expansions for Omens Plus and stuff like that. So just really excited to bust open some new content.
Okay, so there we go. Are we ready to run the first poll? So what you do when we build character, traditionally ancestry, background, and class, but we decided we were going to have a little extra fun today and make it all about Minotaurs. Connor's great Minotaur supplement. But you guys get to pick which Minotaur heritage that Archon gets to play. Now, there's a little bit of imagination here. What each of these are? I think we can all figure out what a labyrinth Minotaur is kind of like. That Ghost Bull sounds like that could be pretty interesting. Minotaurs, I have a big presence on the Corto, so I imagine that's a little bit about what's going on with the Coastal Minotaur. I never thought to say how long we wanted to run these votes for. Archon, which one are you pulling for?
I think I'm going for Ghost Bull, actually. Because I looked over some of this stuff while Connor was writing it.
Oh, nice.
Oh, you got an advantage. I like it.
I do have a bit of an advantage. That's slightly unfair for me, but yeah, all of the Minotaur heritages are very cool, but Ghost Bull are, should I say, or should I leave it up to imagination?
Share what you want to share, I think.
Yeah, share a little bit.
They are albino minotaurs called Ghost Bulls. They have stark white fur, and they have the ability to speak with spirits, giving them the guidance cantrip.
Oh, that's cool.
That's spooky. I like that.
Good cantrip too.
Very good.
Okay, I guess let's see where we are. We've gotten a bunch of the chat so far. Cut that poll.
All right.
And the winner is a tie.
A tie between Coastal and
Coastal and
Ghostful.
Ghost. I think you're going Ghost Ball.
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess I'm going
Yeah,
Ghost Ball.
I think dealer gets to break the tie, right?
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
We're showing my Foundry screen and not your Foundry screen, so let's find you. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. This is why it needed to be a player and not me doing it. Okay. Let's, If I have the thing up, can you pull stuff over, or am I going to pull stuff over? Awesome.
I wonder if it'll just change for you live. Well,
yeah, I think it actually might. Archon, can you edit it? I think it might change live.
It should do. Andrew.
Yep.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
There we go. All right.
Oh,
So
We're gonna totally ignore that thing I had in the corner.
Are we voting? Is it going through feats too? So ancestry feat is now getting voted, or is it, or does Archon
I figured
get to
we
pick
would
that?
just. Yeah, Archon can pick that. We're just gonna pick the main things. So
The
let's
big ones,
flip over
yeah.
to the big ones. We want to get 3 characters out of this because there's going to be an encounter.
Yeah, we're not just
Yeah, we
building
have to
them.
try.
We're killing them too.
We're going to use it.
That's probably what will happen.
All
Hey,
right.
Minotaurs are tough.
They are
10
very
HP ancestry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can
So-
do it.
Yeah. So what are we thinking for ancestry feat?
It's a good question.
Well,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Should we put the poll up?
No, I did not make
Wait,
polls
I
for the
I
ancestry.
believe we
feats.
have
Oh, wait.
one, but
Let's see.
I don't know with this kind of
You don't.
character, a ghost bull. I'm thinking maybe I'd take Minotaur lore, or maybe something a bit more interesting with maybe I'm a seafarer. Maybe that's how I channel a bit of divine guidance is that I look
Bit
to the
of-
stars.
Okay.
Yeah. Plus, that kind of half makes the coastal vote. You're swaging them a
There you
little
go.
bit, right?
Yeah.
Also, a seafaring albino minotaur who speaks with spirits. That's cool.
Yeah.
And we haven't even gotten the
Piloting
background
checks and
yet.
vessels.
All right. I just dragged seafarers.
Quick
into the
metagame.
shop.
There's water.
Oh, so are we working our way
Why-
down the rest of Archons now? Is that how we're doing it?
Yeah.
Great.
So we should probably. Yes, we're gonna do only heritage backgrounds and classes because I don't think we'll have time for the bonus one. So do we want to do background now, or do you want to? Because it's only you only need. You pick the heritage, we pick the thing, you picked your feat, so we should be good.
Did you distribute your abilities? I guess you want to maybe retroactively decide that. Be a little
Yeah,
harsh.
That's
we
true.
Can do,
Yeah.
we can do that while other people are doing theirs.
Can we
as
do the
well.
second poll to do the to get the background and then get the class, and then I guess we'll finish it off. What are you watching? You are watching us build characters in real time based on your choices. So far, yeah.
Sorry, Helen. Didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, no, you got it. This is a team.
Yeah, and it's all from third-party content that you can get on Pathfinder Infinite. Some of us are the publishers, but most of it is our colleagues.
Okay, wonderful. We've got a good selection of backgrounds here. This is a mix from the impending new orcs on the block thing coming out, and then from Impossible Lands Plus. We can see the Axside Realtor because Marivon's an up-and-coming town. First World Emissary, that was for Bulmahn things, I believe. Industria and High Fly, that's, I don't want to say dancing in the air, but that's what it felt like to me. And the Deep Diver of Pradahanam, there's some good stuff there. And hey, now that we got a sea theme, that might be really appropriate.
Yeah, Deep Diver might be
Yeah.
the one to go. But what?
Are we allowed
I'm
to vote
imagining
for our
like
own things?
diver helmet with like horns.
Yes.
I'll be abstaining from these just to make it a bit fair, or well, make it so that I'm not.
I'm 100% voting in everyone's polls just to mess with them.
Oh, please do.
I won't vote in my own, but I'll vote in everyone else's.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's only fair.
Yep, Ruve Verk actually wrote the bottom two, and then Jamie Trop wrote the Bopan one. So.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Those both are from John Murray, which Ruve wrote a lot for the actual Impossible Lands John
Yes.
Murray, which is really cool to see
Alright.
him get to have some takes on it.
Mhm.
Deep diver.
Deep diver wins.
I am a deep
Okay.
diver. I assume that is in Impossible Lands. Yes, it is.
The Impossible Lands plus background.
It is Impossible Lands, yeah.
All right, so I get a bonus to Strength or Constitution and a free boost. I get Breath Control and the additional lore feat for Diving Lore. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I believe it is a rare background, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's similar
Everything's
to,
on the table for today.
We gave permission.
Let me... okay. And let me just put in Diving Lore as trained. Let me bring this up. Let me add Sailing Lore as trained. And if I'm not mistaken, does additional lore increase at third? Yeah, I get an additional skill increase, so I'm an expert in diving.
Excellent.
All right. So yeah, I'll be your guide for today. I'll be the guy bringing you where you need to go and making sure you don't drown when you go underwater. The class.
Okay.
Any of these would be so good.
Any of them would be really interesting. Man, I don't even know what I would choose for any of them because all of them have interesting options. Which is plus.
Great.
I know fairly well because I've been trying to convince one of my players to do Witches Plus for a bit of time. I've never. You'd be surprised. This particular player really likes the not Pet Cache, the other familiar pocket ability.
Right.
So.
You know, I am gonna vote for Witch on you because I think not to persuade you, but a hex marked witch with like a sailor tattoo, you know, like that's very. I feel like that kind of fits the vibe that it's going for. But
well, I think that you might have just convinced me because I am going to be a witch.
Yeah, there you go.
Actually marked
Look
with
at
the black spot.
Yeah, that's great. That's actually pretty good. That's like the sailor name. They call you the Black Spot. You're like bad luck. They don't want you on the boat. It's like a big deal. They make you dive the whole way. You're just like hanging around in your suit under the ship.
Right. So I have not used Witches Plus on Foundry. So how do I get the class? Do I just add the Witch class as normal?
I think so. I think you just add the you have to add the hex marked class feature if you're doing that. If you're just doing the Witches Plus standard, then I think you just give yourself the bonus lesson at 1. There might actually be a Witch Plus class that you can select. So let's go to features, probably.
Yeah.
Depending on what kind of witch you're gonna go with. I would probably pick your patron first. That seems reasonable.
There's actually a Witch Plus class, it looks like.
Yeah, there is a C patron witch.
Yeah, there's a Witch Plus class you can drag in by the looks of it. It's in Witch Plus features at the bottom.
All right. I'm going to take the lesson of sigils, or sigils, if you pronounce it that way.
I'm not sure how to do it actually.
Sigils. I've never heard of sigils.
Okay.
I've heard from one person, and I mean, what else? What else is my patron going to be but the sea?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Makes total sense.
All right. So
I kind of love when the votes come out to like really cool character concepts.
Yeah, this is awesome. I want.
It's kind of cool.
all right. So I will take training in occultism for being for my extra skill. And I will be lesson of sigils. I get bloodbound glyph as my hex, which I can carve a glyph onto someone and make them take persistent bleed damage.
Oof.
If they take an action with the move trait while it's active, they take 1 additional bleed damage at the end of a turn, where it completes the action, depending on its fortitude save. They then become immune for 1 minute, and that is a focus spell. I also get message rune. Oh yeah, this is becoming a very interesting character very quickly.
Yeah, this is fun.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna move some stuff around to be where it needs to be, and yeah, Seebles. I like that. I need to choose my ability scores. I'm gonna choose.
So how about you keep building in the background and we start queuing up some of the other creation? Is that okay?
Gotcha. Makes sense to me.
Yep. Okay. So I think John, you're up next.
Yeah, I'm up next, everyone. So
Okay, cue
give
the
me your
next
work.
poll. What
And I'm
type
not-
of Minotaur?
That is the question. Miniature. I love that. Great.
I mean-
horn. Shaggy.
I know what I'm voting for.
Thing is, I told a bunch of my friends I was doing this, so I have no doubt they are in here right now, and they're going to
Oh.
vote for the
I should
most
message-
ridiculous stuff.
I should message all of my friends.
Yes, bring
Wait.
everybody.
That was
I
the
already
point.
did. None of them showed up. Interesting. Half of them are playing Risk of Rain, so can I say that?
We can call them out. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like Miniature's the
vote.
winner.
Miniature. And I know who it is.
Miniature Minotaur.
Right.
Mini
Let's
Minotaur.
Find miniature.
I'm like so afraid to flip off the screen,
There we go. So
double check things.
put that into heritage. Let's see what miniature gives me. So I'm not on narrow ground when using acrobatics. I'm not flat-footed, and when I get a success, it becomes a critical success because I've got a lower center of balance. I'm that
There you
much
go.
shorter.
Connor, check.
Hey,
That
Connor.
is the author of the Minotaurs. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, great for you to be here. If we have questions, we're going to send them your way now.
The art in this book is gorgeous. I just love looking at it.
Yeah. No, it's fantastic.
Oh, man.
Okay. So I'm an itty bitty Minotaur.
Ooh.
Looks like we got the backgrounds
some
queued
good
up
ones.
too now.
Deluge Rafter, Founding Citizen, Maiden Memorability Hunter, Smokeside Florist. What is a Maiden Memorability Hunter?
That might be a typo on my part. Was it
I
memorability or memorabilia? I think it was memorabilia.
Memorabilia.
Memorabilia. Right.
So sorry. So the Field of Maidens down in Geb.
Yep. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
I will
let's see.
say when Brian and I were working on New Orcs on the Buck, I saw Deluge Delver and I did laugh out loud. I'm like, oh gosh, that was hilarious.
How many cantrips do witches get?
5, I assume.
They get 5.
Yeah.
They get 5-day prepare, but don't they know more because they are prepared?
Yeah, they know 10.
Yeah, they know 10.
Oh.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Let's see.
I'm a
Smoke Side
florist.
Florist 1.
Okay, and this is in Orcs, yes?
Smoke Side Florist.
Yeah, this is Orcs.
Oh, Smokeside Florist is definitely in Possible Lands. It's
Okay,
because Smokeside is in Alkenstar.
Oh,
Right, thank you.
I thought we were talking about something else. I'm sorry. Oh my
No,
god.
you're fine. I've got it.
No, you're good.
I
like Florist a lot.
I had
Everyone
all the
likes
foundry
flowers.
tabs up. Yeah, everyone does like flowers. So the Smokeside
Yep.
Florist. You've always had an eye for creativity and color, and the business of flower arranging called to you, but the scant offerings of the blasted desert succulents are less than satisfying. You've even taken up adventuring as a means to gain access to all manner of wild and exciting flora. Choose 2 ability boosts. One must be Dex or Wisdom, and one is a free ability boost. I get trained in nature and herbalism lore skill, and I get the floral expert reaction. What is this? You suffer it's a reaction. You suffer from an effect caused by a plant. You can recall knowledge on the creature or the environment that caused the triggering effect and get a +1 circumstance bonus to the check. I go poking flowers. It attacks me. I know what flowers. I love that. I'm a little florist. And a Minotaur. Fantastic.
Little Minotaur Florist. Okay, now what class are we going to go with?
Ooh.
That is the question.
All of these are interesting.
All of these are interesting, and I will say to everyone, people go, "Oh, John, didn't you write lots of sorcerer material?" Well, sorcerer was taken from me.
You know all the sorcerers already.
I do. No, I'm excited because I've heard so many good things about all of these, and I don't know what I'm going to get, and I'm kind of nervous. Also,
I will say I have a... Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, if anyone hears a meowing, one of my cats has joined the room. I can do nothing about this.
Hello, kitty.
If he comes closer, I'll bring him up.
I don't think I put any cat folk options in these polls.
Ooh, symbiote.
Right. Symbiote. Interesting.
Okay. I have heard so many good things about this class and never played it. So
Well, I'm teaching I'm doing kind of a new players game, and someone said I want to go with the most complex thing possible. So part of it was they chose the symbiote for their class.
right. So I've dragged symbiote in, and I've immediately got to make a parasite origin. So I've got divine, Helminth.
It is
Helminth.
a bloodborne parasite.
Okay, or outsider influence,
which is more Cthulhu-y.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the parasite. I feel like they picked up something when looking for flowers.
Oh, I like that.
That's very cool.
My count sheet's like 90% filled in now. It looks fantastic.
If I'm not mistaken, the Helminth parasite is also the primal option.
Ooh.
Oh.
Now I'm interested.
I'm a reputed fan of the symbiote class, so I know them decently well.
So, after some mixture of terrible and incredible luck, you are fused with some sort of parasite, be it magical or biological in nature. Sprouting strange limbs, spreading disease, and other strange new powers have suddenly become at your disposal. I'm putting flowers everywhere. No more blasted desert. Oh, this looks fantastic.
Oh wow, that's a cool like narrative motif for that character.
Yeah.
Like you were close to the desert, you're like, I will reshape the world. Like very awesome.
What are you doing to it? Hey.
I apologize. I seem to need to reload my page.
I don't think we're quite ready for that next poll. Okay, so while John is still working on symbiote, and we're going to talk about it a little bit more, let's still vote for what heritage that Tony's going to get.
I'm going to abstain on my own votes.
Yeah.
I'm hoping to just be able to realistically fill. Symbiote can do is symbiote like a would you say more martial class, or is it more specialisty?
It's puffy. At least that was my feel.
It is
Okay.
definitely a kind of support martial.
Yeah, 8 hit points, Constitution key ability score. Yeah, okay, like a
Okay, so okay, like a roguish area is probably where it's at.
Yeah.
We really need some. I'm gonna do my best to try to put some meat back on the menu because we need somebody up front. I think.
We can play a sorcerer. It'd be funny. We don't need a tank.
Yeah, when we switch over to the encounter, I'm just going to be like applying all the weak arrays to it. It's all good.
Hopefully,
I forgot.
I would try to make a
de-level it
melee
before the
sorcerer
game.
work if I had to.
Okay. All right. Oh shoot! I should probably be. Are you still? I was busy looking at this. I should flip to where you're actually choosing your things. Sorry, screen folks.
10 votes. I'm scared. 11 votes. Super scared. What's happening?
It's a tie. 11 votes.
What?
Oh wait.
There was
No,
one
it changed at the last second. One last minute vote.
Oh,
Labyrinth.
The labyrinth.
Labyrinth.
To be honest, I kind of wanted that anyway, so I will definitely
Oh,
take
there
it.
you
That's
go.
super fun. I wanted to see at least one labyrinth show up, and
It's iconic.
it's a cool. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you got to. You got to do it at least once. Definitely.
Okay.
Let's see here.
So while Tony's starting to pull in that part, John, are there any other aspects about your symbiote, tiny minotaur of flowery something you want to talk about?
I mean, I'm just reading through this now, so like I can actually spread my contagion, which is basically the cause of my powers. I'm just reading symptoms, so like they're my starter abilities. I pick symptoms that I spread to people. This is whack. I'm gonna finish reading this. Once I get a grip with it, I'm gonna talk so much about this because this is cool.
Okay.
This is so cool.
We can flip a little bit. While you're reading up, hey, how about we? Yep, perfect. There we go. I was gonna say, let's cue the last background set.
We've got a
Let's
diver.
go.
We've got a florist. I think I'm gonna vote for that.
I know which one I want, but I'm not gonna impose my will on chat.
You're not gonna say it.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I have read all 4 of these, and all of them are good.
Yeah.
So I would be happy with any of them.
Is the drinker the one that on Epion is taking on the all the weird alchemical runoff, or is that a different one? Oh no,
Yeah, that's the one where you're
that's
drinking
the
from the
Mana Waste one.
I think the Eustrati's like on the Mana Waste. I don't know if it's actually a Mana Waste background or if it's a let me look. Let me see.
It
If
might be
it's
alchemy. There's a lot of stuff in the Impossible Lands you should not drink. The fact that I say, is it that one or that one?
Yeah, no. It is a Mana Waste one, and it's because of
Okay.
the Eustrati River, so
Mhm.
which is always cool.
I would argue that the number of things in the Impossible Lands that you should drink is much less than the number of things you shouldn't.
A three-way tie.
tie.
How about that? But the one that I wanted to pick was in the 3-way tie, so I'm going to pick
go for it.
Bopan Baker. Yeah.
Oh,
I wanted to be. I want to bake.
All about the baker.
I want to bake so bad. Let me bake. So yeah. Plus, Connor's next book is going to actually be.
That's right.
Cooking related, so why not introduce it proper and hop in here with Bopan Baker? And I love you get sweet treat, which is like you get to bake like a little thing, and it's called Sweet Treats. You have access to working kitchen or other suitable cooking area, and I can bake a sweet treat. Takes me an hour, and then if somebody eats it, they get like super full and they rest a lot better. Like they regain twice the normal hit points when they sleep at night. So it's like, fat meal, go to bed. Like it's nice to be able to recuperate a little bit. It's a nice little buff, and I get the I get int or wisdom, which will be challenging, I think, but we'll see how the class round goes.
That's true.
Yeah, bacon time. That's right, Connor. It's down. Very down. The butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker. That's hilarious.
Oh, I guess we're gonna find out what that class is now.
Yes. I think. Okay, so no, on any of these, it's gonna be. I'm gonna be doing the meat. I'll figure out how hard it will be after, but I will be trying.
You are not
It will
lying.
be happening.
Did a few last minute
I've got
changes on
options
this.
and
Should have balanced it better.
Nah.
No. This is. Hey, we write the stuff. We should be able to try to make unusual comps work,
in
right? So I'm
creative ways.
look at here, see if I can find just in case. Just in case somebody really wants to put the challenge on me with the sorcerer, I'm starting to go through some of John's work here, just so I know which one I can maybe shoot for.
Yeah, there's only 20.
Two that look pretty.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no, I've got like no options right now. I think there's like two to jump out at me: beast, gargoyle.
I thought about having
maybe
one person
ooze?
be you're going to be a sorcerer and just choose witch.
Yeah, that would honestly because there's so many options that you can play them all so different.
Yeah.
So
We'd be here for the rest of the
Very
time.
cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Anticipation is killing me. Oh, you son, you did it on purpose. You did it on purpose. I know you did. All right. They were like, "Oh, you think you're going to play a melee? Well, you know what? I'm still doing it, so you can stop me. I don't think so. All this means is my level 2 speed is spoken for." Let's see here.
Man,
Okay, so how do I get
being someone who does not play as a who does not play
Which
very
bloodline
often.
are you looking at? Sorry.
I am trying to get John's bloodlines in the bloodline area.
Unseen, the unseen bloodlines.
Yes. Any issues, let me know.
Okay.
I'll cry.
No.
as I can't fix it.
It did the drop down thing for me, and I'm just trying to.
Oh, that
I guess
thing.
you can probably
Oh,
just
yeah.
drag it in. Yeah.
Can't help
I just clicked
with that.
bloodline like
Yeah.
a silly person.
Yeah, you gotta drag it in and then
Mistake made.
click it.
Yeah.
It's weird.
There you go. So what did you choose? Let's see.
I am between. I just a beast is calling. That would be, I think. You know what? I'm gonna do gargoyle. I'm gonna try to make this work. I just needed one with claw. I needed claw. That would to help. So we're gonna try, and we're gonna do this.
Minotaur with a gargoyle bloodline. I love it.
That's terrifying.
I think my character literally used to be a statue that came to life. That was maybe one of you found me and then freed me from my rocky prison.
Got
Let's
tangled
see
up
here.
with a Medusa, perhaps.
Yeah, let's say that. Yeah, that's a good interaction with love that lore. Let's see here.
Okay. Well, Tony's starting to pick his stuff out. Archon, we haven't been with you in a while. How's your character turning out?
Not being a player very often makes it a lot harder.
Oh my god! I did not think about that. Are you a forever GM, my friend?
I indeed am, and beyond that, my players just reached level 16 in a game I have tomorrow. So I'm looking at these things and I'm like, man, I can have all these. Nope, that's level 3. I can't. So some of my players' favorite spells I'm looking at with, that. If only I could grasp that. But I think I have my spells figured out. I just need to also do focus stuff.
Ooh, let's take a look at these spells for a moment.
Yeah, at least I don't have to deal with that.
There you go. Yeah, you're only playing a person who has to figure out how to contagion people.
Yes. Frankly, I don't have many skills either. I don't know a lot of things.
Actually, so how about this? While all you three are working on your characters, don't look at the recording for a second, and I will lower the level on this thing. Because
No, I want to die. This is this is fine. What are you doing? I
signed up just to die.
Yeah, I have a destiny, and it is to not make it. Like we are.
Okay, I'm gonna say it. Like, I was in a game. It wasn't a Pathfinder D&D game, and someone had decided their destiny was gonna die. And when they didn't tell the party that, and they kept trying to do, stuff to make them die, it really made the game not fun. It's like we had to keep like bailing him out. Like, oh, you're purposely trying to die? Oh my god. That was not good.
I'm definitely not purposefully trying to die. I just know that if it happens, it was intended. Yeah, I'm gonna go down swinging. Like, come on. Like, I'm not about to just. Let's see here. Okay, so yeah, I think just to be smart. Actually, you know what?
Okay.
I might just do Flesh Forge Tamer again. I leveled. It's my level 2.
Oh,
I should
man.
No, you know what? I'm good. I really should do Sentinel if I don't want to die.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
If you have the strength, you could probably do Warlord.
I
say, knowing there are not Warlord archetype feats in this because I did not think about that.
Oh, there are not. Oh, that's what is your? Hang on, let me go look. Let me go look at the dedication just in case. Okay, so I get rally. No armor though, just to clarify.
No armor.
None. No armor. Okay, just making sure that I'm walking in here with.
You said you wanted to be the meat. You didn't say you wanted to be the steel.
That's true. Hey, it says Dex 14 or Charisma 15, so theoretically, still on the table here.
Theoretically, we're fine.
Let's see here. I gain rally and 2 arms rally. Select another dedication. Why?
+1 to attack and +1 status to attack for everyone within like 10 to 20 feet of you, and then everyone can regrip weapons as a free action once on their next turn for 2 arms.
Okay, so let me do a. Can I just drag the actions over?
You should be able to.
Yeah.
All right. Where are those in? You said not Warlord TPK, but the other one.
Yeah,
Warlord demo.
Warlord demo. I guess I was
Okay.
messing with it 2 different ways.
I get rally.
Yeah.
Which rally? This rally?
The rally with the action symbol is the actual action. The other rally is the feature.
The feature. I gotcha. Okay, so I will.
Pay attention. What's
You
going
do not.
on?
You do not need to, obviously. Sentinel
I
would
need to
be a bit more ideal and for what you are going for.
Yeah, this is just this is gonna be an uphill battle. You know what? I think my third is just gonna have to be like armor training. Like I think I'm at least gonna have to grab me some. I'm gonna have to grab me something. Like I need light at least because I definitely cannot go max dex here, and I want the strength. But best I can do on strength is probably gonna be 14. So
This is gonna be fun.
Let's see here. You know what? I could just give up charisma. I could just be like, my charisma is not as good. I'll just deal with it.
Don't use spells with saves.
Let's do this here. So I have to take Enter Wisdom.
What?
Let's at least make me good at will saves.
What is the tradition for gargoyle?
It I think is
Primal.
I had it just I want to say it's primal. I just was looking at it.
I'm hesitating myself now.
To be fair, I have to read stuff I wrote all the time. So what does it say? People ask me like lore or like rules reading questions. Like, how does
Arcane?
this?
Am I
read
reading
them?
that? Am I in the right sheet? Arcane.
Oh, is it Arcane?
Oh no, it is Arcane. Yeah. I remember because I wanted the list because actually, yeah. You know what? Because I remember Arcane Armor was going to be my plan to not die.
Oh.
I was like,
Sorry, Helen. Do we have the PDF for Scipio?
Oh, I could get that to you.
If you could, please. I'm trying to pick my contagions, and because obviously I don't have it for reference. I've got the lovely Foundry module and everything's there, but I'm going through one at a time going, all right, what level is this? Right, can't use that one yet. Oh, this one's great. Can't use that one yet. I've got everything else. If you don't have it, I'll work it out.
There it is.
I honestly thought I had it. Oh, I have the. Oh, because I just used the. Yeah, I'm dumb. I just used the Foundry, but I do have. I do have the I have a sample, but I usually just use the Foundry for my player. I can send you the sample right now.
Please. And I apologize to everyone who can now hear my cat screaming at me.
No, we love cats. Oh.
I need to open up Witches Plus. Because I am...
Oh, it's too big for me to send.
It's fine. I'll work it out. I got this.
See if you can get a sample off. See if you can get a sample off Infinite actually right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'll tell you now. So I've picked the feats I've picked for my plant-based florist Minotaur. I've gone with Cloven Speed, so I'm faster. I've got battle medicine because you obviously want the fungal monster treating your wounds. I've gone with toughness because why not? And for my feats, my class feats, I've gone with the first one's called Bonded Weapon, and I chose Battle Axe.
Oh, that sounds cool.
Yeah, you choose a one-handed martial simple melee weapon or a simple ranged weapon to bond with your body. I cannot drop the weapon. It is fused with my flesh. And I get the same proficiency I get with my unarmed strikes with that weapon. And if I attack anyone, if I strike anyone who's already exposed to my affliction, there's other nasty stuff that happens. So it's just a delivery system for my contagion. So I imagine they used to use this like hacking through brambles and bush. And obviously they hit something they shouldn't have.
We going
John,
standard wealth?
Oh shoot! Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about items. Standard wealth.
John, I sent you a
oh, wonderful!
Thing.
Thank you.
Yeah,
really appreciate this.
All right.
Loading.
So I am indeed a hex-marked witch.
Woo!
Your character is so good.
Yeah. Could you repeat that, please?
I was going to say, what mark did you choose?
I believe I am going to choose. I'm feeling Denizen of the Elements, but I need to read all of these because they're all very interesting.
They each one of them is kind of like a different. Shoot, they're different vibes. Let me look at the list because I forget. Denizens, Ocean Aura, Furious Retribution, Nurtured Mind, Sensations of the Other, and Shrouded Guard. Yeah, I really don't know what fits your character. They're all pretty applicable. Denizen probably does like make the most like immediate sense just because you were a diver. So like maybe you like immune to the cold, that type of, because you're so used to it type of thing. Whenever you would
Right.
dive, like you would be like prepared, for that. But yeah, or you could argue maybe nurtured mind, being down there in the hollow dark, like of the the cold water, like you needed reassurance, that type of thing. Like you could try to play it different ways, like definitely for sure.
I'm almost thinking of sensations of the other because if I'm going
Familiar.
down, I'm probably getting something or I'm probably avoiding something.
Yeah, so that extra being able to
I could
find
get-
things down there.
Yeah, be able to find things and get wave sense.
I'm gonna do a quick check, folks. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm gonna do a quick check.
Yes.
We should probably get to a good point in the next 5 minutes,
Gotcha.
so we can see how good or bad we can do. And if
Yeah,
we
I
only
like
get
it.
a few hits, then that's good. But I'm just being a time check.
Right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go Denizen of the Elements.
Let's see here.
I do not have a familiar.
You do not.
Oh
You have a
man,
shared
put some
realm.
familiar options in there.
I've got a +1 potion
man.
room for my battle axe through my hand wraps, and I've picked my afflictions.
Ooh.
Oh,
Would you like to
okay,
hear
what'd
them?
you go with? Yeah, let's
So
do this.
these things are brutal, and I love them. So I get to pick 2 at level 1, and I get some later on. So from the level 1 selection, I have chosen Enfeebled. Wait, no, not Enfeebled. I didn't pick that. Clumsy. So if you get afflicted, you get a clumsy value equal to the stage of my affliction. And it can go up to stage 3. Right? And then I picked my second affliction to be Drained. Now, Drained isn't allowed to come in until at least stage 2. And you have to be my type of symbiote. And I just think the idea that you get hit by whatever this fungal plant infection is, and you start getting dizzy, and you start getting weak, and I love that.
Oof. Maybe I should put some stats back on this guy.
No, wait, I gotta hit you first. When do I get more?
This happens every time I play a spellcaster. How do I add spells to my list? I can never remember. I get here, I open this spell
Hold on.
chart.
Did you figure it out? Because I see it there now.
Hey,
Use the pop out. Use the what is that? A looking glass? A magnifying glass? I are good with words.
And then it pulls up that screen, and then I try to drag them over, and they don't do anything. And that makes me big sad.
Do you need to? How many spells do you get per level?
Oh, right. So I have to actually add them here, don't I? Don't I?
Yes.
Or how do I give myself slots, I guess?
You need to click.
I'll do this. You got to click the 0 over 0. You got to edit the denominator.
Oh, right. I forgot. You have to actually click on the things.
Yeah.
To
I know,
make them
like,
do that.
So much convenience, and then there's one thing, and it trips you up so bad. We are professionals.
Let me finish the message.
Oh.
It's wholesome. We spend so much time
professional
writing.
amateur.
Oh.
Yeah, because we spend so much time writing, we don't get to play as much.
That actually is true.
How much is starting gold?
I'll tell you right now. I just gave myself a hand wrap with a +1, and I'm good. I've got some armor. I'm ready to go.
I really should know this. I never remember this.
Well, level 1 you get 15 gold, but obviously, level 3 is probably 80 goldish. Top of my head.
I probably shouldn't trash my browser to double check. I can pull up stuff on my phone too. Oh my god, guys, I'm gonna get a second monitor soon. It's gonna be amazing.
Per person, 30 gold if I'm doing this math right. I could be looking. I'm looking at the party treasure and doing the math, so they could be wrong.
Pick up at least the equivalent of a +1 rune while I look this.
Yeah, a striking's a level 4 item, so we can't.
Okay, here we go.
really-
Treasure by level. I think I clicked it. Treasure by level.
Party currency.
Netties and PF2 Easy are your friends.
Yes. So total value across the party for a 4-person party is 500 divided by divided by 4 is like 125 each.
120.
Okay, so I was reading the chart.
25. Sorry.
Right. I actually know the probably only item I'm going to take.
What's that?
It's going to be a sturdy shield.
Choice.
There you go.
Because that I can hold it in one hand.
Good plan.
And that is good enough for me in a lot of cases. I'm completely unarmored, so yeah.
I'm wearing leather armor. That counts.
It does.
Something.
It does indeed. It's probably not much leather back there, or not much leather in there still.
No. It's mainly plants now. Maybe the armor was my hide.
Yeah.
I don't know anymore. I'll leave you
This
with that.
cute idea I had about making origami stuff, the figures, is really backfiring now that it's on the backdrop.
Oh, we'll make it work.
Can you guys see?
Oh, I can see mostly by the highlight, but yes, I can see.
Okay. All right. Okay, 1 more minute, folks. We want to at least give these things a try.
I'm ready.
Ready. Radio, I'm good to go.
I cannot see my token.
Pretty close.
We are down here. I'm pinging.
I see you pinging. I see nothing there.
You're right here. Click here.
No. Here, let me. I'll reload because it's probably my end. It just hasn't caught up my end, probably.
Gotcha.
It might. Lighting might not be great. I'll pick a custom map.
No, it's fine. Like I said, it's probably my thing not updating because it's not a case if I can't see it, it's generally not there for my screen. So it's obviously me not updating.
Right. Cold. 1.
Oh yeah, I do not have a token.
And let's also do.
Okay, you're not seeing it.
Yeah, it's a black screen.
Let's do acid 1. All right, I'm a denizen of the elements.
I'm going to be lazy and just give you guys all like 100 feet of vision, and that ought to take care of it.
Sure thing. Thank you very much.
I still cannot see, unfortunately.
It takes me time to hit the things.
Okay.
Okay. Can you still not see?
Nope.
Okay.
Here's the thing. Delete my token and put it back on.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Okay. I see me. Can I move
Okay.
me? I cannot move me.
Oh, we're paused.
I can move! I'm free! I think. Yes. Yeah, okay, I'm good. I'm good. Sorry, everyone.
All right. Are we ready to go? Oh, we got like almost no time. Let's at least play really quick.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's try, yeah.
You are a bunch of Minotaurs that have stumbled looking through. You heard there was problems. Whatever. You stumble into a lair of a baby ampersand dragon,
Oh no.
which you can learn about. You can learn about more from the impending Orc Strong book. And we did talk about it a bit in the Teams Plus play. Not that we got to see it, but this is just a baby one.
I'm still scared.
And
You said
still
dragon.
scared. Baby dragon.
Left alone, they can become these Dampersand dragons can become true menaces, though.
That's so true.
Oh, I never started an encounter.
Where is it? I'm scared.
Where's the encounter? Go. What? Yes, thank you. Okay.
Alrighty. 17 on my initiative.
Well, let's see how I do. I'm a king of initiative. I've got this. Apparently I do. Both 17. Oh, come on!
Let's try.
All right.
Natural 20 for the undisclosed creature. Oh, so we're going to line up for one breath weapon? Yeah? You ready?
Alrighty.
No.
Okay, Tony, you're up first.
Gargoyle
Okay.
Start.
I just put you all here randomly, so if you guys want to do one quick move, let's just have some fun. Let's just see what your abilities can do against a baby Dampersand dragon.
Helen, you need
and
to
I will
start
hit
the-
begin encounter.
Just wanted to.
Yeah, what was it?
I cannot see myself on the map. I don't know if
Yeah,
that's
this was the I made a bad. I should have made a.
totally
I
fine.
just used my
How far
origami
am I
tokens.
away from that creature? I can see him. So where
Oh,
is
25 feet.
Yeah.
25 feet? Perfect. So that's how far I can move. So I'm going to cast True Strike. Are our weapons out, or would I need to draw one?
Yes. No, you guys knew what you were doing if you're coming down here. You were looking for trouble.
Yeah, there's a stack of treasure in the corner. I'm drawing my weapon.
So I cast True Strike, and then I am going to walk up and try to hit them with my +1 Great Axe, which I have training in because of Minotaur weapon familiarity.
Oh, nice!
Yeah, yeah, so let's go. And I'm going to try to hit the dragon. Do you want to roll that for me, Helen, or do you want me to roll it and then I'll roll it twice?
You can roll it.
I'll just
twice,
roll
I
it.
don't care.
Let's
let's
just do it twice. See what happens. Let's go. Big bucks. Well, I have a feeling that one's going to stick, folks, but
yeah,
let's roll twice
find out.
because we can. All right. Yeah,
I
so
think
definitely the
it's awesome.
first one.
Yep.
You sure? Maybe 18? No.
Does a 29 hit the creature?
Yeah,
Dampersand
29 hits
dragon?
the creature. Yep.
It's not a critical success, is it?
It is not.
It would be against me.
Wait, 29? Sorry, in my head
Yeah.
I heard 19. No, it's not a critical success.
Why?
You baited us. That was such a bait. We got so excited.
I was editing this to make it a baby. I was trying to remember what the
It's
baby's
fine.
dragon stats were.
That's a good
Fine.
roll.
All right, that's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's nice.
12. You all laughed at my melee sorcerer. True Strike has something to say about it. So you know what? How about that?
Nice.
I think that's my turn. Pretty sure that's all three
Yeah,
of my
that,
actions.
you did something there.
I've got to ask. Remind me, Tony. What was your granted cantrip for Gargoyle? Because it wasn't.
It is
True
Gouging
Strike.
Claw. It is Gouging Claw. True Strike's a slotted spell, so I had to spend that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still haven't figured out how to put cantrips on my character yet, so I'm going all slots. All day. Just
Alrighty.
Slots
This is
all
the
day.
encounter of the day. Okay.
I hope
Well, only one person. Okay, did you must have run up to do that, right? Or did you
Yes,
throw
I did.
your axe?
I should be adjacent. So stride, cast, stride, swing.
Swing. Yeah.
I'm gonna get you a little closer.
That seems reasonable. My great axe doesn't have that kind of range.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, it looks like you were nearby. Oh, yet. Let's see. Does not like getting hit, so I think. Oh man. They'll just do a nice little tail thwap at you for coming up by.
They're gonna hit me. That's not good because my
Yeah.
AC's garbage. But
Well, you just ran at it.
They hit you on a
Does
2.
16 hit you?
Does a 16? Yeah,
Does a
no, it
16 hit?
actually, I think it does, which is very sad. Wait, 1 second, because I did have mage armor on. So, like, let me make sure that I'm receiving my mage armor
That's
buff.
fine.
It's not on your
Yep.
sheet. I can see.
Is it not on my sheet?
Well, it's not. There's no visible buff on your character.
Oh,
So,
well.
here,
How do I drag the mage armor spell effect?
Go up to mage armor.
Boom!
Yeah, there you go.
17, baby! Not enough!
That's a miss.
Oh, so it hits you on a 3.
Look, I'm taking what I can get out of this. Like
this is the best meat sorcerer we have.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
I mean,
it couldn't hit you, so for fun, it's going to come attack somebody else.
Oh, that's rude. I'm so gonna die.
Yep.
I'm very okay with this.
I'll come claw at you over here, and we will miss.
Got a 2 and a 4.
Okay. All right, so we did attack, move, attack. Let's move on past the damper stand. Archon, what's up?
All right. Well, I'm just gonna check distance. I'm a bit too far away, so I'm gonna move up about that far, and I'm going to cast Bloodbound. I need to add focus points. I'm going to cast Bloodbound Glyph upon this guy.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to. He just takes 1d4 bleed.
Just takes it.
Seems to.
I think it's a save.
I think I get a save.
I think it's a save, but let me take a. I'm trying to find.
In that case, he needs to make a fortitude save against my DC 19 fortitude. So he takes half of the persistent bleed damage, and it immediately ends. So I will roll that unless you want to take the one from before.
I can just minus 2. Oh. That's weird. I only see the die. I don't see the.
Just do the 2. I think
Yeah,
that's easy. It immediately ends, so there's no need to put the persistent on.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, so the bleed continues, but the spell ends because it's persistent.
Oh.
So the spell. That you don't get the sustained if they move. They take additional damage. That's the incentive to.
That makes sense.
So
thank you very much, and that is my turn.
Okay. Wonderful.
All right, I'm going full primal plant carnage on this.
Yep, let's see it. You got right up in your face.
Yep, I am going to immediately use my expose action.
Mm-hmm.
See if that will come up.
Oh, yeah.
That didn't really come up. Hopefully you can bring it up, Helen. But for those who don't know, it's 2 actions. I make a strike with either an unarmed strike or a weapon I get to use to deliver my contagion, such as my battle axe. And if I hit you, you've got to make a fortitude save, and some fun stuff might happen. So let's see what I can do.
Okay.
I'm not very good at hitting, but I'll do my best. Nope. Hey, we get hero points, right? Because I'm about to use it.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. For a 10-minute session, you get hero points.
Awesome.
Hero point.
Speaking of how we do it,
as is tradition for hero points.
As is tradition for hero points. And do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to attack it again regularly, sadly, because I just wanted to show this cool class feature. I get to turn on sweep now. No, I don't. That's backswing.
Oh.
I know how to play this game. Nope, that's a critical miss. So, I'm ready to die. Who wants to roll new characters?
Yeah.
You know what? Oh my god, we should almost end right on that. So for real, I feel like we are near time. Mr. Live Producer, do we need to cut soon? I'm gonna go with that was a great line. I'm sorry we didn't get to play. That was a great line to end it on. Whenever you're ready. Okay, somebody's probably waiting on the lines for us. So it was a short encounter. Maybe we can play this more offline another day. Like if we can get the 4 of us together. If people want to see these characters in action more. but I hope people enjoyed a chance to see us using third-party materials and how fast we can put together characters. Okay, in an hour, we made 3 very interesting and unique characters, and okay, we got like a few swings in, but still, I think we had some fun. So,
and all with full Foundry support.
all yeah, these were all Foundry support.
Absolutely.
Points.
Yes.
Because I did not have the 10 hours I thought to program other people's Foundry's modules. So thank you, everyone who adds Foundry into your things, and for those who don't yet, well, come join the community. We'll all figure it out together. Okay.
That's so true.
Couldn't agree more.
Thanks,
I
Helen.
don't have a good outro, so thank you, everyone. I had fun. Hope you had fun.
Had a great time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all. We definitely could have taken the damper Sand Dragon.
Welcome to Third Party Con, a celebration of the Paizoverse. Third Party Con is sponsored in part by World Anvil. Don't just settle for keeping your amazing game scattered across an endless sea of notes and tools. World Anvil is the one tool to rule them all. Whether you're a game master, writer, or world builder, World Anvil is the ultimate companion to finally bring your world to life in one centralized location. Create characters, organize adventures, and build your campaign setting like a professional developer. Give World Anvil a try today using the code TPK2023 at checkout for 40% off any yearly subscription. Your world is waiting to be built with World Anvil. Third Party Con is sponsored in part by Pathfinder Infinite, part of the Drive-Thru RPG network. Whether it's adventures, settings, monsters, classes, or anything else that builds on the core game, Pathfinder Infinite allows talented creators like you to share your content and make money while you're at it. You can use the Pathfinder Lost Omens campaign setting and more as a launchpad for your own creations. Get recognized by the community, and you might even earn an invitation into the Infinite Masters Elite Creator Program. For more information, visit roll20.io/TPK. That's roll20.io/TPK.
Whoa! What's all this? I was thinking I could play as an Eldamon trainer. It's one of the new classes from Roll for Combat's Battlezoo Eldamon book for Pathfinder in 5e. What the heck is an Eldamon? They're ancient elemental creatures. Like this cutie. This is Squirrel Ash, a fire Eldamon. There are over 160 different kinds.
No way. I've already got the adventure and all the encounters prepped. I'm not changing all that to add these things in.
You don't have to. The book has an easy random generation system, plus guidelines for how to integrate them into any setting, whether you want to tie them into the story or be completely hands-off.
Okay, but doing all that just for your class is ridiculous. What about the rest of the party?
They can befriend Eldamon too, and even duel each other for fun, but only the Eldamon trainer and elemental avatar classes can use Eldamon powers in combat.
Yeah, no, I'm not running PvP Eldamon battles on top of regular combat.
Oh, no, we can duel without you. You can take a break, get some food, kick back.
You said it's on Kickstarter? Hang on, I'm pledging right now.
Third Party Con is sponsored in part by Legendary Games. Legendary Games brings you beautiful bestiaries, killer classes, and character options, marvelous magic items, amazing adventures, kingdoms, and mass combat, epic campaigns, and so much more. Whether you love Pathfinder 1st or 2nd edition, Starfinder, or D&D 5e, LG's books will make your game legendary.
Hello. This is James Beck from Eldritch Osiris Games. Eldritch Osiris Games is built on the foundation of giving voice to creative authors who don't normally have a roadmap into the publishing industry. We push for as a diverse set of voices in the company as we can, regardless of a person's identity. Part of the foundation is equality, with every person in the staff having an equal say on all important decisions the company makes. Being one of the first TTRPG co-ops, we are here to set an example that a workers' equality is not only possible, but instead become the industry standard. Basically, we're a group of nerdy friends who want to publish work for people to enjoy.
Next up on Third Party Con, Nat 20 Productions goes over finding your GM voice live.
All right. Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to Finding Your GM Voice. My name is PJ McGaw from Nat20 Productions. You might see us on Twitter, as well as our live shows on Twitch and our archived YouTube videos. So today, I wanted to reach out and talk to you all about finding your GM voice. You know, since the huge boom of popularity and all the people coming into this amazing hobby space, there's been a lot of people discussing what it means to be a GM, how to be a GM, and everything else in between. And so I thought I would start having a conversation with you all about some of the things that, you know, I feel like makes me a great GM, a unique GM, as well as some of the other GMs out there, and some of the tools that we have. Now, some of you may have some of these tools, but I guarantee you that there's going to be more that we can all learn from each other in this space. So, first of all, I want to talk about how this little moment's going to be modeled, and then I'll talk a bit more about myself, and then we'll just get right into it. So, the model of this is going to be kind of like an open forum / lecture thing. I'm going to be answering questions as well as getting some of my points. So, I have like 4 major topics I'm going to be talking about. Let me just pull up my notes really fast so I can tell you exactly what those are for your benefit. Narrative style being the first one, of course, the thing we're all here for, as well as kind of directing and improvisational notes for GMs and tricks and tips on that, better understanding yourself, your voice as a GM, and your players. And lastly, but not leastly, the 2 other things, player coaching specifically, some tips and tricks there. And last but not least, overall GM. So once again, narrative style and voice, improvisation, tips and tricks, player coaching, and overall GM. So that's kind of the model for this. We're going to be talking about those things. Obviously, anytime you have a question in the chat, I'm going to be looking at that, and I'm going to respond as soon as I can, as well as some other questions that may be fed to me elsewhere. And last but not least, who am I? Like I said, my name is PJ McGaw. But what does that mean? Well, a long time ago in Scotland, I'm kidding. My name is PJ McGaw. I'm the GM for Edge of Legend, Wayward Arcadium, 2 or 3 other projects that are in production I can't talk about, as well as many other things, and a lot of it with Nat20 Productions. I grew up doing a lot of theater and reading comic books and getting, you know, trained in the wonderful fine arts. And that, I feel like, is what makes me a unique GM. That's what sets me apart, is that I come from a wealth of other experiences that I've found to blend into this. Things that give me my unique voice, things that give me a unique perspective, things that have trained me to move so quickly on the fly and with great impact when I try to tell a story. You know, just being someone who fell in love with storytelling, fell in love with characters, heroes, villains, failures, and successes, and just wants to see those stories and play out in the world. Huge passion for it. And this is the best place to have that passion. As nerds, we're defined by our passion. So that's who I am. I'm passionate. I'm nerdy. I can talk a lot. And I'm extremely experienced. I think I've been doing GMing since 2008. So it'll be 20 years pretty soon, is I guess what I'm getting at. And yeah, the story of Nat20 Productions is a wild one. It started off with, like every other great game and every other great show, a bunch of friends around a table. You know, a lot of friends and I have been playing for years, and they said, hey, we should do this thing. And they gave me a shot to be the GM and the CEO of the company and everything else. And I knew that I was dumb if I didn't say yes. So we, with no thoughts in our head and no experiences at our backs, we just took a huge leap, right? That's what being a hero is. Taking what you have and saying yes and to the great inevitable, you know, chronicle that you're about to be a part of. And over that time, we learned a lot and we lost a lot, you know, but that's what journeys are. They're growth. Sometimes it means outgrowing. Sometimes it means growing pains. But no matter what, we've still persisted telling great stories with amazing heroes and still have strong friendships and continue to have the passion to do that. So that's who I am. That's where I'm from. That's what I think what sets us apart. We're big, giant, loud, gregarious goofballs I just want to give you great big hugs and go on great big adventures. Now, GMs, we are the voice of that. We are the beginning, the framework, the starting of that, right? So how can we do that to the best of our abilities to help our players do the same? Well, that's what this class is about. If you think about it, every time you go out there, every time you see, Abria, Brennan, Mercer, it's them without having to see them without having to see their screen. You can tell. Now, maybe it might be visually branding and visual cueing from industry, experts, but maybe you can kind of get the vibe from how people are interacting, what the story beats are, what the jokes are, what the energy is. And that's why a GM voice is so important. Being able to recognize who, what, when, where, why, and how without needing to have a massive dissertation. So we're gonna work together on that, creating your style, your unique voice and presence and power and skills, and increasing everything you already have in the process, so that when you go to your table, people know that they're gonna get the best experience you can give them, and probably a great experience all around. And my hope in doing this is not only can we improve individuals who seek improvement in GMing, because it's tough, it's so tough, but we can also take these tools and improve them on the actual play community screens. Really kind of closing that bridge gap between the games we play at home and the shows that we do for fun and entertainment and expression. So I'm going to do a quick double check into the chat to see if there's any questions since my long rambling. No? Awesome. I hope you still have your attention. Remember, if you have any questions at any time, anything specific to what I'm talking about, or anything personal, please, if you don't mind, put it there in the chat, and we'll go from there. But let's start off with my first and probably most important note, which is to say narrative style. Narrative style in any storytelling outlet is important. Voice and tone being consistent and being personal connects to everyone and help connect to your piece, right? So the first thing about narrative style is, of course, what is your voice? What is your voice? You're going to feel like that's a loaded question, and it definitely can be, but I want you to stop for a second. Take yourself back to like step 0 to figure out what your voice is. Some are going to say it has to be a complex system of goals and justices and feelings and moralities, and stop. That's step 10. Let's go back to step 0, right? When I started Edge of Legend, my goal was to tell a story about the end. And that was my step 0, challenging myself and my players to start at the end, because I like the idea. What I like, my voice. I like saying no more. I like fighting against the tide. I like rebellion, resolution. And from me personally, like that comes from years of growing up reading, superhero comics, studying history, being an American. You don't really go your entire life without hearing, you hear so much about World War II, like when we were the good guys and we fought the bad guys, and there's a whole mess of worms there, but it still comes from essential narrative. Fighting for what's right and doing your best to never break from what's right. So for you, right, for your step 0, what resonates with you? Ask yourself that. What really resonates with you? What do you love? Because I guarantee you, I know it's Brennan Lee Mulligan on the track, because I know there's going to be some like staunch and intelligent and very passionate arguments against capitalism, and you can have any political view you want on that. But that's what I appreciate about him. I know what resonates with him. I know what his themes are. I know what he's trying to say. I know what he personally believes, and it's going to come through in the storytelling. Because, do you really want to hear a story that the person telling it doesn't believe in? Does that really feel fun as a player? Does that feel fun as a GM to tell a story you don't believe in? So why'd you do it? So start off with step 0. What resonates with you? For me, again, like I said, standing for beliefs, fighting for a good cause, breaking the tides. So ask yourself, what resonates with you? And this is vital because it's personal. And it doesn't have to be huge and heady. It can be something as simple as what resonates with you is being in your garden, picking your roses or tending to your roses, and enjoying a beautiful sunny day. Think about it. Samwise Gamgee, the Sam Man, the only thing he wanted was to live in a world where he could stay in his garden. He didn't want, to avenge family honor or ascend a throne of power. He was like, I just want to have a wife and a kid, a partner, a kid, a pipe, a dinner, and a garden. And that's extremely valid. And if that's what resonates with you, you can tell that story. You can create the framework to do that. So I want you to take a minute just to kind of think about what resonates with you. Ask yourself that question. And from that, if you need to kind of parse it down a bit more, just give yourself some good old kindergarten questions. There's nothing wrong with being age 5. That's when our passions for creativity were at its strongest and most explosive, when things were young. So let's get young. What's good? What's bad? What do you know? What do you not know? Start from there. And take that for your reference. On the topic of reference, the funniest thing about being a storyteller, while it is a massive creative outlet, most of it is based on theft. Let's be honest, we steal. But we steal because we love, right? So, and we do this inadvertently. We don't want to go out and go, I want to steal Romeo and Juliet. Now, sometimes if you're on the internet long enough and the memes are hot and piping, yes, that's all we talk about is, I want to steal this, but make it this. And you know what? Hey, that's still a voice. But what I want you to think about is, what can you ingest? What can you consume? What can you feed yourself to grow? Right? If you're stealing, you're really just taking an idea, adding it to your collection of ideas, letting it percolate a bit, like alchemy, and then you're making a potion. You're making your own philosopher's stone, of who you are. There's all that argumentation. Are we more than the sum of our parts, or are we just that? We're both, I think, but that means we need both. So let's say, let me give you an example. Let's say you're trying to tell a story about fighting a dragon, right? You're fighting a dragon. On its face, that's doable, but it's boring. There's no context, right? What's the dragon like? Is it misunderstood? Is it greedy? Is it violent? Is it animalistic? Is it going crazy? Is it How to Train Your Dragon? Is it Smaug? Is it Dragonheart? Is it 19 other things? But you know what, though? That's still a story. And that's still a story that you can tell your way. But where does that come from? It comes from ingesting something, finding nuance, finding subtleties, finding narrative cycles, ingesting it, percolating it, creating your alchemy, and then putting out your philosopher's stone. So I want to challenge you with this first chunk. This first chunk, everything's going to have a bit of homework. I want you to ask yourself what resonates with you, what do you like, what do you don't like, and also if you're to tell a story, in order to tell that story, what 5 movies, what 3 books, what 10 animes, what things can you ingest to create that story? And what I want for you, what I hope for you to do is not just patchwork together these ideas, but let them actually play a little, let them dance, let them meld, right? So what resonates, what's good, what's bad, what can you reference, what can you absorb, and what can you string together in a way that feels unique? And don't pressure yourself. This is just about what you genuinely feel is unique, what you genuinely feel is interesting and different for you. Now, the last 2 points of this, and again, if anyone has any questions, please let me know. But if you have to be comfortable telling the story. It's one thing to want to tell it. If you don't feel like that's your story to tell, dig into that a bit. Why is it not your story to tell? I'm gonna give you a great example of this, and one of my failures. Because here's the thing: as a GM, you're gonna succeed and you're gonna fail, and you can be as prepared as possible. It's just like Picard said, to be prepared for everything and still fail is part of being human. And last I checked, our stat sheets still say we're humans in real life. So, for example, there's a song about the Harlem Hellfighters of World War One. I think that's really cool. Look at everything I just said. It's about standing up, standing for your beliefs, fighting against the crashing tide. It's about resistance, rebellion, and yeah, that was an ugly time for U.S. history. And the thing is, because of where, my perspective, I want to tell a story of heroes that rebelled, that did the job and did probably some of the best work possible. And because of the horrible nature of our history, won't be celebrated. But at the same time, that's not my story to tell. In fact, I may even have the wrong view of it. There may be others that, will tell me that I'm having the wrong perspective of that story. And I shouldn't tell that story. And they're right. Do I want to tell that story? Sure. Is it my story to tell? No. Not a single bit. And that's another thing I want you to think of. Because when, with great storytelling power also comes great storytelling responsibility. So let's find that voice. Let's ingest what we can. Let's check in with ourselves. Let's figure out who we are, what we like, what our themes, what our messages are, what's good, and what is bad. And then let's put all that into a nice little bottle and shake it up. So that's our first step, narrative style. And I want to challenge you to go out there and do a bunch of introspective homework about what you love to watch, because that is going to tip you off. So with that first thing, I want to get to the last part of this first thing, and this is going to be kind of like a bridge, if you will. How can you make being in this world, now that you found your voice, you've built your world, or you're playing an amazing adventure path from Paizo, shameless plug, how do you make that material interesting for the players? That's a really big topic. So what I'm going to say right now, is something for you to think about. Let's repackage this simply. We can go into later conversations if anyone has any questions about this, but let me repackage this. Instead of how can you make this world interesting, I want you to ask, how can I take the framework that means so much of me, and how can I make these players live in this world? How can I make them basically, normal's not the right word, present? How can you make them feel present in the world? Because I guarantee you, even if your themes are My Little Pony kicks butt and Pepsi Cola is better than Coke, that's your voice, and no one can take that from you. And then all you have to do is make someone present in a world where My Little Ponies rock and Pepsi's better than Coke. And then everything else over there, we're going to be covering as we continue, and maybe even in further talks about how to make this framework a bit more engaging and hooking for your players. So first things first, do all the homework. Find your voice, ingest what you can, learn about yourself, ask yourself very simple questions, and then figure out what your themes and messages are. And I guarantee you, once you get that down, you're going to have a unique voice that tells amazing stories that people know what's on the tin and they can jump right in. Like Matt Mercer wants to tell the big fantasy stories with lots of voices and lots of ephemeral moving parts. Everyone has something that they can jump onto. So let's see. I see a little moment here. Seen some great stuff here in the chat. I'm loving it. In TTRPGs, how do you balance engaging creative brain with analytical brain for the game rules and math? So one of my big tenets, I should say, for everyone, narration, narration, narration. It's a story. You have to tell the story. I think it is very often a problem for even the most talented role players I know that they don't tell enough story. They get stuck in the math, and they would rather just do the math than live it. When you roll to hit, tell the story of you hitting. If you miss, tell the story of you missing. If you've dealt 67 damage, obviously as a GM, we're going to feel like we're kind of lying and cheating a little bit if we tell them how much that is on their respective health bars. So you may feel like you have to bear the lead a little bit. Don't. Trust me. Fighting is violent. War is dangerous. If someone does 62 out of 100 hit points, let them know how much that is with visual cues. Sometimes, like I think in 4th edition, they said the word bloodied. Tell them they're bloodied. They're bleeding. They're pummeled. Make small injuries that are completely healable, but gives the idea that damage has been done. Make sound effects. I mean, we are instruments after all. When you hit us, we make sounds because it's air moving from one organ to another, right? Sound effects. Give them the senses, the who, what, when, where, why of everything. And I know that sounds daunting and exhausting, but I guarantee you, the more you give it, the more they'll give it back. And the more you step back and encourage them, the more they'll take that mantle off your shoulders and they'll get into it. Combat is always a story. But if no one wants to tell that story, it just becomes numbers. And I think everyone in the community has kind of lost sight of that, because sometimes I hear people who are like, I don't like combat. I want to be rewarded for role play. I'm like, combat is role play. You just don't engage with it. And I guarantee you, if you do, even with a repetitive, simple, boring character sheet, if you get involved in that, tell an action story, you'll love it. So my apologies. I probably went a little too long in the tooth on that question, but that is what I think helps. So give them the math and then tell them the story of that math. Let the numbers inform narration and then tell that story. And the more you can encourage them to tell the story, hell yeah. Also seen some great comments in general. Let's see. I think it's an important thing, regardless of the scope of the story, making it personal and distilling it down to emotions and connections of the characters is what's going to really resonate 1,000%. Now, I gotta see another one. Yeah, one example. It was a called shot and wrecked an enemy's arm and gave us a disadvantage to enemies in melee attack. Also true. Ooh, how do you make a likable villain? That's a great question, because that's going to jump us to the next thing. Improvise. Improvise. Now, you should not improvise a villain, obviously, especially a huge narrative villain, because they require planning. They are the narrative framework, at least a little bit. So this will go into my fast NPCs and making NPCs believable part, but the big thing about making a villain likable is making sure that the villain connects with the intent or goals of a player. If you think about every good villain in comic books, every good villain in books, every good villain in history, the reason why they're good is because they remind us of what we want, and they show us what happens when that goes wrong. So let me break it down into comic books a little bit. I'm a huge fan of Green Lantern. If you know me, that is the biggest duh statement ever. It's my dice bag, for goodness sakes. My favorite villain in that universe is Sinestro. He's got a cheesy name. He came from a cheesy era. But the thing that I liked about Sinestro in modern storytelling, he's definitely a despot, a dictator, a fascist. He's all those terrible things. And I'm not saying any of those things are good. But what I am saying is, this is why he's a villain. He wants peace, love, order, children to be safe and alive and healthy, couples of all partnerships to thrive. Sinestro generally and genuinely wants awesome, perfect world that every hero wants. And he got denied. He got denied. He got denied. He got denied. He saw the ugliness, the corruption. He saw all these things. And people always say, well, the difference between a hero and a villain is I got hurt. I'll make sure no one else gets hurt. No. because sometimes villains will try to stop everyone else from getting hurt too, and they lose their way. So speak to what the heroes want, and then from there, present something different. Not only show them how they're falling into villainhood, the things that any human can accomplish when evil and all these things happen. Find the narrative story there, but then also present a personality that's likable, because that's also there too. Like, hey, what does the paladin want? To keep the oath and to see the undead stop from eating a town, right? You bring in someone who's like, yeah, no, I hate the undead. I hate how they eat human people like against their will and consent. That's gross. And let me tell you a funny story, right? We both like funny stories. Let me tell you a funny story about this like cow that I met. It's a great anecdote, right? Yeah, but it's also a metaphor for sometimes how when things go bad, the only thing you can do is to obliterate it. You have a guy who's funny, charming, agrees with you implicitly. You have so much in common. You're almost a Marvel villain, antithesis antagonist. And then there's something broken and twisted in them. And then you get to the point of like, well, can they be redeemed? Should they? And this is where you as a GM can step back and go, now this is for the players to do. It's up for the players to decide if this guy should be redeemed, if that's even a conversation they should have, etc. Again, long-winded answer to your question. I'm so sorry. I really like to make sure I give exact details and anecdotes, but that is my question for that, or my answer for that. So you mean Hal, of course. Absolutely. Well, I like Hal. I like Hal can be a bit of a jerk. So my favorite one is, of course, Kyle Rayner. Follow-up is making a hateable ally. Of course, hateable allies. Hateable allies show us, it's just like the villain. Something about us that we hate. But nothing they're doing is evil. Let's go back to the paladin example, right? Let's say this paladin, again, wants to make sure this village does not get eaten by undead people. Then he finds that there's another paladin there who also wants this. They're doing nothing evil. They care about the village. They're giving back everything. And they're calling you out for your failures. They're reminding you that you're not perfect. That's going to build resentment. That's a natural thing. Now, obviously, this is going to get very pointed because, again, this is a personal thing. So make sure you check in with your players and use your safety tools. We'll get to that later. But I feel a hateable ally is one that always shows you what you want, what you love, what you can have through a lens that reminds you of your own failure and badness and things you don't like. I have a paladin in Edge of Legend named Tobias Raphaelis. If you've seen the show, you know the character. When I introduced him in season 1, he was this recognized and renowned figure in his order. He was one of the best doctors and surgeons. He was a very powerful person who spent all of his energy giving to people, right? And we had a cleric in the party who really looked up to him until she found out he was an insufferable flirt, terrible, lech, and let's just say had a few notches in his belt that, were kind of like, really? We're in the middle of a journey and you're doing this? And so the thing is, it's like if a bard and a paladin combined. You take the parts of the bard they don't like, and it's an NPC, so that they can really project like, oh, that guy sucks. He's such a flirt. Like, this is not the time to be hitting on me. We had a deep emotional moment. An ally who will fight tooth and nail for the same cause. But you look at this guy and you're like, oh, he's a schmuck. So there's a way to make a hateable ally. I want to take a quick detraction to go to the improvised stuff, because that's going to be a huge part. Building everything specifically and then finding ways to improvise those moments. Improvisation is huge in tabletop, because how many GMs have prepped everything they can? They get a curveball they can't adjust, and either A, the game ends early, B, they railroad, no one has fun, or C, we have moments of it doesn't reward the player for the curveball. So improv improvisation is key. I think it's a skill a lot of us GMs need to have. And we have it, but let's see if we can't make it more. Like Pedro Pascal said, it's good, but it can be better. So first things first, NPCs. Lower your expectations. If you made an NPC without a name, they are just a vehicle, a tire on the vehicle to get them somewhere, right? Lower your expectations. If they say, what's his name? Keep it simple. They just need a reference to this individual in case they need to later. Or maybe improvise so well they love him and they need a name. That's fine too. Keep it simple. And then it can grow later, as all things do. Lower your expectations. Keep things simple. The players don't need anything in depth. They just need something to fill in the world. They've met a living, breathing person. Out of respect or interest, they're going to want to know more about that. And you don't have to give them much. Not everyone, like I said, wants to reassert family honor or the throne. Some just want potatoes in a garden. And that's valid. And that's beautiful. And it's simple. Simple needs that anyone in the position would have is always going to be key for an NPC. A villain, an ally. Simple needs. What's this guard's need? I need to do my job so I can get fed, so I can, get paid and stay alive. I need this to go well because my entire goal is that as a guard, I need no violence in this city. I'm a simple guard. I'm just saying, I go to the tavern and the captain of the guard will see you there. Why are you telling us this? Because I was under orders, because I need a paycheck, because I just need to go home one more day and wake up again. That's valid. And hey, if they get mad at you for that, it's not my fault. It's Private Jenkins. Private Jenkins is a simple man who just has a job to do. And maybe they'll get bored. Maybe they'll get angry at that. Maybe whatever. But at the end of the day, the world is complicated. There are people with goals and there are people without goals. And when they meet the captain who has a bunch of goals, they're going to forget about Private Jenkins. Private Jenkins is going to retire on a farm with whatever life he wants. So Private Jenkins is kind of winning, if you ask me. He's not going to be dying by dragon fire. Let's see here. Last question for me. Okay, I want to make sure I get this. Would you rather make a deep, multi-layered Thanos-like villain or a one-dimensional, full ham, campy bad guy? It's a great question. My answer is both. Always both. Because balance is so key, right? Thanos had depth, layers, interest, but he was also, through his own focus, became a one-note character, which as a villain does work because it's about the heroes. Always is. But sometimes in that means you get stale and redundant, right? Like how many times did we roll our eyes by Endgame that Thanos was kind of going on the same monologues again and again and again? Could you imagine how much it would have made the character grow so much in our eyes if he used some dry humor, had a little bit of sarcasm? I'm not saying full Tony Stark, but had a little bit of camp to him. Now, at the end of the day, the real answer to your question, as it's always both, the question to your question is, which one do you use? Think about this. What story are you telling? And in that story, does the villain need to be big and campy and over the top? Or does he need to be deep and emotional? Let's take a look at, I hate to borrow from this stable, but let's say Strahd, right? Do you make him campy like Jeff Goldblum was in Dracula in the Goosebumps horror game? If anyone knows what I'm referencing, you get a hero point. Or do you make him deep and lamentable and multi-layered, like just say, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a complicated vampire villain from a complicated show. I don't know, someone from True Blood. What is the story you're telling? And what's the most effective way to tell that story? If the story is we have to kill an evil vampire lord, but while doing so, we're going to struggle with the topics of humanity, morality, life and death, the monster and the man in the mythos, then maybe you have a flatter villain so there's more room for that dialogue. Maybe the story is the villain. He has to be killed. And then the question arises, is he wrong because he's so deep? Is he truly evil because he's so layered? So I hate to answer a question with a question, dogs, not gods, but that's kind of where I want your takeaway for that to be. Ask yourself, what's your voice? What's your story? What works? As for me, again, it depends on the story that I'm telling. I always love deep villains because if I'm playing the guy, the gal, if I'm playing the character, I want to be able to have my improvisation for the character have legs. But sometimes I get goblin mode and I get kind of silly, and having dumb, campy, or not dumb, as that's the wrong choice, having campy, flat characters really helps me just to be silly and goofy. What's your story that you want to tell? So, sorry, I'm seeing Mr. Live Producer say, Thanos, next time I'll snap to a samba. Oh, could you imagine? So, for improvisation in the story you want to tell, fast NPCs, give them basic human needs, basic human wants. Keep it small, keep it simple. And if the players latch on because something about that is appealing to them, things can grow later. People love growth. They like moving forward. They hate stepping back. If the character seemed interesting at first, and then things kind of start petering out a bit, they're going to get disinterested or frustrated. Keep it simple. If they like it, build it. Improvise with their questions and choices. Take one and go, yes, and say, no, but they do like this. And that brings my next thing. Yes, and the biggest tool a GM needs. Yes, anding something. And this is a judgment call. Ultimately, our jobs are to create the framework, the world, use the rules as a ref position, step back, and let the people tell a story and handle the problems, et cetera, et cetera. But how do we do that? We do it through the power of the yes and. Hey, GM, are these two blacksmiths married? Yes, and they've adopted a kid. Is the kid a kobold? No, but it is a goblin. And there are kobolds in the city that play with the goblin. You know, they love him. They all hang out. And now you had like nothing for this, these blacksmiths, and now they have a whole story of two partners working together to make a life for their kid. That's a universal thing. Everyone loves that. And so I challenge you whenever, and it's going to start off sounding really hacky, right? When someone asks you a question, literally start the question by saying yes and. It's a simple improvisation drill, but once you get used to the mental pathways and energy of yes anding or no butting something, you start to learn how to speak that same language narratively without using those things. A great example of this, we actually had something come up on Nat 20 Productions. I had a character, if you go to Twitch, you can see the TikTok. I had a character in the game that's been there for 3 years. Just an NPC to be with the characters. Now, in my mind, he was a champion, disgraced from his homeland, skewed more heterosexual, heteronormative. He had really good friends in the military, and he was the second prince, I think, meaning that his father was brother of the king or whatever, right? And then people would be like, oh, wait, is he like the actual son of the actual king? And I was like, yes. Yes, and the king that threw him out is his father and hates him, but it's deeper than that. You may say, well, PJ's just taking what they're saying and running with it. Yes, and it's really good to do that. Finding ways to make the player suggestions, even if they're wrong, finding a way to make it still work without completely losing sight of the message or theme of the character can really build their interest and build the character something new. I think at one point they even asked, like, is he bi with his best friend? And I was like, not originally, but yes. And it's a really strong relationship. They have a massive friendship. They have this romantic past, but now they realize that as much as they love each other, ultimately that love is friendship. Two NPCs now have a massively human and interesting relationship beyond the NPC that's just supposed to be there to help you out when things get stale. So remember to yes and get used to that energy and how to talk about that in ways. And this will happen in time. Give yourself the time. Use that yes and energy or no but. So you're building something off of their guesses. so that it becomes natural to narrative. That takes time. That takes getting used to it. But start off simple. Yes and no but. Say it out loud. That's my homework for you. To get better at improvising things, literally do that. Now you feel like, well, PJ, I already got it. I'm good. I'm solid. All right. Let me ask you this. Can you be stronger at it? Yes. And can you practice drills to make it more complex off of what they said? Probably yes. And you can do that by really going back to step 0. Even if you think you're at step 10, go back to step 0 and work on those again. I do it all the time because Lord knows it's easy to get rusty, right? So one last thing about improvising. Fast mechanics. As GMs, we're always told to remember every single rule. And I know I'm sure they're going to get mad at me for this, but remember this, the rules are a guideline. The GM's refereeing is the law. If you don't like a rule, you are allowed to not like it. If you like a rule from a different system, let me tell you, you're allowed to take it. We do it all the time. Again, part of finding your voice is also stealing mechanics from other games and finding ways to authentically represent it in the system. Remember your systems, remember your mechanics fast, dirty, throw them in when it feels right. If they're changing the narrative in a big way, take something that speaks to that, even if it's not what the system calls for. What we need to remember is that we're here to have fun. And being a good GM means knowing how to have fun within the system and how to bring things fun into the system still works. Here's a great example. Great example of this. When I GM, I like to have what I call group DC checks. I forgot what this originally came from. Might have been a different edition of a different game system. But sometimes an aid check doesn't quite cut it. Let's say you have 5 people at your table and they all passionately want the narration to change. Now, that's a bad narration. But they all have stakes and they all need it to get to the next level. Basing everything around one person's role and someone rolling aid, we've seen times where this is a beautiful rule because sometimes we all need help. But there are times where the roll for aid is higher than the base roll, and you can't use that high roll. You have to use the base. And sometimes that can get kind of frustrating. And everyone has stakes in this moment. And that can be kind of weird, right? So instead, give yourself a very high DC, a ludicrous high DC, because you're going to be basically collecting a check from everyone. You just need a number after all. Get that number, combine all numbers, and there's your total. Right? Now, set the DC high so that there's a bit of drama, because that's why we have high DCs. To give that drama, that tension, that gamble of, can I actually hit this number? So that's my recommendation to you. My gift to you, to steal from me, the group DC check. Huge moment. Everything's on the line. Everyone's invested. Everyone wants to give. Instead of having like one person and like 3 or 4 aid checks, just have everyone roll at once. Is it against mechanics? Maybe, maybe not. But is it going to be fun? Is it going to give every player agency? Is it going to let everyone contribute? And will it let the people that roll high feel like their roll wasn't wasted? Yes. And is that still Pathfinder 2e? Yes. Just takes a different form. Add your clocks, add whatever you want to here and there. But really what it comes down to is a GM is a customer service position with a lot of tools and experiences. And you're going to need to draw on all of them to give the best experience for your customer or your players that you can. And with that, also remember in fast mechanics, confrontation is only earned. Neutrality is for everyone. Players want to win, even if it's opinions, gives them something to win easily, but never remove failure. By that, I mean, like, maybe they're going to win easily comparatively to what they expect. And you also want them to have the chance to win easily, but you also want them to have the chance to lose easily. Have mechanics that can quickly work for either system, or either goal, I should say. Group DCs. Let's say the number is 100. You have 5 players. On average, they're rolling about 20, 25. This is a possible check. This huge number is going to sound scary, but if they do the math in their head, they know they got a shot at this. But 3 people roll 1s. And that sucks. You can't save them from that failure. But also, you can make victories easy and let failure stay. And that fast mechanics, if you stick to your guns on those, you can let that breathe more. You can let that have weight. All right, so I think we hit the second topic. Let's go back to the chat, see if there's any new questions. One more thought from Dogs Not Gods. Do you think you could run a 1 to 20 campaign with no definitive end goal? Into the world, stopping BBEG, collecting the MacGuffin? That's a very good question. Again, I think it goes back to the question of what your story is. A 1 to 20 campaign is just a metric of power. And by that, I mean ability and achievements, right? So if you have a 1 to 20, all about what you're capable of, what you can achieve, what you've earned, then you have to ask yourself what the story is for someone who has that much power. It doesn't have to be end of the world. It could be earning retirement. Could be, let's see, stopping the BBEG. Could be kind of like Kingmaker. You're not trying to, I mean, there is obviously a BBEG, but there's also the other narrative of building a world, creating a kingdom, saving one that was being, falling apart, fixing it. So maybe you could argue that's the MacGuffin, but really it's a MacGuffin in such a singular note, and there's something more layered and nuanced to building something. Maybe you could argue that's the world. I don't know. I don't think so, because I think this is more insular. Could you do it? Yes. Is it possible? Yes. Is that a story for you to figure out? Also, yes. Let's workshop this really fast. What are some good non-end of world, stopping BBG, and collecting the MacGuffin ways for a 1 to 20 campaign to end? Would you say becoming a deity is saving the world? Would you say becoming a deity is the MacGuffin? Would you say becoming a deity is the BBEG? We always talk about how, like, at level 20, you're basically a god. So if that's true, let's test that theory. What is being a god? What does that mean? What is that narration? Is that more of, it was the friends you made along the way? So let's think about that for a second. Or you can think about that for a second. What are your thoughts on that? I'm letting myself breathe a bit. But I'm also thinking, because that's a really good question. Well, I'll ponder more on that later. Because I know there's definitely there, but now my brain's doing that kind of like simple math where like I'm parsing it out into trope endings as opposed to what they are in their face, which is a lot more depth to them. I'm deconstructing. So that's why I'm getting caught myself in deconstructing. But while I'm doing that, let's shift over to my third topic, player coaching. Now, we've gone over some of this before, but there is so much of the GM perspective now, or the GM position now, that is like, how do I put it? Management, player management. Sometimes they want you to actually be the therapist for them. And that's, by the way, I know everyone's going to say that you have jobs and expectations. No, you don't. Your job is to tell the story framework, and find a way for them to have fun. If they are burning out your spoons because they expect you to do things that are not healthy for you, you have all the right in the world as a GM to tell them no. You are not their therapist. You are not their referee when it comes to real life things. And if their real life bleeds into the game and you've tried talking to them about it and it's just not working out, there are other people at the table that can also stand united with you when it comes to problematic people. Yes, your voice is loud, but it should not be the only one, especially when there's already so much emotional labor coming from you from your position. So talk to your players and be open and honest with yourself and your players about your position as the GM. So there's a lot of, I think, mixed messages about what is healthy and what isn't in our positions. And we are the ones that would know what's healthy for us because we are us. So that's my side tangent. But on that topic, player coaching. So some players may not have an idea of what to do, or they may not have any confidence in their voice to do the thing. This is obviously the biggest issue, because if someone is loud and they have like all the main character syndrome, limelight, leadership, whatever, they're easy. They're nothing really to worry about as far as moving the story forward. Now, as far as making sure everyone else has a fun time, I recommend 3 different approaches. Number 1, trying to subtly ask questions of them. Right? So subtly ask questions. If the de facto leader is going off on a whole bunch of stuff, you can easily go, yeah. I mean, you make a lot of really good points. There's a lot of different choices you can make. Hey, Gabo, what's going through your head right now? When you hear that, like, what's going through your head? How are you feeling? What are you thinking about? Now, they might just step back and say, no, it's fine. Everything he says is A-okay. And that's going to happen, right? And number 2, next thing, take things from their story. We all love to see our backstories come up. Take things that come from those backstories in those worlds and directly interface with that character through those means. Let's say Gabo, let's call him Gabo de Babo. I like that name. Let's say Gabo de Babo and his backstory had a clown that they loved so much. Romantic or friendship, who cares? Just whatever, they have a connection. Maybe the clown is there with them currently. Maybe the clown is somewhere in town or whatever. Maybe there's actually some correspondence going on. And if there isn't, it never hurts to instigate. Then if you want to get something out of Gabo de Babo when the leader's doing their thing, have the clown interact with them. Remind them of a letter saying, I'm really looking forward to seeing you in this town, which gives them a goal to see that person in town. And that's not to detract from what the leader's saying. It's to make sure the player is reminded of their stakes, right? They're in town and they're looking forward to seeing you. Or saying the clown is there and the clown, just say some narrative stuff. The clown is like looking to you. They really want to make sure that you're feeling okay. Or maybe the clown is basically speaking just basic contrarianism. Good old NPC, sworn to carry your burdens. And whatever that interaction is, at least it's presenting a second option for Gabo de Babo to actually open up to. It may be contrarian and dissenting, but it's a voice. And again, this isn't to challenge the leader. This is to help those who sometimes feel faded out by leadership to have moments and hooks to pull them back in. And the third and final thing that I recommend is sometimes taking it back to the leader. They want to be a leader so damn bad. Awesome. Dope. Every group needs that. Put the full mental responsibility on them if they want to be responsible. Gabo de Babo hasn't said anything about what the leader is doing. Now, Gabo may not actually care, but there's something that he cares about. And if talking to him hasn't, brought that out in him, if the NPC that knows him hasn't brought it out to them, have the leader see what that is. And maybe that could be some very rewarding role play with a leader than just, they have a conversation in character. And maybe they can say, like, well, what do you want, Gabo? You don't really care about anything, but like, okay, what's your thing? And you just want to like chill for a bit and have a steak and a mead and an ale? Then you have a nice role play session where everyone's around the dinner table and they're taking care of the role play. They're enjoying that labor. They're having a great time. You get to sit back and watch, maybe interject with like a few random bar patrons. And then when everyone's done being engaged with each other in the narrative, they can go on to the next step that the leader originally positioned. Because the big trick is personalities can eclipse others. And that's not fun to be forgotten and faded out. And that's hard to fight because that's a shutdown. You can't fight for yourself when you're shut down. So you have to figure out ways to get them out. Questions, NPC backgrounds, and then asking other players, like, to kind of, if you want this responsibility, look into the other characters for that. And if they don't want that responsibility and they're not being the leader and nothing's getting done, well, now you have the problem where no one knows what to do. This is stupid easy. It's not going to work 20 times out of 20, but it's a good start. My next step is literally give them 2 options. 50-50, right? Give them 2 options, and then it's up to them in the meta. I don't like metagaming, but let's be honest, the player has to play the character. So at some point, you got to step back and go, okay, these are our options. It's 2 of them. So they have to choose one. You go that route. Super easy, super simple. If there's more layers to that, I trust you, knowing your voice at this point, knowing how to improvise, taking the time to understand your characters, your world that they're framing, that they're playing with and growing on, to know what those two questions are and what more things can be. And also, let's be real. We're people here. Like the third option, asking the other player to get involved with the first player. Asking the first player directly. Sometimes the best thing you can do is just step out of the whole game and just talk to them as players and people. Hey, what's going on? What do you want to do? What do you want to accomplish? What sounds fun right now? If this isn't it, that's fine. We can figure something else. The world will save, will be saved when you save it. Because as GMs, we are in a service position. We've built the world we've built the McDonald's playground. It's our job to make sure that playground is fun and the balls are clean, right? Sometimes you have to ask your customers, your players, hey, how's the ball pit? You didn't want to play there? Or you would rather have a slide? Yeah, dope. Let's go to the slide around back. Because we're here to have fun. Now, there's other parts of player coaching. Chaotic goblins, and I know I'm running out of time here, so I'm going to try and make these next few points pretty quick. And then maybe answer one more question from the chat if I have time. So I'll make this really fast. If you have chaotic people, they are chaotic because there's something specific, a power fantasy, an adventure, or whatever they want specifically to do that is fun. Some people only have power when they get power from others. That does not mean they're bad. It just means they're complicated little messes, and they want to be messy somewhere. Find ways, and maybe even talk to them. Be like, hey, you see this statue in a church. They're like, oh, cool. I want to draw a mustache on it. Oh gosh, great example of this. I forgot. I think it was like Jester or someone did a prank somewhere. Like, you want to do a prank on a guard. Okay. Ask them, are you aware of the consequences for doing this? And if they say no, make them make a roll. Tell them through the roll that they would be aware of what the consequences are. They don't have to care, but they should be aware. From there, give them that as an isolated story. Now you're going to say, well, we're cutting everyone else out, and maybe. But you really want to spend the time to make sure that they are doing their messy thing in a way that's not going to hurt the other players, and in a way that gets them not only their fun, but also gives them full awareness of what they're contributing to. This can be in character, and this can be out. Because sometimes the player will know what they're doing is wrong, and if they continue doing that, you don't have a chaos goblin, do you? What you have is a problematic player. And it's hard to see where that line blurs sometimes, because sometimes people just want to see what they can get away with, and sometimes people just want to get away with bad things. So ask them, make sure they're aware, tell them in character and out what the consequences are going to be, and then find a way to frame this in a small way that's not going to take too much time away from others and when it doesn't blow up on their heads. And that can be workshopped with your players too. Remember, they signed up for this. They would be more than happy to talk about what they signed up for. I guarantee you. And if they say, well, I don't know, you're the GM, you figure it out. Again, problematic player. I guarantee you. Red flag. Now, lastly, about the chaotic character. Data is crucial to the game because data is communication. You're giving data to the Chaos Goblin. Hey, listen, if you want to do this, that can be cool, that can be bad. Here's X, Y, and Z. Data is crucial. If they don't know what they're going to be doing next, Chaos Goblin aside, they don't know if to go to the cave to fight the dragon or go to the hilltop to fight the griffin, just giving these as examples, make them roll for it. And the rolling is just an excuse to get their attention, to give them dire critical information that their character would already know. Because why wouldn't they? They exist in this world. You put them there. They thrive there. Have that metacognizant conversation so that with the data, they can finally have basically a debate. Now, the third thing of GM coaching, take their options, turn it back into 2 options. Because I guarantee you, people will have 40 different ideas, and usually they boil down into just 1 or 2. That's not that they're not smart. They're too smart for their own good. But at the end of the day, you need to streamline their thoughts. take their thoughts, streamline it into two things, and go, okay, so this is what I'm hearing. It sounds like this or this. Here's the thing. Even if those two things are wrong, or if they feel like it's wrong, they'll present a third option. And I guarantee you, if they don't like the two options that you're distilling enough to create a third option, they'll probably go with that third option. And if they feel smart and cool for doing that, you help them get there. And they're the ones who are going to be smart, and you're the ones that help them get smart. So these are probably all new for some, old for others. But I guarantee you, if you take these thoughts, take them back to step 0, and practice them again and again, getting to step 10, this will become more nuanced, more familiar, and you'll find better ways of doing this with your players. So that's some of the player coaching tips. When you find your voice, you can get all that together. I'm seeing a question from Cameron Dilbin really fast. Sorry, I don't know this is on topic, but can PF2E be played 1 GM and 1 player character? If so, then how is this best done? Yes, as it can be. It can be best done. Basically, just take a game like you have with 5 players, but put all your focus on the one. The world revolves around that one person. Have fun doing that. As a GM, it's going to give you so much freedom because you don't have to juggle too much. I got the 5-minute wrap up. It's okay, Cameron Dilbin. I hope I answered you. If I did not, please find me at pj.mcgaw on Twitter. Please find us at Nat20 Productions on Twitter. Ask us the questions. I'm so happy to answer you. Goal, make the players cry one way or the other. Also a great goal. If you're really good at speaking drama and speaking truth to human needs, and then why would you cry over human needs? Because you got them finally and this validates you, or you almost had them and you lost them because being an adventurer is hard. Those are really 2 good ways to make them cry. Okay, wrap it up when you can, please. Absolutely. This is where I'm going to end this right now. I'm just going to put a full stop on it because I went way over my time. For everyone that came into the chat that had questions, Dogs Not Gods, Cameron Dilbin, everyone else, thank you so much for coming in and supporting TPCon. Thank you so much for supporting me in this topic of GM voice. I hope you go out. I hope you ingest a lot, ask yourself a lot, think really hard about themes, messages, learn the yes and, start at 0, keep it simple, grow to 10, ask your players, talk to your players, use your security tools. And with that, my name is PJ McGaw. I've been a passionate storyteller, nerd, actor my entire life, and finally using those tools to tell these stories has been a blessing over at Nat20 Productions. It's been a long journey these 3 years. And I hope that all of the beauty and pain and things I've learned and lessons gained can be given to you, and that you can also do the amazing and the incredible yourself. Without further ado, hope you have a good adventure. Hope you stay safe. Remember everything I've said, grow on your own. And until then, I want to hear you tell me the tale. And I'll see you next time. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
Welcome to Third Party Con, a celebration of the Paizoverse.
Okay, you did extremely well.
Third Party Con is sponsored in part by World Anvil. Don't just settle for keeping your amazing game scattered across an endless sea of notes and tools. World Anvil is the one tool to rule them all. Whether you're a game master, writer, or world builder, World Anvil is the ultimate companion to finally bring your world to life in one centralized location. Create characters, organize adventures, and build your campaign setting like a professional developer. Give World Anvil a try today using the code TPK2023 at checkout for 40% off any yearly subscription. Your world is waiting to be built with World Anvil. Third Party Con is sponsored in part by Pathfinder Infinite, part of the Drive-Thru RPG network. Whether it's adventures, settings, monsters, classes, or anything else that builds on the core game, Pathfinder Infinite allows talented creators like you to share your content and make money while you're at it. You can use the Pathfinder Lost Omens campaign setting and more as a launchpad for your own creations. Get recognized by the community, and you might even earn an invitation into the Infinite Masters Elite Creator Program. For more information, visit roll20.io/TPK. That's roll20.io/TPK. Third Party Con is sponsored in part by Legendary Games. Legendary Games brings you beautiful bestiaries, killer classes, and character options, marvelous magic items, amazing adventures, kingdoms, and mass combat, epic campaigns, and so much more. Whether you love Pathfinder 1st or 2nd Edition, Starfinder, or D&D 5e, LG's books will make your game legendary. Next up on Third Party Con, the Goblin's Corner crew goes over including your characters in world building.
Do not adjust your dial. Do not attempt to change the
Third
channel.
Party Con.
Or we are now online and taking over your interwebs.
How's everyone doing today?
Hi, welcome to TPK. My name is Eric Holden, and this is
Matt Staples.
And we're the Goblin's Corner, a tabletop role-playing podcast which teaches people to world build, run better games, play better characters, and most importantly, Matt,
have more fun.
That's right. Tonight, we're going to talk to you about how to interject your characters into a world-building, lore-building session. So you might be a GM that's looking to add on. You might have some third-party modules that you want to maybe get a little bit of player incorporation and their collaboration into building some stuff. Or you might be just playing straight out of the box a game, but you want to kind of customize it, make it your own. So we'll show you how to do that tonight. A little bit about us. We've been playing games probably since the Pleistocene era. Matt and I have multiple years of experience both running games, developing games, and, of course, teaching others to world build. Matt, what would you say about us since I've been talking for all of it?
It's true. I think for me it's Cretaceous, but other than
very good. Excellent strata.
Our whole purpose is to help people run better games, and what that means for your table is going to be different than for our table or anybody else's. We give you tools to play with, and I think for us it's just important that everybody have as much fun in a game as they can.
Get in on that mic, sir. Yeah, absolutely. Both of us come from comedy as well. I have been an improviser for about 15, 20 years. Matt has worked in film. And so between the two of us also, we'll show you some techniques to kind of get that element into your gameplay. So tonight, as I mentioned, we're going to be talking about character development and interjecting that into your game lore. So what are we actually saying, Matt?
Well, basically, you're world building, or you have an existing world, and you've got characters and players that interact with that world. The object is to get either your characters to help build the world or to put in as much effort as they are comfortable with, or to show how your characters change and impact the world.
Yes, and what do we mean by that specifically?
Well, we're going to talk about how to get your players involved. We're going to talk about what aspects of the story they can build.
Yep.
And we're going to talk about how to use the players' characters as a jumping off point for things like lore or story options, or even locations and story arcs.
Excellent. And one of the things we will not be talking about, of course, is rules and optimization, because there's a lot of other people doing that. We are going particularly about story options and lore. So let's kind of dive into that and talk about ways we can get your characters involved in the world building aspect. Now, many of these things you probably have already done or already are doing now, but you may not even be aware of them. The first thing is how do we get characters involved in a story? And when we say characters, we say the players and then the characters they're playing. The first thing we can do is we can just ask the players during a session 0, do you want to be involved in storytelling and lore building for this game world, whatever it is?
You have some players that are going to be super comfortable building a world with you. And you have some players that are far more comfortable reacting to the world that you present them.
Yes. So when you approach this session 0, right? If they want to get some direct involvement, awesome. You can do direct involvement. If they're not really into that, we can use indirect methods to world build as well, which we'll talk about in a minute. So let's go ahead and start with direct involvement in the world building process as characters. First off, they can literally help build your world session 0 or pre-hand, right? That can be a wide range of things. Let's give some examples, Matt.
Okay. If you've got your players involved, they could do something as simple as make a couple of NPCs. They could develop the town their character grew up in so that that's their little corner of the world, or they could even create a country or continent, especially if it's going to be something like their character is from another place. So you could literally have them develop that whole culture themselves if it's something they're interested in doing.
Absolutely. All right, so mine could go down. Well, I'm going to step back a bit. Matt, get up on your mic, will you? Just move your mic. Get right in front of it, sir. You can also have them just describe their backgrounds, which, depending upon how you play your game, may or may not be a big thing. A lot of times, I would say, a couple of bullet points to start it off. We call this gift giving for GMs as well. And it's important in my viewpoint because anything that you give for your character to the GM or the storyteller further enhances the ability for them to world build or throw stuff back at you. Like, I love having a character maybe with like a dark story or some kind of special event that happens that then later in the game, I get to see that enemy that I ran from or that magical artifact that I accidentally exploded in a lab and caused some kind of big bad to come after me. It's fun, right?
100%. What happened to the people you left behind in your hometown? And the ability to tie that into the story can provide for a lot of fun, a lot of character development. Now, another way that you can get your players directly involved is to literally just play 20 questions with them. If your characters grew up in this town over here, what was the name of the inn? They don't have to develop a map for it or anything like that. Just some simple questions that they can toss out throwaway answers to that for you provide you with some place to start. You can do something as wild as, like, if you're starting world building from literally the core foundation of the world, have your players draw some shapes, and each player draws one shape, and that is one of the continents on that world.
Yeah, and this is a fun way to do stuff too. You can literally just have them make the world. You don't even have to tell them that it's the world. Or you could just play kind of a game where they come up and draw some things, and that becomes the shape of the town that they visit next, or just a geographical region. It can inspire you as a storyteller to make mountain ranges or rivers or whatever. I've even had players one time just do like an art exercise where they were just splatter painting, and the splatter paints became different terrain over time, and then the GM put all of their artwork together like an abstract artwork, and that became the world that they ran in, which is super cool.
That sounds like fun.
It was a lot of fun. Yeah, it was a great game. You can have players write nouns, verbs, and so forth. So you could have them do like a Mad Libs style to build the world with you, and that's a lot of fun.
That's one of the cheap and easy ways we actually name bars. We have adjective noun methodology for a lot of bars. Drunken giant, rambling wastrel. Just take a bunch of nouns, put them in a hat, a bunch of adjectives, put them in a hat, pull one of each. There's the name of the bar.
Yep, we've drank it to adjective noun. Yeah, and of course, they could just tell you. They could just literally directly say, we're going to build this stuff. And you could have people in charge of various things. We've got some techniques we can tell you in a few moments on how to do just direct involvement. Remember, all tabletop games are collaborative storytelling. And so the more you get your players involved and, indirectly their characters involved, better it's going to be for your game overall. Everyone's going to have a lot more fun. It's going to be easier for you as a GM to write stuff because then you can come up with really cool stuff. And it's so cool when a player comes up and says, man, my character's in this dungeon and I realized that something I created, I'm now fighting, or some kind of story arc that I put in my backstory now as part of the world lore. It's a great feeling to have something like that. Now, let's say they don't want to directly build your world. We've got another technique. Matt, what is it?
Well, it's obviously the indirect involvement.
Absolutely. How do we jump into indirect involvement in gameplay?
Indirect involvement oftentimes is once the game has started, they develop the world in ways such as their action influencing the story. And when their action influences the story, obviously the characters influence the world. They want to live in a world that reacts to their characters.
Yeah. So this is the collaborative part of storytelling. This is what most people already do. But you just want to focus on that with world building and kind of building your lore and story. Those thematic elements that are tailored according to your players' actions. Some things to consider are consequence of action. If I do this, something else happens. Reputation and notoriety. The more powerful they get, or whoever they anger, then perhaps that influences how they're treated in the game society or the game world.
Sure. Also, players tend to go with the nuclear option on occasion, and nuclear options should have nuclear consequences.
The murder hoboing aspect of gameplay?
Well, for example, if there's a bandit camp that they don't feel like they can comfortably take, and it's down in a valley, so they just flood out the whole valley. Where was that water going originally? And what is happening now that that water is no longer going to its original source?
Now it's in the Underdark, killing a whole tribe of delightful, nice little flumps. You just killed some flumps. How dare you? Shouldn't be doing that. And the goblins are dead, too.
Well, there's that. But also, if there was a water wheel further down the river, now they don't have water to turn the wheel.
That's true. Yeah. So now there's no power, or there's no milling for the grinding of I don't know, grain to make bread and stuff like that. I don't know anything about bread, but that's a perfect example, right? Let them describe things. Let them react to things. That's a great way to lore build as well. How they describe or react to stuff provides clues for you to build stuff on.
Only makes sense. Also, listen to how the players talk using their characters. One of the things you're oftentimes known for is that if characters are talking and they have a brilliant idea of where they think the story's going, you will absolutely commandeer that idea.
Oh, I've had characters in a dungeon talking amongst themselves saying, "Do you think there's a trap behind that door?" Well, there is now. I didn't have one behind the door, but I mean, if you guys are assuming that it's trapped and locked and poisoned, and there's a Draco Lich hiding behind there with the party hats ready to set up a nice party and then kill you and raise your bodies, then that's what's going to happen. Let them build that world. Plus, it's always fun. It's like, I bet there's a horrible monster behind this door, and then they open the door and it's not there. But then the next door is a horrible monster, and they get that little surprise. Oh my God, I was right.
Sure.
And that's a lot of fun.
100%. Now, one of the things we did mention is character histories or biographies can influence the rest of the world and how the rest of the world reacts to the characters. They'll also provide ideas for you to add to your world. If your character was famous in their little corner of the world, and how far did that fame go, and how important is that fame to that character?
Yeah. Background's important, right? So let's say, for example, that several characters have the same background. Do they come from the same city? That's an easy way to tie stuff in, and then you can tie their character's lore with the rest of the game world. If not, why are they grouped together as a team? If they've got the same background in the game, that kind of maybe can provide an if this then that rationale to build your game lore. So a good example of that, maybe they've taken martial discipline, right, versus a bunch of characters taking fortune telling. Does that mean that maybe if a lot of people are doing fortune telling, that there is a need for fortune telling in your part of the world that you're building, in the set of cities?
Yeah, a fascination with fate or the future or something like that.
Yeah,
which is something you can build culturally into that location. Then,
of course, a martial discipline just means they were raised in a militaristic society, and there's a lot of monsters they got to kill, or maybe there's a war going on.
Yeah,
a lot of the countries are at war in the main book anyway. So it's some things to think about, and it's an easy in to lore.
Yeah.
Matt, let's talk a little bit about some things they can build in terms of building game lore.
Certainly. It's really going to depend on the scope that your players want to buy into world building with you. They could do geography, cities, any sort of specific building that's important to them that they want to feel just right. It could literally be anything that you can drag and drop into any given city. They could build NPCs or even monsters.
And they can add flavor. And this is something that you don't see enough of, and I think that this is a lot of fun. And I'm going to use an example with the game that we ran. We ran a planar game, and one of our characters wanted to play she wanted magic to work differently. Instead of the somatic material components and stuff, it was all just a money-based set of crystals to cast a spell. And I was like, sure, why not? And we came up with a system to add that in. It had absolutely really no big difference in terms of mechanics,
right?
But flavor-wise, that was a cool way to make magic work that acted the same as, same sorcerer spells, right? But it allowed us to give her the ability to make her character 100% unique.
Sure. Allow your players to skin things the way they want to, especially if it doesn't affect the mechanics in any material way. Just run with it. It will cost you nothing, and their buy-in will be significantly higher.
Yeah. Anything that might relate to their character in the world is fair game. Anything that they want to add that makes it more personal for them can be lore in your game as well. It could be something as simple as, oh, this character has a noble's background, right? Maybe he or she was raised by a nobleman. And, okay, cool. Maybe somewhere along the storyline, you just kind of jot that down as a bullet point, and you can interject that in whenever they go back to their hometown. Oh, yeah, well, your noble parents really aren't doing too well now, and now you've got a nice fun side quest you can put in. Or maybe you're playing an intrigue campaign, and they're being targeted. Well, now
I was just about to say that back home, violence has broken out. You're halfway across the world, but there have been assassins sent to kill you because your nobility. You could be in the line of succession, or you could be a landed noble and somebody's coming after your property. There could be any number of reasons why all of a sudden there are people on your tail. And that is fun tension that people will have to figure out, especially if they end up having to kill the people that are trying to kill them, because now they know people tried, but for what reason? I don't know.
Yeah. A lot of fun things to figure out with that. This can also be not just personal interactions, but also, as we mentioned, like lore in the world itself. So you could think of this person happens to be a painter, right? One of your characters is a painter. All right, cool. Maybe you can enhance ways that they see the world because they pay attention to color or to shape. And that's a fun thematic story option that you can throw for that specific character. So you can give everybody a unique viewpoint based not just off their class or off of their particular background, but about some kind of quirk or interesting element in their story to make them unique characters. Right? If everyone's playing a martial type character, great, but every one of them is going to be a different character that has different goals and different drives and are interesting if you do it right.
Absolutely. And let's talk about some ways to get characters involved in the story.
Okay. So we mentioned the direct and indirect method. These are a couple of options that we actually sat down and wrote for you guys tonight. to get characters involved in creating a story. And the first one, as we mentioned a couple of times in examples, is to just provide opportunities in the story for players to make big decisions. Big decisions have lasting repercussions. And I cannot stress this enough. Have them do the big decisions. They are the adventurers. They are the heroes of the story. When they do stuff, other things happen. And that changes or adds to your game world. Now, this does require some bookkeeping. And I would recommend, as a storyteller, you make note at the end of the evening after every session some of the big things that your players have done as their characters.
You know what it reminds me of?
What's that?
You remember the old cartoon The Tick?
Yes.
In that show, there
No
was
idea where he's going with
always
this.
something happening to the moon.
Oh, with
And
the chair, the CHA
everything
on the
that
moon?
happened to the moon continued on every episode past that.
Yeah.
It was just a detail that they paid attention to. So things like that. Maybe don't let your players start off blowing up the moon.
I'm fine with that too, if you want to blow up the moon. So this is a really easy way to influence your game world, right? Here's an example. Maybe in the story they find an artifact. Cool. They find this artifact. It now changes the game world. You can start writing some lore according to how they treat the artifact. If they're nice to it, maybe it bonds with one of them and they're friends with it. Or if they destroy it, maybe it was an epic level artifact that they needed to kill the big bad at the end of the game. Or maybe they just lost it or sold it to some goblin who then goes and becomes the most powerful goblin on the face of Galarian. You know, like that would be kind of fun too. They kill a dragon. Okay, you've just left a power void in the local region because that dragon was a top predator. That changes the world.
Absolutely. Another thing that we discuss on occasion is if your players practice magic, if that's something that they do in their downtime, let's say they cast Fireball's the simplest example. You cast that over and over, practicing it to get it exactly how you want it to look thematically and all of that. That magic, which is cast continuously, if it's in the same place, is going to have some effect on the world.
It's got a little magical radiation, might alter the landscape. And again, doesn't have to mechanically be anything. So let's use Matt's, what do you say, Fireball?
Yeah.
The Fireball example. So that might colorize the local wildlife or flora and fauna. Maybe everything now kind of is flame touched because you've just been casting Fireball all day long. It's been absorbing that magical radiation of some sort. And now squirrels are rocking a flame tail that doesn't actually do any fire damage. It just kind of looks like they're half elemental or something like that.
Sure.
That'd be kind of a cool squirrel, wouldn't it?
It'd be awesome.
Roasted nuts.
Firefox.
Yeah, Firefox. There you go. It's a new browser. That's awesome. Here's another way. You could do it socially, right? You remove an evil nobleman as part of one of your adventures. Okay, who, as we mentioned, who fills the power vacuum on a social level? So not just big bad monsters, but also the mayor is corrupt or a nobleman is corrupt, and you've gotten rid of them. Who now is in charge? That changes the power dynamics in a story, either for the player's benefit or against them. And that's a lot of fun to think about.
Sure. If any of your players have a economic sort of bent or background to them, think about how adventurers spending money the way they do is going to have an effect on small towns.
This is a big one too. Most people don't think about, okay, I've got 5 plat. I'm going to drop 5 plat in a bar. Barmaid's never seen 5 plat.
Probably never seen a plat.
Yeah. How is that going to affect the local economy? Well, she's now the richest barmaid in the city, right? That's kind of a fun element. Or if people start realizing that you're dropping plat everywhere you go, you might have a line of people waiting to get handouts, which
Sure.
could be problematic if you're trying to infiltrate a city. Hard way to get in, right?
Absolutely.
Everybody wants to try to sell you something.
And this is my entourage.
Yeah.
The last city I was at.
Like the Pied Piper coming in, just making it rain behind you.
Sure. Also, things like if you've been sponsored by a patron, your assistance has given them a huge advantage in whatever sphere they work in. How does this affect your reputation and theirs?
Yes, let's provide an example of maybe how it might affect the reputation, Matt.
Okay, if you work for a merchant house and you have guaranteed that every shipment has made it there, realistically, people are going to be more inclined to use that merchant or that shipping company than one of their competition because, well, you're making sure it happens.
It always arrives.
Yep.
Yeah, it arrives on time. You now have a reputation that you've established with your patron that when you are behind that, your players are behind that, it gets there, right? So that's something that directly relates to the character's involvement in the story and the lore in the realm. Speaking of reputation and notoriety, we could use a very easy way to world build, which is, again, using the influence throughout the game as it exists over time. So I'll give an example. If they're nobody, which they usually start off as no one in when they're like low level and stuff like that, then they might be treated with contempt or amusement. You know, this party of scrappy dwarves rolls in with the sorcerer, the paladin that's going to definitely drown in the swamp very soon, and the local villagers are like, "Who are these clowns? They're gonna die in the forest the first opportunity." A couple games later, they come balling with a bunch of treasure, dragon head. Now they've become powerful PCs, and the NPCs are now treating them vastly differently. Right? That is a dynamic that cannot go understated. As a GM, you can use those NPCs, that reputation and notoriety, to change your story for the better or worse. And there's a lot of fun ways to do that.
Absolutely. I knew you weren't going to make it through a whole panel without drowning a paladin.
What? They got all that armor.
Now, that reputation might make them new friends or new enemies. If there was somebody corrupt that was working with that dragon whose head you brought into town, they're probably not super happy to see you.
You've got a new enemy now.
Right.
From the shadows. That's always fun.
Yeah. If you've removed a Thieves Guild from play, you are now you're on every bad guy's radar for at least for 100 miles or so. And every bard either loves or hates you, depending on whether or not they were working with the Thieves Guild or they were tired of being robbed by the Thieves Guild.
But you're an easy song to talk about at that point.
Sure.
You're the local news. And that's the thing. Again, they're heroes, they're adventurers, regardless of whether they're bad or good, depending upon what kind of game you're playing and what story you're running. But they definitely have that reputation now, and people are going to take notice. Those NPCs will take notice to the character's actions. And if you guys are interested, at some point, we actually did a show on reputation and notoriety. Go check it out. But these are just easy ways to lore build. During the game, you can also lore build in very specific ways. So, Matt, you wrote one down earlier about a check. What are we talking about?
Okay, so if you are in this ruin, right, and for you it's a relatively unimportant ruin other than it exists. If a player makes a check to get some information about the ruin, if they're interested, let them fill in the blanks about the ruin. Let them tell everybody what those are. They elven ruins? Are they dwarven? Are they from some draconic citadel? Let them tell the party.
Yeah, this is, and you might think, oh, well, the GM's just dialing it in tonight, but it's not, because it's giving that character free reign to build the world. So you might, well, you're the expert on dwarven stone crafting. What do you think this dwarven stone crafting is? And the character literally says, well, I think it's the following stuff. Rolls the check, makes the check. Maybe they make it really well. And as a storyteller or GM, you can say, cool, go ahead and describe what you see in your mind's eye. And they do. You've now just incorporated a collaborative storytelling element in your campaign very easily, and I'm going to guarantee that your player will come back at some point and thank you for allowing them the ability to build into that world. It will make them care about your story way, way more than if you just flat out read out of a book. Every time.
Yeah. Another thing that you can do, and this is for players, honestly, is if you have players that are artists, have them draw the NPCs that you describe, or have them draw their characters. Those simple things add a touch that is great for maybe people who don't think visually. That gives them something to hold on to. But also, one of the great things is the way you describe something as a GM is not necessarily the way your players hear it. And getting to see their visualization of the thing that you described can be a lot of fun.
Yeah. One of the things we have our players do a lot is when we play a game, we have them either go online and make the little character animation thing where they what is it, the 3D Hero Forge, or draw a sketch of it, even if they're not great at it, just to kind of get their mental picture of what their player looks like in their head. You might think one way, they think completely differently, but that provides a clue into maybe how that character is going to react later on. And we're going back to some old school theater concepts here of, having an emotion, having physicality in a character. So they're drawing the physicality and providing that emotion, and you can use that as inspiration to present obstacles or side quest or just thematics in your storytelling. And it's super easy to do.
Sure. If they're really scared of a creature that you've thrown in their path and they decide to take off running, maybe have that creature pop up occasionally. Sooner or later, they'll decide they can deal with it, or they'll figure out a way to befriend it, knowing half of our characters.
Yeah. Well, and that brings up another interesting point, too. You could have a character, like, say one of your characters is playing a bard. Okay, cool. That bard could maybe be the lore keeper for each session. So at the end of every game, they write their thoughts, their emotions as a summary to the game. And that gives you kind of an indirect insight into player motivations. Maybe you can have them talk amongst the other characters in your game. And how do they feel about this? Oh, we just fought this really nasty tentacled horror that had beaks, and it was flailing about. It came from some godforsaken realm. And this character's really scared. The bard is writing all of this stuff down. He feels pretty good about it, right? The dwarven cleric is, well, I'm just very stoic about the whole situation. The paladin is dead because it killed him first off. Then at that point, you kind of know what your players' minds are, but also what their characters are feeling. And that's a really cool thing to toss at them. Again, it could be a beast of the week. It could maybe just be used as thematics for the next monster situation you put them through. That's a lot of fun.
Sure.
Another thing you could also do, and we have characters actually asked to do this stuff, and this is something you should bring into your game. What was that, Matt?
No, I was agreeing with you. It's amazing to me. I am artistically inept. That can draw very well, and they love doing the cartography or making dungeon maps during the session. So if you describe the entrance, they'll go through and they'll draw the whole map out. And for them, it is something that they enjoy doing. For you, it is lifting that you do not have to do.
Yeah. Just have them draw maps, right? And that can be used. You can, if you're artistically inclined, maybe after they draw it, you go back and maybe whip up a better map, or you can just post the maps up if you're in person in a game session. That's a lot of fun. Or throw it up on whatever your favorite VTT is. You can also do some back and forth between the storytellers and players. And what do you mean by that, Matt?
Well, players should ask questions, either as players or even as their characters. And your answers to those questions help create the world.
Okay. So let's provide an example.
Okay.
You enter a dungeon, and maybe the GM starts with that. Player asks, well, what does the dungeon smell like? They're now asking missing information that you might not have thought to fill in the blank with. All right, this is a very indirect way to build and lore build. having the players and making sure that they're comfortable asking these types of questions is a really easy way to kind of add a sense of tension and dramatic element. Well, it smells musty. There's a coppery smell in the air. You know, it smells like maybe a little bit of rotten meat, like something was freshly killed. Okay, that's way different than saying it smells like a corpse.
Sure.
You know, be a little bit descriptive, but having them, giving them the agency to make those questions and almost lead the storyteller along in helping build the story. I think that's a lot of fun, and that's a really cool gift for the characters and players to give to the GM and vice versa.
I agree. Now, I also think that if players are asking questions, this is another chance to allow them to shape the world. If the answer to their question doesn't change a story beat, let them answer it. If someone says, so what does the entrance to this dungeon smell like? Well, you tell me. What do you think? This is where you came in. This is what the entrance looks like. What does it smell like to you?
This is also a great way to make them paranoid as well. Saying, wait a minute, what do you mean? What does it smell like to me? What do you think it smells like? Oh my, this is getting. I mean, I guess it smells like this. Okay, that's what it smells like. I need to choose to disbelieve this illusion now. So that's a lot of fun as well. Shape the game according to how the players use their characters' spells, abilities, and tactics. So this is always a fun little tidbit of wisdom here. If a character always does, say, a particular flourish with a spell, or always casts a spell often, your players always have like that one spell their character wants to cast. Maybe bump it up, provide a different use for it. Maybe colorize it, give it like a different thematic color because they've used it so much now they can do a little flourish, or maybe they can do it behind the back instead of just, you know, blah, 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 eat a spider, boom. That's a lot of fun. Another option is to allow them to have personalized spells, magic items, and abilities over time. What do we mean by that, Matt?
We generally play with spell thematics as a given, such as if your character uses prestidigitation all the time, how they go about doing that is strictly a flavor thing. If they just snap a finger because it's just so easy, that's what they do. That is now the somatic component for prestidigitation.
They got to snap it every time.
Yep.
Yeah. And then maybe the snap is heard around the world when it gets more powerful, right? Speaking of that, this is a great time to talk about enhancing abilities and items and stuff like that. Now, feats can do this very easily, but we like to do thematic elements as well. And I'll tell you why. The more someone cares about something in a story or in a game, the more you kind of harp on that object or familiar or whatever. Like if the wizard always has this familiar that's never around, and the old joke, what is it, Order of the Stick, where it only pops up when you remember it, then you shouldn't do anything with it. But maybe they're feeding their familiar, maybe they're talking to it like it's, you know, babying it and stuff like that. They've got a little, what is it, a little baby Bjorn that they walk around with it or something like that. Well, then that familiar is probably going to get a little more powerful because you're now putting emotional investment into that. Same thing if with the warrior that always talks to a sword. Maybe one day he starts gaining a few levels, it starts talking back to him.
And for me, if players have an object that they do not want to get rid of because of sentimental reasons to the character, but that object is affecting the power curve of that character, it is far better as a game runner to allow them to figure out ways to make investments into that object than it is to just force them to get rid of it because, oh, you can't hit a ghost with that sword. Let them figure it out. Or if they find the sword of amazing awesomeness, have them go to a specialist wizard that takes the amazing awesomeness off of sword A and puts it on sword B.
Now it's the second sword of amazing awesomeness. To be fun. Finally, something you can do is to give players opportunities to either through NPCs or story elements to name and shape their environment. And what I say by this is give them a Sharpie, let them put their name on stuff.
Sure.
Maybe there's a tavern, right? You've got this tavern, it burnt down. And the owner is using this as a chance to start from scratch. And they're asking the input for your characters in the game of names. Cool. They come up with a name. The shopkeeper uses that. Now it's part of your world lore, right?
Yeah. If a nobleman is about to have a baby and the characters save the pregnant wife, maybe they name the baby.
Yeah. Which sucks because the goblin was called Grix. Grix the Destroyer. Now that human baby is called Grix the Destroyer.
Sure.
Speaking of goblins, maybe the players save a goblin from death. They should. And the goblin owes a life debt to them and now assists them when things get troublesome. We had an entire tribe called the Chicken Tribe in one of my game worlds that one of our characters saved the tribe from destruction, and they followed him around for the rest of the game. Got growing stronger and stronger and slowly absorbing other goblin tribes.
Yep.
Which is great. And they would show up when the characters least expected it.
Sometimes for weal, sometimes for woe.
I mean, you know,
but they would show up.
It is what it is, right?
Something else you could do is have if your group is like a chartered adventure group and they have a heraldry and they've got a name for their group and all of that stuff, that heraldry is, or even the name, is going to become known over time. And as their reputation grows, they are going to get recognized no matter where they go. Even if they're further away, the larger their reputation is, the more they do in the world, the further that reputation is going to go beyond the scope that maybe even they're aware of.
The ship crests the waves and the flying Zaratan flag is in the distance. Everyone run! The pirates are here! And it's your party.
Yeah.
Getting ready to lay waste to whatever they decide. That's fun, right? Here's one. A sorcerer goes around town, prestidigitating every robe she sees as her favorite color for that day. This now becomes a fashion trend in your game. And so people are approaching your sorcerer and asking her what the color of the day is. And please, can you prestidigitation my robe as well? I want to be the most fashionable person. And they start a trend where they're being paid for their services.
You wake up and every morning there's a line outside the door of the tavern.
Yeah. That's a really interesting way to lore build in your realm with just a simple decision, right?
Absolutely. You can send your players, once again, depending on what type of campaign you're running, you can send your players to found a frontier town somewhere. Now, as the founders, they're going to get to name it. They're going to decide on the shape of it and what sort of specifications the town gets built to. And that is, especially as you move up in power curves, that is something that players can now invest into the world.
Yes. And that's a lot of fun to do. And on that note, also, you could just give them a layer, give them a base, give them something they can build and make it their own. They will happily spend hours messing with their base. Characters now in my current game have a little tavern that's their base, and they've been fortifying it magically, adding dimensional areas. They've got a chill room in the bottom with glow lights and stuff that they've rigged up. There's the druid's got a whole garden up on the roof now, and there's a forge. Yeah. I mean, and they spend hours playing with the maps. Every time they get some money, they donate a little bit of it in game and upgrade their little base. Give them a lair. Give them the ability to make a lair or make a place of their own. All of this, by the way, comes down to one thing. It comes down to providing choices to your characters, your players in your game.
It's giving them the agency to affect the world and without judgment, right? They have to feel safe enough to make these choices. And once they do, you'd be amazed at how much creativity they're willing to lend to the world that you're also attempting to shape for them.
Absolutely. So as a GM, it's important to offer those choices often, easily, communicate with your players. We've been talking for 50 minutes and about a lot of player choices. If there's any questions that you might have, let us know. We're happy to answer any of this stuff. Thank you, Mr. Live Producer. We appreciate this. While we're waiting on a couple of questions, if you're interested, we do a weekly podcast every week, of course, because it's weekly. But you can find us at Goblin's Corner on Twitter or all of the social media dumpster fires. You can find us at goblinscorner.com. We have a YouTube channel that we post, The Goblin's Corner. So hit us up. Oh, we got a question here. What is the craziest thing your players have done to you, and how did you respond? Matt, I will toss this one to you.
Oh, okay. What is the craziest thing they have done to me? I've played a lot of different games over a lot of different years. I'm going to go with, I had a group that was tasked with rescuing some dragon eggs, which they did. They did not return them to the person that tasked them to collect them. They instead decided that they were going to incubate them and keep their little tiny dragon puppies.
So they had a whole bunch of dragons, just pets, pet dragons.
Yes. So I let them. I said, no problem. You now have flying carnivores that are smarter than you.
Yeah, that's a hell of a story change. I like what was said in the chat. They might have made an omelet. If they made an omelet, depending upon the energy type of the dragons, they might have gotten omelet resistance of some sort, right? So acid dragon, you get acid resistance or something like that. That'd be fun. What was mine? I'm going to go with the floating city battle that you guys had. We had a floating city. Big bad. They were in a big city. It was floating in the skies, and they were trying to figure a way to assault it. And so these knuckleheads cast a whole bunch of spells which produced iron walls, iron filaments, iron shards. A lot of iron was happening. Floated it above the city and made it rain metal death upon the city until they surrendered. And that not only affected the battle, but also affected the surrounding countryside, because that city eventually crashed to the ground and there were aftershocks. This is a good question. How do you get better at remembering to give your players choices in the moment? I would say with that, kind of come up with a couple of things that you can ask your players during a game. So, for example, whenever you describe a scenario, you might want to ask, how do your players feel, or how do your characters feel to your players? That's the first they do. What do you think they want to do? What is you could just literally ask an emotion, and your players will then start filling in the blanks on that.
Another thing you can do is you can literally, I play with a DM screen. That DM screen is not to hide things from my players. It is to remind me of things that I'm trying to do. I literally would have a post-it note with like 4 or 5 questions that I wanted answers from my players and or their characters. I might have, a post-it note for each, and then just work those into the conversation, work them into a description. And once you get in the habit of asking these questions, it literally just becomes part of your DM style.
Yeah. Another example of that could be, I use Google Sheets a lot instead of, because I don't write stuff down very often, but you could literally say, here's what's going on in the world or in the story. Here are a couple of possibilities that if they do the following, kind of do a little bit of a mind map ahead of time and come up with these options. And then depending upon what the party is leaning towards in their decisions, this gives you kind of a reminder to remember to kind of ask them about, okay, so let's go ahead and look at these options. What are the options you want to do? How do your characters feel about that? Where do you think they're going to go? What happens? And this actually, that's a great question. Ask them, what do you think is going to happen when you do this? Because a lot of times they're in murder hobo mode and they just want to kill that dragon, but they don't realize that if they kill that dragon, then the demon that the dragon has been guarding against for the last millennia is now going to pop through the nefarious gate and start taking over the world.
Yeah. What is your expected outcome?
Yeah, just ask them, what do you think's going to happen when you go through that door? And that's a really awesome way to kind of get an MO on what your players are feeling in their heads and how their characters are going to be reacting to the story. Knuckleheads. Yes, we have a lot of knucklehead players. It's fun, but we love our knucklehead players.
In fairness, we are two of the knuckleheads we play with. So because he runs, I run, and one of our other friends runs, and so most of our group just round robins, being the game master for various different games, and so everybody recognizes that the knucklehead they choose to be today is the knucklehead they deal with tomorrow. And we're all okay with it.
So all of this comes down to really just asking questions, listening to your players, thinking of those consequence of actions, and giving them choices. You know, and if we haven't stressed this enough, session 0 this stuff, right? Let people know what you're planning on doing. You know, when we run an intrigue campaign, it's way different than if we ran just a typical like hack and slash or a battle or what are we talking, like a hero's arc type story, something like that. Those are different elements to the game, and you'll treat them differently. A perfect example of that is if you're playing a survival game, right? Survival game, it's all or nothing, stuff like that. So one bit of advice you would give new GMs in creating worlds that you wish you knew when you had started. What do you think, Matt?
I will tell you for me, the number one piece of advice I give everybody who's just starting world creating. It will never be finished. You will never be done with it. If no one plays in the world, it's never going to feel finished because it's not lived in.
Absolutely.
And until characters live in a world, you will never understand why it doesn't feel finished.
Yeah, there are two ways to storytell and world build. And one is the top-down approach where you start with like a big geographical map and you start honing in on everything. And that's cool if you're building your own game world. But no one has that time. I love that idea, and we've talked to various people who have created their own game worlds and stuff on our show, and it takes a lot of time. It's a lot of investment. It's a lot of involvement. But if you want to just start world building small and start it easily, do the street, city, country build, right? Start small. Where are the characters right now? Or right where you put them into the story. Build that little area. And much like in the Matrix, where you see kind of the Matrix expanding as they run a simulation, expand it out as they start exploring their world. So if they're never going to get over the next ridge, you don't have to tell them what's behind the next ridge. You could save that for later. That's
Absolutely.
for another game, right? Maybe they're heading down the river and they're about to go to the city. Well, you got to build that city, right? And so interject a couple elements in your city building for that campaign, and don't worry about the ridge until they get there. You might have some bullet points. Another thing we say is when you're building a world, give the players 5 things everybody knows and 5 things people don't know. And start from there. That's all you need. You don't have to be as involved as many of the written books are, because this is all freeform. It's collaborative. You'll find that you will build a lot easier. You'll have a lot more fun doing it.
And every time you build a new place, you only need the 5 senses description to get started. If you know there's a swamp over there and your players haven't gone to it, do basic 5 senses and don't expand from there until they make the decision to go that direction.
Absolutely. So that's what we have. Again, we want to thank TPK for this. We really appreciate coming on and talking to everyone. If you ever have any questions, hit us up at Goblin's Corner on Twitter or Mastodon. We know it's a dumpster fire, but we're happy to talk to everyone. You can check out our website, check out our weekly podcast on YouTube, and check out the rest of the people that are going to be talking to you today and tomorrow as well. All of them are experts. All of them have something interesting to say. Go forth, world build, Have a good time.
And thanks for having us.
Yeah, we appreciate it. We'll see you next time.
Whoa! What's all this? I was thinking I could play as an Eldamon trainer. It's one of the new classes from Roll for Combat's Battlezoo Eldamon book for Pathfinder in 5e.
What the heck is an Eldamon?
They're ancient elemental creatures. Like this cutie. This is Squirrel Ash, a fire Eldamon. There are over 160 different kinds.
No way. I've already got the adventure and all the encounters prepped. I'm not changing all that to add these things in.
You don't have to. The book has an easy random generation system, plus guidelines for how to integrate them into any setting, whether you want to tie them into the story or be completely hands-off.
Okay, but doing all that just for your class is ridiculous. What about the rest of the party?
They can befriend Eldamon too, and even duel each other for fun, but only the Eldamon trainer and elemental avatar classes can use Eldamon powers in combat.
Yeah, no, I'm not running PvP Eldamon battles on top of regular combat.
Oh, no, we can duel without you. You can take a break, get some food, kick back.
You said it's on Kickstarter? Hang on, I'm pledging right now.
Next up on Third Party Con, Minotaur Games goes over how to hack Pathfinder 2e.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Third Party Con. I hope you have all been enjoying your convention experience. I know that I have. I want to thank you all for tuning in here today for a little lecture I'm going to give about how to hack Pathfinder 2nd Edition. Now, I'm sure many of you recognize me. You know me. I am Jason Bulmahn. I'm the Director of Game Design at Paizo, and was one of the team leaders for Pathfinder 2nd Edition. What you may not know is that I also have my own third-party publishing gig. I have a little company called Minotaur Games, and through Minotaur Games, I've put out a number of products over the years, third-party products for the game I make during the day. But recently, I came out with a new kind of game, a hack of Pathfinder 2nd Edition that I'm calling Hopefinder. Now, Hopefinder right now is in the middle of being crowdfunded on Kickstarter to fund a print edition, but the PDF came out in October of last year. Today, what I want to do is walk all of you through the process by which I kind of hacked Pathfinder 2e to be a different game, to serve a different genre, to play kind of differently. So what I'm going to do here today is walk you through all of the steps to get from I've got an idea to I'm releasing a product. I don't think I'll cover too much of the nitty-gritty about how to write or produce an RPG product. There's plenty of other folks who can give you videos on that. What I'm going to focus on here today is how you can manipulate and change and alter and polymorph the Pathfinder 2e core rules engine to create the game that you have in your mind. So, that's kind of the setup. What I want to do here is kind of walk you through understanding the key pillars of Pathfinder 2e. That's the basis of knowledge that you need to get started. Then I want to talk about all the various rules modules that are kind of plugged into the game, because altering and changing these is going to be one of the big things you do in hacking Pathfinder 2e. And then I want to talk about creating the core of your new game and figuring out what you need to put in, what you need to cut, what you need to modify to make everything work. Now, to start off, I suppose we should start off by saying why 2e? Why Pathfinder 2e? There's plenty of game systems out there that you could hack. But I do believe that Pathfinder 2e, at least up to this date, has been kind of underutilized in this front. It is a surprisingly robust game engine with a very solid core that I think is pretty easy to build different kind of rules modules around. It does take some understanding, some expertise to kind of figure out how to do that. But at its core, there is this nice, tidy little rules engine that isn't that complicated for most folks to kind of grok, which, you know, given the right kind of tools and pressures, you could kind of transform into almost anything. And in fact, that's what I did with Hopefinder, which is a modern zombie survival game. That's kind of not the story of Pathfinder at all. You know, because Pathfinder is a game about kind of fantasy superheroes going on quests, whereas a modern survival game is kind of a different genre, a different beast. It wants a different kind of narrative beat and story progression. But we'll get to how we got there here in a bit. Let's start. Let's jump into understanding the key pillars of Pathfinder 2e, because understanding these has to be your kind of first foundational step. Now, if I asked most of you, what's the most important thing in Pathfinder 2nd Edition? A lot of folks would say, well, the 3-action economy is clearly the bedrock of the game. And I would say you're partly right. It's one part of an array of critical rules concepts that all play together to make kind of a quick, fun, engaging, and easy to understand rule system. So at the heart of that, one of the most central components of that actually isn't the 3-action economy, it's the proficiency. So at Pathfinder 2e's heart, there is this universal scaling proficiency. And that system basically says whenever you have a statistic, you are rated in that statistic in one of 5 degrees. You're either untrained, which means you don't know how to do that thing at all. You're trained, you're an expert, you're a master, or you're a legend. That's the kind of base setup. And tied to that is a mathematical formula. And that mathematical formula basically says add your level, add your proficiency bonus for whatever rank you are, 2, 4, 6, or 8, or 0 if you're untrained. And then add an ability score and then some other item and other modifiers. But usually the core is your level, your proficiency modifier, and one ability score. And understanding that that is a central pillar of Pathfinder 2e is half of the knowledge about how the math works. The other half of the knowledge is understanding that monsters don't scale at quite the same rate, right? And that's part of realizing that the math is equating into a narrative structure, right? So as your heroes go up in level, you become more proficient in fighting monsters of your level, especially if you're doing a thing you're focused on. Your math progression outscales the monster's math progression. And this creates kind of an interesting dynamic. The story changes as you go along. You start off needing high rolls and kind of living by the skin of your teeth and hoping that the dice go your way. But at higher levels, you get certain about things. Instead of wondering whether or not you hit, it becomes wondering whether or not you will crit. And that's very intentional. The design of the game makes that experience manifest through the math of the game. So you need to understand that, because these pillars, if you mess with them as part of your hack, you need to understand what the ramifications of that are. So just saying, you know what, all proficiency bonuses are gone. You can do that in your hack, but doing so has a very serious implication on the challenge and the narrative that the players will experience. And maybe that's what you want. Maybe it's not what you want. Maybe instead you want to make superheroes and you want to increase the amount of their proficiency bonus to say that as they go up in proficiency, they become truly super heroic and can kind of do whatever they want. Maybe that's the story you're trying to tell. Possibility. But understanding how these tools exist in the core of the game tells you how you can change them in your hack. So that's one pillar of the game, and I have 4 of them. The second pillar of the game ties directly into that math structure, and that is the degrees of success. In a lot of games, you either succeed or you fail. In some games, you can succeed, you can fail, or you can critically succeed. Well, with Pathfinder, we added critical failure, failure, success, and critical success. And these are, again, an intentional part of the design that isn't just about rolling a 1 or a 20, it's about exceeding the number by 10. And that's actually more important than rolling a 1 or a 20. We wanted the roll of a 1 or a 20 to feel momentous at the table, but the fact that you can exceed by 10 and get the same result is a very important part of the design, because it allows us to kind of overcharge your character over time so that critical success becomes a more reliable component than just getting a 20. So that system which applies to almost everything, but in many cases is one-sided, right? So if you think about attack rolls, most of the time a critical failure doesn't mean anything. That's important because we expect that you'll get critical failures on attack rolls with some frequency because of multiple attack penalty. But in other places, the critical failure is the thing that's really important, like saving throws. And a success or a critical success may not even matter. Now, it's going to matter on basic saves, but in some cases, it's the same result. It just doesn't really work on you. But the fact that there is a broader narrative implication to the dice rolls is really important. Because that gives you a broader latitude of kind of mechanical expression on a thing. Think about how some of the spells changed from Pathfinder 1st to Pathfinder 2nd Edition. In Pathfinder 2nd Edition, some of the worst effects were pushed to a critical failure or a critical success on an attack roll or a saving throw. And that allowed us to have these spells kind of still maintain the flavor and essence of what they were without just kind of being something that we had to look at with a real critical eye about how they could break the gameplay, right? You know, in first edition, there was this sort of which spellcaster goes first and can make the other side lose their turn, and that's just how the battle goes. We didn't want that in P2, but when it comes to looking at that system for how you can hack the game, you have to keep that in mind when you're playing around with anything that touches the proficiency system, because speeding that up or slowing it down is going to have effects on how often you see those extremes, and those extremes are part of the kind of narrative flow of the game. Okay, so both of those things then play into the action system and kind of modes of play. This is the third pillar. And the third pillar basically talks about how combat is more dynamic because there is a scaling math system that incentivizes characters to target their abilities and effects on the things that they're going to have the best chance of success at, right? So if I'm a spellcaster throwing an area of effect spell, I want to make sure I hit as many of the lower level monsters as possible because they are going to critically fail their saving throws or have better chance of critically failing their saving throws, which means my spell is going to have much more bang for the buck. If I am a high accuracy fighter, I want to cut past those lower level threats and go at the big bad guy because I have the best chance of doing damage to him. That is, in effect, when you start taking that into account with how the action system works and how modes of play works, all of these things start playing together to create a kind of richer tactical environment. And again, this is a place where you can play with your game when hacking Pathfinder to kind of express different things. And we'll get to examples here in a bit. But this is kind of understanding how these three pillar classes, imagine. This is a key thing for you as a designer, as someone trying to hack Pathfinder 2e, understanding that this modular framework gives you a wide latitude of ways that you can kind of change up how some aspects of the game play. These components, understanding how you might change feats, how you might change, how the classes express, how you might give different abilities, understanding how these things kind of come together will give you a better understanding of how you can kind of pull the pieces of kind of smaller expressions of parts of the game engine, or they're there to help cover for some things that we identified just as a problem. A good example is hero points. Hero points aren't a pillar of the game, but understanding that they serve a very important purpose is critical in your understanding of how to play within the rules engine, right? Because hero points are there to cover up for a streak of bad dice rolls, which is totally possible with the D20. So little secret is that in the game industry, let me burn a hero point and try again, right? Give them another chance to kind of say, no, I'm being hosed by fate. Let me undo that, right? That is a thing that is critical to the game, but isn't something that is so critical that you couldn't remove it or change it and still not have a good game expression. You just need to understand what the impact of that is. Okay. So we talked about the pillars of the game. Those are the pillars. Understanding those is kind of your first step in exploring how to hack and change Pathfinder into another game. The next thing you probably need to understand is what are the major rules modules of the game, because these are the things that you're probably going to swap to make a different game expression, right? So there are a handful of obvious rules modules. I'm going to walk through them, and by the time I'm done, you're just going to go, yeah, we know. Can we move on? And you're right, and that's why I'm going to keep this brief. So rules modules. There are ancestries. This is one of the most basic rules modules. What are you? Where did you come from? Have a small packet of rules. For Pathfinder, this is important to us, which is why it gives some important rules and kind of gives you some choices over your levels, but it's not the most important. So we limit its impact in the play space. Now, you might invent a game where who you are is super important, right? If you were doing a game that everyone was aliens from a different planet, your ancestry might carry much more mechanical weight. You might have more ancestry feats be a part of that because you want the alienness of each character to really express over time. So understanding that this rules module has this much impact in Pathfinder lets you understand that in your game you might want it to have more or less. For example, when we're talking about Hopefinder, everyone's a human because it's a modern survival zombie apocalypse game. And as such, I make the ancestry part of it almost non-existent because it's not about expressing what type of human you are. Everyone's human. So as a result, I minimize its impact on play because it's not as important because everyone's kind of the same, at least. So that's the first rules module. Now we get to the most important rules module for Pathfinder, and that is class. Your class is clearly the most important choice you make as a character. It defines a broad scope of what your character is good at. It gives you the largest bucket of choices over your character's lifespan, and sacrificing some of those choices to diversify and spread out from your class is a key concept in archetypes, and that's how you kind of grab other abilities, right? Classes are clearly the kind of key cornerstone of Pathfinder 2e from the character's perspective, and as such, they get the largest imprint. Again, you might find yourself creating a game where class maybe isn't as important or is even more important, right? And that's one of the ways that you can approach the game engine to make a different play experience. And I'm going to be talking a lot more about that here in a bit, so I don't want to belabor the point, because when we get back to kind of creating the core of your hack, talking about how to work within the class framework or outside the class framework is really key. So I'll put a pin in that, and we'll come back to it here in a bit. All right. Next up, skills. Skills is a very important rules module in the game. Skills is there to form a universal basis of abilities that all characters can access relatively simply. Unlike class is there to give you incredibly specialized abilities and talents and things you can do during combat. Skills are there to represent the baseline. This is what everyone can do in this game. Everyone has a shot at this stuff if they put a little bit of effort in. And sometimes even if they don't, right? You're just naturally strong and you want to go climb a tree. Okay, right? You don't have to be a legendary climber to get up into a pine tree, right? So skills, I think, are a very important part of Pathfinder in setting kind of a base tone. Again, this is a thing that when you're looking at a hack, if you wanted to, say, create a hack of Pathfinder that was really just like, a roguelike bullet hell, just fight monsters over and over and over again, you might take the skill system and drastically reduce it. Alternatively, if you wanted to create an investigative, horror game, you might expand the number of skills and increase their importance in the game and rely on those more than class ability. So, again, and you're going to hear me repeat this over and over, understanding how these parts are used in Pathfinder and knowing what they're there for is going to help you when hacking the system to make the game into what you want it. All right, next up, gear and magic items. I group these together because basically it's all about itemization and customizing your character with items. This is just another lever by which characters become custom, right? And in Pathfinder, this also serves as a primary reward structure. So magic items and gear is right up there with XP in terms of how you are rewarded for the things that you do. Let's say you wanted to use Pathfinder 2e to make a superhero game. In a superhero game, you're probably not going to get rewarded with items, right? Oh, hey, congrats. Your Superman analog character just got a better gun. It doesn't quite play the same way. Now, I mean, you could go down the route of, like, there's super technology and stuff like that, but I actually think you probably want to bundle that sort of stuff up more in the character abilities. Oh, you're the character who makes super technology. Let's talk about it that way, and less about what do you find and how much money do you have. In fact, if you were doing a superhero game, you might have to invent an entire new rules module to bolt onto the game to reward the players. You might want to create their, a complex rules bolt-on that talks about their public perception, their how people in the world view them, and that dictates how well they get along with local authorities and how people might help them if they're in a bind, and that becomes kind of a resource they get rewarded with, right, instead of gear or magic. Again, coming back to it, understanding that magic items are part of the reward structure is as important with understanding how magic items actually function from a mechanical sense. If you want to write more of them, go to the Game Mastery Guide to learn that sort of stuff. Go to the core rulebook. What I'm talking about is what they serve as a role in the game and knowing how to manipulate that or change it to fit your needs. All right. Next is spells. Spells are here to serve as kind of game breakers in Pathfinder 2e, but as a rules module, they are a very hefty rules module. They serve to kind of provide an entire subset of abilities that basically allow you to do supernatural things. Again, if you were doing a superhero game, you probably would get rid of spells and replace it with a powers module, a giant list of powers that all characters can get access to. And maybe it might even work similarly, like all superheroes are basically like sorcerers that can use their powers X number of times per day, and then after that they're exhausted. You could invent a superhero system that worked that way. Now you might want to give it more flexibility, maybe because it's a superhero game you want to give characters a lot more uses of their abilities, but you could still build the framework the same way. And understanding that spells are basically that, but for fantasy, is a good way to look at them. So that's spells. Spells, important rules module for a fantasy game, probably something you pull out in others, right? Spoilers, Hopefinder has no spells. If you are in the zombie apocalypse, nobody has spells. Right now, you're lucky if you're eating a can of old cat food, and spells are fanciful nonsense. Monsters are critical to Pathfinder because they are your adversaries. They are what you are facing off against. And no matter what you do, having adversaries is going to be important. Now, who knows? Maybe instead you want to create a version of Pathfinder where combat is de-emphasized. I think that's a big challenge because I think it goes against the key pillars of the game. But I don't think it's impossible. You could create a cottage core Pathfinder experience where it's all about, gardening and building up your house and making relationships with your neighbor. I just think it takes a lot of work. So we've talked about the pillars. These are the kind of central tenets of the game. And we've talked about the modules. I wanted to kind of get you familiar with both of these concepts so that you could understand that changing modules is something that you're probably likely to do. Changing pillars is the thing you want to kind of avoid doing unless you have to. right? So the pillars are so foundational that if you change them, you will unmake parts of the game in a way that makes a whole lot of extra work for you. I'm not saying you can't tweak them. I'm not saying you can't adjust them. I certainly did, but there are, there's few people in the world who are probably more familiar with the inner workings of the system than me. And even for me, that's a challenging task. By all means, you can do it, but you have to understand that you're starting to deal with dangerous elements, and if you do too much, you may end up with a play experience that there are places where play breaks down, where all of a sudden a character is just too powerful, or the players as a whole find themselves in a spot where they can't compete against the threats that they are facing because something about the game engine has kind of come out of alignment. All right. So we're about halfway done here, and it's time to get to the meat. We've done all the preamble. Let's talk about creating your hack of Pathfinder 2e. Now, throughout this, I'm going to be talking about Hopefinder, because that's the thing I've done most recently. If we got some time at the end, I might explore a couple other possibilities that, are just like, well, if you wanted to do this, this might be how you approach it. But for now, I think what we're going to do is just talk about the steps to kind of create your own hack of Pathfinder 2. Occurs to me, I made it all this way, and I haven't really defined what a hack is. A hack is a game that is still fundamentally the same game, in that it plays the same way. You need an understanding of that game for it to work, but a bunch of it is changed to kind of create a different play experience. You're basically just chopping out pieces, putting in other pieces to make a different play experience, instead of creating a brand new game with its own engine, right? It has points of similarity. If you go far enough, it becomes not a hack anymore, and it becomes its own game. There's nothing wrong with that either. If you're out there making your own games and you take some inspiration from Pathfinder 2e, more power to you. You know where the OGL. This is kind of a game that works more in concert, right? It's a game that sidles on next to Pathfinder and says, hey, if you know Pathfinder, you're going to learn this really quickly. But finally, let's hop into creating the core of your hack of Pathfinder 2e. So the first thing you're going to want to do is the same thing you're going to want to do whenever you start any creative endeavor, is just brainstorm up the theme and what you're trying to do. I think this is kind of the spot where you have the most free form. You can kind of imagine whatever you want. I do want to encourage you to try and make it as tight and self-contained as possible. If you go too large, if you go too free form, you can end up in a spot where you just have to change too much. You want to grab a concept that is relatively niche and self-contained, right? So, doing a zombie apocalypse game, automatically I know what the game is and what the game isn't, right? It is a horror survival game. It does feature combat heavily. I already start to know kind of what this game is about just from a couple words. And as we go through this, I'm going to talk about how that kind of got narrowed down and how that kind of led to the game decisions that but this is the point where you can kind of play. You can kind of just daydream and be like, you know what? What if I wanted to make a game about people who bust ghosts or capture ghosts and drive around in an old hearse that they paint up, right? I think, you can imagine those sorts of games and start to think about what narratively does that share in common with the core of Pathfinder 2e, and what doesn't it share in common? What things are missing? What things can't you do? Let's say you wanted to do a game of 1920s gangsters versus vampires. The gangsters control the town, you're playing gangsters, and vampires and supernatural nonsense move in. Automatically you start thinking, okay, well, it's got combat, that's important, it has skills and things like that. But maybe the stealth system isn't quite what we want. Maybe Pathfinder doesn't have enough of a political system for the gangsters to work in and the vampires to try and corrupt, right? Maybe you create a module that talks about the city government and its various agencies and how the gangsters are trying to corrupt them and how the vampires are trying to corrupt them, and ultimately how from above, these things are trying to not be corrupted, right? And that becomes this kind of mini game where that's one of the things you do. That's one of the rewards for completing various missions. Like, that could be a thing that you create. If you go back to a game where people bust ghosts, you might say, wow, you know, the thing that's really not here is a robust system for fear. Fear is really important in this game because being afraid of ghosts, or not being afraid of no ghosts, is really important. But the frightened condition isn't going to do it, right? That's not, it's too big of a penalty, and it goes away too quick. So maybe you want to pull out that piece and change it, right? So that's kind of your next step. When you're thinking about this theme, start thinking about that theme, and if you were to just try and play it with Pathfinder 2e straight, what would work and what wouldn't work? Now, when it comes to Hopefinder, right, I sat down and I looked at the game. And the first thing I thought was, you know what? Progressive combat scaling, that works for me. You know, the characters getting more powerful as they become more skilled, fighting off more powerful zombies, fighting off bigger hordes, that works. That makes sense for this game. However, where I suddenly started realizing things wouldn't work is there was an element of the math that said the characters get more powerful and the zombies get kind of less powerful over levels. Well, a couple different ways I could approach that, but that's clearly a problem. I can't have the players being superheroes killing zombies. That defeats the kind of survival, you know, narrative of an apocalypse game. It's not quite the right fit. It's close, but there's something a little off on it. Maybe there's some ways I can adjust that. Also, the lethality of the game isn't quite where I want it to be. A zombie apocalypse game should be the sort of game where the threat of death is a little bit more present than it is in Pathfinder. That doesn't mean characters don't die in Pathfinder 2e. They certainly do. But I don't think they die quite as often as folks see them die in zombie games and fiction, right? If you've been watching Last of Us, you certainly know that life is fickle and characters can die at any moment, no matter how much you like them. You know, that sort of thing is an important part of the game system. So when I'm thinking about that and I'm looking at a zombie modern survival apocalypse game, I also start looking at those rules modules and I realize I've got a whole bunch that are going to go away, right? There's not going to be spells. There's not going to be magic items. The monsters are going to be radically different. I might be able to keep some, but by and large, they got to go. And even, you know, looking at ancestries, it's like everyone's human because it's set in our world, not a fantasy world. And classes start to not make a lot of sense either because everyone's a survivor and would teach each other tools and tricks and things. And maybe you're good at some things and not so good at others. So, you know, classes start to come into question and skills become more important because that's the common kind of tool set that everyone has. So, you know, I'm already starting to look at a game where I have to pull out a number of rules modules, replace them with others, right? All of the gear's got to go. No one's going to be using a battle axe. Although, actually, I suppose you could still use a battle axe. It'd be pretty metal. But, you know, you're going to have shotguns and pistols and chainsaws, right? So you got to start putting in room for those sorts of things. And to make room, you pull out magic items, right? No one's getting a flaming longbow. Again, though, that'd still be kind of cool. But, you know, all the spells got to go. Most of the monsters have to go. That's kind of where we're at. So, thinking about it from themes, the first thing you want to consider, your next step. So you've kind of narrowed in on your theme. And let's say you want to do, you know, you're doing your busting ghost theme. Not to step on anyone's trademark. You are doing ghost catchers and, You've thought about your theme, you've looked at how it kind of sidles up to the game, and you've started to realize some places where it works and some places where it doesn't work. Maybe classes doesn't make much sense because everyone's kind of doing... If you're playing one of these heroes, you're probably playing a ghost catcher. So you're already starting to go, well, I don't know about the class system. And again, it's set in our world, so maybe everybody's human. right? And you're already starting to make decisions about how you're going to have to approach things. But one of the first things you want to consider before you get off in the reeds and start doing, oh, let me start building my ghost catcher class, the first thing you're going to want to do is determine if there's anything you need to do to the pillars of the game. And if it's your first time or you're just figuring it out, I don't suggest you do much. Nothing if you can help it, right? Don't change the proficiency system. Don't change degrees of success. Understand that whatever character system you're working with, it needs to be as modular and as flexible as what's in there already. Don't mess with the 3-action economy system, right? Leave these things be. But you might find some spots where you're like, well, maybe just a little tweak as a treat, right? And you can start planning those things out. I'll tell you one that I did for Hopefinder. I decided that I didn't want the characters to become super powerful. That was the biggest thing I had to contend with in Hopefinder. So I decided the game only goes to 5th level. It just doesn't go higher than that. The math scaling, you get good at fighting zombies, but you never get great. Right? You always end up in a spot where the best you can be is just kind of decent and proficient, and you can focus on things. But to give the players a bit of an edge, I removed almost all of the level gating on proficiency, right? So again, this comes back to understanding how proficiency works. If you dig into the math, you can't get to legendary proficiency until you're very high level. You can't even get to master until you're about 10. Expert, is coming in at 5 to 7, depending on what thing you're talking about. And I just swept all that away. I said, if you want to invest the resources in it, you can get better at a thing. You can get that +2, +4, +6, +8. But to get to 8, you have to sink your whole character in. And you will be known as the person who is great with that rifle. But you're not going to be good at anything, because you will have to have invested everything in it. So you have to... This creates an interesting choice system for the characters, because looking at the change I was about to make, the first thing I identified as a problem was, well, I'm cutting off a lot of character choice over the entire length of their story. So how can I make the choices that they do make more meaningful? And the way to do that was to make it so that they could decide to go hyper-focus, or they could decide to be broader spectrum, or they could try and do kind of a middle ground where they're a little focused and a little broad, and just give more flexibility in the choices that they make over the play experience and making those more important. And that's how I adjusted the game. Now, in doing so, I also realized that there was a chance that some of my monster numbers might get a little skewed. So I had to kind of rebuild the table that says this is what my expected PC values might be if they're the best they can possibly be at a thing, versus if they're the average thing, versus if they're the worst thing, and then kind of tweak some of the monster numbers as a response, right? So I did have to do a little bit of tweaking. If you pick up Hopefinder and check it out, you will find that when you get to some of the animals, because there are some statistics for animals, there are some that exist in Pathfinder, but their numbers are a little different. Just a little, not a lot, just a little, to make them work a little bit better with what I assume the survivors are going to do. So the other thing that I understood I needed to adjust in the pillars of the game for Hopefinder was I wanted the game to be a little bit more lethal. And to make it a little bit more lethal, I had to adjust kind of a lot of those smaller rules that hook into the pillars of the game but aren't pillars themselves. Hit points, death and dying rules, hero points, those sorts of things. All of those things got tweaks and adjustments. Characters have fewer hit points, but they have armor that gives them damage resistance. Hero points got replaced with hope, and I did that very specifically because hope is an important resource in the game. You get more of it, but if you run out of it, you can be in a very bad spot, especially if you are infected with the parasite that causes people to turn into zombies. That, in fact, is how you die and turn into a zombie, is it drains out your... So these sorts of shifts play into kind of changing the core engine to get to align it more with my theme, removing the superhero components and making it a bit more grounded, creating characters that are a bit more fragile, and if the dice go poorly your way, you can find yourself dead very easily. So that's kind of the next big step. You've identified your theme, you've compared your theme to the core of the game, you've identified any places where you need to adjust the core pillars of the game. Next up, you want to start taking a real good look at the modules. Determine which ones got to go, which ones need to stay, and which ones do you need to add. So let's say I was doing the Ghost Catcher game. In this game, as I mentioned, I might want a more robust system for fear. So one of the modules I might replace is just the entire kind of Frighten system, right? And I wouldn't call the Frighten system a module, but it's part of the conditions, which is, I guess, a module. And I would say, you know what, I'm going to pull that out entirely, and I'm going to create a new system of fear that, frankly, parallels hit points, right? So fear, as you get more and more afraid during an adventure, you take fear damage, or you build up fear. Your fear meter increases, and if your fear meter ever reaches a certain point, you start panicking. You start taking bigger penalties, and maybe there's even a point where you've taken so much fear that you have to start making saving throws to avoid having, like, a heart attack, right? You can get scared to death, right? So you might look at building a system like that. And what ramifications might that have? Well, it would require some sort of system that plugs into the player experience, giving them control over how good they are at resisting fear, or staving off fear, or recovering from fear. So you'd have to look at that. Maybe there's a skill or a class ability that allows folks to help others overcome their fear. Maybe there's some sort of, empathy or psychology skill that allows you to kind of talk people down from fear. Possible. You would also have to then look at your monster system. And obviously, if you're doing a ghost catching game, you're going to pull out most of the monsters, and you're going to replace them with a broad spectrum of poltergeists, ghosts, spooks, slimes, oozes, all sorts of things, right? And you're going to replace, you're going to add all these supernatural creatures, and in doing so, maybe you decide that they all have a fear aura. That just is a thing they all have, and every round when they take a turn, everybody around them ticks up some fear. Maybe that's how it works. Or maybe it's when they first get revealed, everyone who sees them takes some fear damage, and then they only add more fear when they critically hit someone. Maybe that's how it works. That might work as well. So you're basically starting to look at how you can adjust, shift, change the modules to bring them in line with your idea for the game. So let me talk about Hopefinder, because Hopefinder swaps out a lot of the core modules of the game. First of all, ancestries basically go out because everyone's human, so I minimize that. Classes don't make a lot of sense in a game like Hopefinder. They could have. I could have gone the route of being like, oh, you're the mechanic survivor and you're the medic survivor. But I don't think 5 levels of play is really enough to do, like, deep, robust character choices to make all these classes work. So what I decided instead is that everyone's class is Survivor. And in Survivor, you get a bunch of feats that you get to choose from as you go up in level. Now, there are choices within the Survivor class that might give you access to a certain bundles of feats, but by and large, it is a little classless. You can find yourself sharing a lot of abilities with other people in your party. It gives the group a greater sense of flexibility to kind of cover their bases. Oh, we need someone who's good at doing mechanic stuff. We definitely need some people who are good at combat, and we really need a medic, right? So we don't want to go out there without these things, but you're not shoehorned into only being a medic. As a matter of fact, a lot of medics are pretty good with guns. So there's a lot of different ways you can kind of express yourself in kind of a more classless environment in Hopefinder. Skills mostly got kept, but I added some, right? So there's a computer skill and a driving skill and a machinery skill, right? And these are very useful in living in a modern world. Now, some other skills just went by the wayside, right? Lo and behold, the occult skill doesn't see much use. And some of those just got demoted to lores, right? So if you want to be knowledgeable about the occult, that's fine, but it's now a lore skill. At the same time, some of the existing skills got changed uses, talking back again to changing modules to fit your theme. I didn't want the medicine skill to be as good. Again, I wanted the characters to be a little bit more fragile, a little bit more frail, and that meant the medicine skill couldn't work the same way, so it heals less. In addition, right, one thing that gets added in here, this is a module that I plugged in, was the survival module. And that means that equipment gets can get broken more easily, and characters, even if they're not taking damage, can take bruises. Bruises are harder to heal, and bruises can eventually start giving you penalties. And if you end up with way too many bruises, they can even knock you out. So there are systems in the game that add these kind of survival elements, right? Talking about skills, I changed the craft system because your gear gets damaged and destroyed a lot more easily. So you have to repair it. You have to look at ways to fix it, or you have to be willing to replace it more. And that all comes down to the systems of doing dings. I get rid of kind of hit point damage to items. We're not doing any of that. But instead what we're doing is saying that items can take so and so many dings before they're broken, and then they're still usable while they're broken, but once they go all the way, then they're destroyed and they're no longer functional at all. So this is, again, taking existing modules, either adding to them, subtracting to them, or replacing them to make them fit the theme you have in your head. If I were doing my ghost catching game, I might, change the skills to, obviously I'd want some sort of knowledge skill about ghosts and the paranormal. And maybe, again, we talked about having some sort of skill to help you recover from frights and fear and other things, right? That might be a skill that you add, because medicine you may not want to bundle that up with medicine, because it is kind of a different thing. Gear and magic items, this is going to be something you're going to change very frequently unless you're doing another fantasy. If you're just doing a hack of P2 that is a different flavor of fantasy, you can probably keep this module. But if you're doing anything else, this module probably has to go. Obviously, in Hopefinder, I pulled the whole thing out and replaced it with guns and modern weapons and modern armor and all that sorts of stuff. But, in a superhero game, you might pull it and replace it with almost nothing, because gear isn't important. In the Ghost Catchers game, you're going to change it to a pretty limited scope of ghost catching gear, and maybe even then, you don't make it something the players buy, because they're the ones inventing it. So instead of paying for it in money, you have to, there's a whole bunch of things you can create, and between games, you have so and so much inspiration time that you can use to just make the things, and that's how you do itemization in a Ghost Catcher. I don't know. To be clear, I'm not actually planning a Ghost Catchers game. So if you want to make a Ghost Catchers game, let me know, and I will buy it. I'm gonna end up having to buy 14 Ghost Catchers games. All right. That's how you go through all the modules. Spells in Hopefinder went, because there's no spell casting, and the monster chapter got almost entirely replaced because I wanted to add a whole bunch of interesting zombies, from crawlers to runners to infested to hulks to overminds to all sorts of weird things. That doesn't mean I couldn't use the zombies from P2. I certainly could, but in this case I wanted zombies that were a little more emblematic and had some interest. The infested ones that can like spew cones of parasites at you. You don't want any of that stuff. But that's the kind of fun stuff. And then of course I also included a bunch of raiders and animals and zombie animals and all sorts of things, right? But that's basically me just replacing them all. All right, we're almost there. We're in the home stretch now. You've thought of your theme, you've compared it to the game, you've done some shifts to the pillars, you've replaced a bunch of modules, you've written new content to replace things that doesn't work, that brings it all closer to your theme. You're basically at the point now where all that you really need to do is kind of figure out how your narrative and story plays with all of it. Now that you've got those pieces in place, you can now start kind of envisioning how the narrative of the game fully embraces those things. You can go back and make more tweaks if you realize the narrative isn't quite playing the way you want, right? I have to admit, when I was designing Hopefinder, there's a number of times I had to go back to design because I wanted the story to go a certain way. especially when it came to the mechanics behind hope, because I wanted the parasite to drain your hope. And there was a couple different rules expressions of that before I finally settled on the one I did. But this is also where you're going to want to add things to your hack that aren't just mechanical, right? I do think you want to have an idea what this stuff is early, but you don't actually want to set any of it in stone until you can do so in a way that matches your mechanics. So for me, that was creating like a piece of fiction. That was writing a gazetteer for the city of Seattle, writing a history of the plague. If you were doing a Ghost Catchers game, it might be like creating the Ghost Catcher manual and treating it like it was a job and starting up making the character sheet look like a job application, right? It's using your theme to express fiction in a way that's fun and engaging. If you're doing the 1920s gangsters versus vampires game, you might want to start out by kind of writing a piece of fiction from the perspective of these gangsters, doing a run of moonshine, illegal moonshine, only to have their delivery people be vampires and attack them and kill them all, right? You might want to write an engaging piece of fiction to set up the story, right? I do think there's some fun stuff with that. You might even create a curated list of 1920s music and include that in your game as like, hey, play this stuff. This stuff will fit well with your game. It's in theme and it works well, because you might want to decide that music is an important part of that because it does set it in that era so well, right? So building and fleshing out your story is a super important part of kind of making your hack come to life, because you're stepping away from the kind of fantasy shared headspace that everyone has when they come to Pathfinder. So you have to replace it. You have to put your story in there. You have to spend the time to create it. It doesn't have to be a lot, especially if you're leaning on tropes that everyone is aware of. I didn't have to put a lot for folks to imagine a zombie apocalypse. That's so common in media. I just had to touch the surface. I just had to give you the timeline, kind of give you a gazetteer, give you some fiction, but it's not a lot. Not in the grand scheme of things. So you're really, at this point, you're into kind of finishing touches. Finishing touches is, making an interesting character sheet because you've changed a bunch of stuff. Looking at what parts of your game you're going to put into the open license. With Hopefinder, I put a bunch of the narrative terms into the open license. I declared them as open content so that you can create your own narrative for how the Z Plague started where you live, because I want to encourage you to tell your own stories in this world. I did Seattle. I'd love to see what happened in New York. I don't know. I didn't decide it. I'm going to let you all do that. But you can do that with your game too. You don't have to, but you can. You also just want to look for ways to make your game kind of more fun and appealing. The world is your oyster. What do you want to add to make it exciting? Does it include, a 1920s gangster wanted poster, right? You can put those things in, and they're just fun. But instead of it being a 1920s gangster, maybe it's a vampire that the gangsters are hunting, right? There's things that you can do like that kind of bring the game to life and make it pop in the imagination of the players and the people running. So that's really kind of what you want to focus on. And that's kind of it. Folks, that is how I made Hopefinder. I hope you have found this lecture to be informative. I was happy to take part in Third Party Con and talk to you all about Hopefinder. As a reminder, you can find Hopefinder right now on Kickstarter. It is live. I'm crowdfunding the print edition. So if you're interested in picking up Hopefinder, you can do that right now. PDFs and print editions are available through that crowdfunding campaign. Thanks for watching, everybody, and we will see you next time.
Hello, this is James Beck from Eldritch Osiris Games. Eldritch Osiris Games is built on the foundation of giving voice to creative authors who don't normally have a roadmap into the publishing industry. We push for as a diverse set of voices in the company as we can, regardless of a person's identity. Part of the foundation is equality, with every person in the staff having an equal say on all important decisions the company makes. Being one of the first TTRPG co-ops, we are here to set an example that a workers' equality is not only possible, but instead become the industry standard. Basically, we're a group of nerds